Chapter 2108. I never agreed to join forces with you, so how am I a traitor? The embodiment looked at Hua Qingxi innocently. I don't care. Stop pestering me. Yang Kai coldly snorted and said, Tell me, what is Han Ling's secret? I don't know. Hua Qingxi replied simply. Ha. Yang Kai grinned and said lightly, It seems that you haven't figured out how awkward your current situation is. Since that's the case, let's talk again when you're more clear-headed. Having said that, he waved his hand. Hua Qingxi, who was floating in the air, suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai had thrown her somewhere in the small sealed world bead. Immediately, Yang Kai made a few hand seals and sent a few seals into the air. It seemed that he was using some kind of secret technique to target Hua Qingxi. Although this woman has a low IQ, she's not a bad person, the embodiment suddenly said. I know. Yang Kai nodded. If she didn't want to save me, I wouldn't have sent her here. I would have killed her long ago. It's good that you have a sense of propriety. After the embodiment finished speaking, he glanced at Yang Kai's body and said, You'd better deal with your injuries as soon as possible. In the previous battle, because of the demon sense, he was not afraid of death. As a result, he fought endlessly with the three great masters of the Emperor realm, and was injured many times. The principal strength of the three great emperors lingered around his wounds, making it difficult for him to heal. If it were an ordinary Dao Source realm cultivator, they would have suffered such injuries. Apart from taking some pills to prevent the injuries from worsening, there was no other way to deal with it. But in the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai could use the world principles of this space to get rid of the residual principal strength entangling his wounds. After 3 days, Yang Kai finally finished treating his injuries. With the help of the astonishing vitality emitted by the immortal tree in the medicine garden, as well as his own powerful recovery ability, Yang Kai's injuries had basically healed. There were no traces of injuries on his body, but after a great battle, he was still weak. He had to rest for a few days before he could fully recover. He left the small sealed world. He showed up in the guest room of the Zhang family. Lu Yen had been standing guard in front of the sealed world bead all this time. When she saw Yang Kai appear, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she said with joy, Master! While speaking, she glanced back and forth at Yang Kai to make sure that he was safe and sound. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Thank you for your hard work. Yang Kai nodded at her and reached out to retrieve the sealed world bead. Very good, you've also advanced to the Dao Source realm. Congratulations. Previously, Lu Yen had been sleeping in the magma under the Yuan Furnace Mountain, absorbing the scorching heat of the magma. Yang Kai felt that she was about to advance, but after waiting for a month without any news, he had no choice but to set off for Maplewood City. Fortunately, Lu Yen returned at the critical moment, and used the inseparable spiritual connection between the two to awaken Yang Kai's consciousness. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. My Dao Source realm cultivation is far inferior to Master's. Lu Yen smiled slightly. Don't belittle yourself. You are different from ordinary living beings. You don't have such unique advantages. Since the heavens have allowed you to take this step today, they will definitely let you go further. I hope. Lu Yen also showed a look of yearning. By the way, see if this is useful to you. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to think of something and took out something from his space ring. As soon as that thing appeared, the temperature of the entire room suddenly rose and an aura that could burn everything spread out. This is... Lu Yan's beautiful eyes shrank as she stared at the thing in Yang Kai's hand in shock. It was a feather that was 1 meter long. It was completely golden in color, but there seemed to be a pitch-black flame burning on the feather. It seemed to be alive and jumping. At a glance, the flames seemed to be able to incinerate one's soul. The feather of a Luan Feng, Yang Kai explained. This feather of a Luan Feng was picked up by him in clear Jade Mountain. It was not a feather left behind by a young Luan Feng, but the divine feather of an adult divine spirit. This kind of thing had always been a priceless treasure. It could be used to create the best artifacts, but Yang Kai felt that giving it to Lu Yen should be the best choice. Sure enough, as soon as Yang Kai said this, Lu Yan's tender body shook violently. She stared at the feather of a wand Feng and her beautiful eyes trembled. She said bitterly, "I can try to refine it. That would be for the best." Yang Kai smiled and handed the feather to her. Lu Yen took it and played with it fondly. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai immediately put her into the sealed world bead and let her refine it herself. Then, Yang Kai walked out of the room and met with the Zhang family. When they saw Yang Kai, the Zhang family naturally asked about his well-being, especially Zhang Ruoxi. Although she was shy and did not say a word, Yang Kai could feel her concern and reassurance from her gaze from time to time. After chatting with the Zhang family for a while, Yang Kai returned to his room and took out the sound bead to report to Mo Xiaoqi that he was safe. Xiaoqi was very happy and immediately said that she wanted to visit Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could stop her, she cut off the connection. He could only smile helplessly. After a while, Yang Kai felt several tyrannical auras approaching from afar. Before they arrived, a person's voice came from afar. "Haha, Brother Yang, we have come to visit you." The voice was full of energy and spread everywhere. After the Zhang family members heard who had sent the message, they immediately went into a panic. Under the lead of the Zhang family matriarch, they all went out to greet them. After a short while, a light flashed and several figures appeared. The Zhang family's old matriarch bowed slightly and said loudly, "The Zhang family is honored by the city lord's visit. Please forgive this old matriarch for not going out to greet you." The rest of the people also greeted Duan Yuanshan. Duan Yuanshan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Old matriarch, you don't need to be so courteous. This city lord came uninvited. I hope you can forgive me. And I came here to see Brother Yang. I wonder if Lord Yang is resting in the guest room. Please come in." The old matriarch's voice was steady, but anyone could see that she was suppressing her excitement. Normally, how could a small family like the Zhang family enter the eyes of the city lord master? Let alone come here from Maplewood City in person. But at this moment, this impossible thing had become a reality. Although they knew that this was because of Yang Kai, it was still a glory for the Zhang family. The Zhang family now only had a group of orphans and widows left, so it was easy for other families to target them. But if today's matter spread out, those families who had designs on the Zhang family might not have the guts to take action. They might even have to depend on the Zhang family for survival. The old matriarch saw the hope of the Zhang family's rise, and she felt even more grateful to Yang Kai in her heart. "Thank you for your hospitality." Duan Yuanshan smiled faintly and was about to descend with the other two, but one of them impatiently turned into a stream of light and rushed directly into the Zhang family's main residence, disappearing in front of a guest room. "So impatient!" Duan Yuanshan could only smile bitterly when he saw this, but he didn't say anything. In the guest room, Kang Si-ran pushed open the door and entered, only to see Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Kang Si-ran nervously observed Yang Kai's state, and after confirming that there was nothing wrong with him, he heaved a sigh of relief. "I heard from the city lord master that you were corroded by the demonic chi outside the city and almost turned into a demon. It really scared me to death." "That's true. Fortunately, I managed to avert the disaster." Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Kang Si-ran said with shame, "This Kang was in retreat to break through a bottleneck at that time, so he didn't know anything about it. It wasn't until the day before yesterday that I learned the news, but at that time, you had already disappeared. I, the city lord master, and the others searched everywhere, but still couldn't find you. This Kang is really ashamed to face Brother Yang." Kang Si-ran's expression wasn't fake, and what he said was from the bottom of his heart. After all, if Yang Kai hadn't given him a Dao Source pill, he wouldn't have been able to become a Dao Source realm cultivator. Moreover, Kang Si-ran could vaguely feel that the Dao Source pill with pill veins didn't just bring him a breakthrough to a great realm, but also some other changes. He couldn't tell what those changes were, but he had a feeling in his heart that the First Order Dao Source realm wasn't the end of his martial Dao. He still had hope to advance further, and perhaps he could even take a peek into the mysteries of the Emperor realm. This was equivalent to the grace of a new lease of life, and Kang Si-ran felt that he would never be able to repay it in this lifetime. Yang Kai's kindness to him was as heavy as a mountain, but when Yang Kai was in danger, he didn't know about it, which made Kang Si-ran feel very guilty. Now that he saw that Yang Kai was safe, he finally felt a little better. Yang Kai said with a serious face, "Brother Kang, thank you for your concern." "Don't say that." Kang Si-ran scratched his cheek. "Shopkeeper Kang has a good relationship with Brother Yang." A voice came as Duan Yuanshan strode in, followed by Mo Xiaoqi. After seeing Yang Kai, Mo Xiaoqi's eyes lit up, but she stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and said, "I wanted to come alone, but City Lord Duan and Shopkeeper Kang heard that you were back, so they insisted on following me. It's not Miss Xiaoqi's fault, it was this Duan who came uninvited. I hope I didn't disturb Brother Yang's rest?" Duan Yuanshan chuckled. "City Lord Duan is too polite." Yang Kai smiled calmly and nodded to Mo Xiaoqi. "My room is simple, please take a seat." Duan Yuanshan didn't act polite and found a chair to sit on. Seeing this, Mo Xiaoqi and Kang Si-ran let nature take its course. After taking a seat, Duan Yuanshan's expression turned solemn and he said, "Brother Yang, this Duan has to apologize to you first." "City Lord, what do you mean by this?" Yang Kai pretended to be confused and asked. Duan Yuanshan said, "At that time, Zhuang Pan escaped, and the 7 points black tortoise array collapsed by itself, while you were corroded by the demonic qi. This Duan couldn't save you, and every time I think about it, I feel apologetic." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "City Lord Duan is too serious. I was naturally aware of the situation at that time, and it wasn't your fault." Hearing Yang Kai's words, Duan Yuanshan said with a smile, "Brother Yang is really a reasonable person." "Humph, he's just greedy for life and afraid of death," Kang Si-ran said angrily. Chapter 2109. "Shopkeeper Kang, when did this Duan offend you?" Duan Yuanshan looked at Kang Si-ran blankly. Speaking of which, although he didn't have any friendship with Kang Si-ran before, they still had many interactions. After all, Kang Si-ran was a member of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and had a powerful background. Even if his strength wasn't high, Duan Yuanshan still couldn't ignore him. But since Kang Si-ran advanced to the Dao Source realm, Duan Yuanshan found that his attitude towards him had become very disrespectful, especially after he heard about Yang Kai's accident. His attitude became even worse. This puzzled Duan Yuanshan, and at the same time, annoyed him. He felt that Kang Si-ran had become arrogant once he became strong. At this moment, he was despised by Kang Si-ran in front of Yang Kai. Naturally, Duan Yuanshan couldn't bear it, and his words were filled with anger. "City Lord Duan must be joking. How can this Kang be offended by City Lord Master?" Kang Si-ran said sarcastically. "You!" Duan Yuanshan looked angry. He was the City Lord, and it was fine if Kang Si-ran didn't give him face, but his words were full of sarcasm, and it wasn't good for anyone. "Both of you should stop talking." Yang Kai thought for a moment, and understood why Kang Si-ran suddenly disliked Duan Yuanshan so much. He looked at him with a smile and said, "City Lord Duan was helpless at that time, and he could only protect himself and leave quickly. The fault doesn't lie with City Lord Master. Brother Yang is sensible." Duan Yuanshan snorted coldly, and his expression became slightly amiable. "Is that so?" Kang Si-ran furrowed his brow and glanced at Yang Kai, then cupped his fists at Duan Yuanshan and said, "Since Brother Yang said so, then this Kang will apologize to City Lord Master. This Kang was reckless, and I hope City Lord Master won't take offense." Duan Yuanshan's expression changed and he said, "Brother Kang, you are too polite." While he said so, he was also shocked in his heart. Because Kang Si-ran's change in attitude was only possible with a single sentence from Yang Kai. From the looks of it, Kang Si-ran seemed to be following Yang Kai's lead. Otherwise, he was just a Dao Source Realm cultivator from Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. There was no need to apologize to him. It seems that, the relationship between these two isn't as simple as a good one. Duan Yuanshan couldn't help feeling suspicious. He really didn't know what kind of ability Yang Kai possessed to make Kang Si Ran, who was in the same realm, so obedient. City Lord Duan, where is Zhuang Pan? Yang Kai suddenly asked with a gloomy face. The main culprit might not be Zhuang Pan, but he definitely had something to do with it. If not for his cowardice and fear of death, he would have been the first to run away. The 7 points Black Tortoise formation wouldn't collapse in an instant. Based on the situation back then, everyone should have been able to hold on for a period of time. Qin Chaoyang wouldn't be injured, and Du Li's hen wouldn't die tragically on the spot. As for whether Yang Kai would be corroded by the demonic thoughts, and be plagued by the demonic qi, it was hard to say. Moreover, Yang Kai and Zhuang Pan were not on good terms. Naturally, he hated his cowardice. We don't know where he is, Duan Yuanshan replied with a gloomy face. This Duan didn't know who he was. If I had known that Zhuang Pan was so cowardly, this city lord wouldn't have allowed him to become a member of the formation. He almost harmed everyone. After a pause, he continued. Zhuang Pan didn't return to Maplewood City after he escaped, but with his cultivation, he should have been corroded by the demonic qi. But judging from what happened later, he shouldn't be dead now. We just don't know where he is hiding. Don't let me see him, otherwise I will make him regret being born in this world. Kang Si Ran coldly snorted. Murderous intent surged like a tide. Duan Yuanshan glanced at him strangely, then turned to Yang Kai and asked, By the way, Brother Yang, that day, what happened after? Hearing his question, Mo Shaoqi and Kang Si Ran also hurriedly looked at him with curiosity. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, I don't know. At that time, I was corroded by the demonic qi, and my soul was in chaos. I only felt darkness. When I woke up later, everything had already settled down. He had expected that someone would ask about this, so he had already prepared an answer in his heart. While speaking, he said suspiciously, But I vaguely felt several shocking energy fluctuations at that time, but I don't know whether they were real or not. Duan Yuanshan continued. Brother Yang's feeling was right. It was Master Chen Wenhao of Heavenly Martial Holy Land and the masters of the other two sects. They seemed to have fought with something outside the city. Oh? Yang Kai showed a surprised expression. Where are the three master now? Did they say anything? Duan Yuanshan's face turned awkward and he said, They didn't go to Maplewood City. After that battle, they disappeared. As the city lord of Maplewood City, it was quite embarrassing to talk about this matter. They had already come to his territory, but they didn't meet him, nor did they say anything. Obviously, they didn't put him in their eyes. However, he was just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, so he naturally didn't dare to criticize the masters of the Emperor Realm. So, it was the three master who got rid of the demonic qi? Yang Kai said solemnly. The three masters are really amazing, and their strength is amazing. They retreated after accomplishing something, but they didn't do anything. It's really admirable. Duan Yuanshan's face also turned serious and he said, My Maplewood City's calamity has been averted, so we should really thank the three master. Even Kang Si Ran and Mo Shaoqi had a look of agreement. Obviously, they felt that the sudden disappearance of the demonic qi was all thanks to the Emperor Realm's masters, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. Yang Kai was happy to hear this, so he naturally wouldn't expose it. And this Duan came here to see Brother Yang, and also, to ask you, are you willing to stay in my Maplewood City? Stay here? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That's right. Duan Yuanshan nodded. As far as I know, Brother Yang doesn't come from any sect, and it seems that you don't belong to any family. If Brother Yang is willing to stay in Maplewood City, this Duan is willing to give you the position of Vice City Lord. Brother Yang also knows that Zhuang Pan was originally the Vice City Lord, but he ran away. My Maplewood City just so happens to have a vacancy for the position of Vice City Lord, and with Brother Yang's strength, you are qualified for it. After saying this, Duan Yuanshan looked at Yang Kai expectantly, as if he wanted him to agree. This? Yang Kai couldn't help but show an awkward look. When everyone was defending Maplewood City, Yang Kai heard this from Qin Chaoyang. He said that Duan Yuan Shan intended to make Yang Kai the third vice-city lord of Maplewood City. Yang Kai's answer at that time was also ambiguous, but he didn't expect that Duan Yuan Shan would come here personally and ask this question face to face. Brother Yang isn't a fish in a pond. Sooner or later, a dragon will rise to the sky. How can a small Maplewood City hold him? Kang Si-ran suddenly said from the side. Duan Yuan Shan glanced at Kang Si-ran, then looked at Yang Kai and said, "This Duan has a plan in mind." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, "City Lord Master, please forgive me, but I am used to wandering alone and won't live in one place for a long time. So, I can only accept City Lord Master's kindness." "It doesn't matter, this Duan is already satisfied with Brother Yang's answer." And Mo Shaoqi giggled and said, "Big Brother Yang, if you want to leave Maplewood City one day, just let me know, and I will go with you to explore the world." Yang Kai glanced at her and teased, "Being accompanied by a beauty is naturally what I want." Pfft. And Mo Shaoqi immediately blushed and said bashfully, "Big Brother Yang is also so naughty." Duan Yuan Shan and Kang Si-ran laughed in unison. But when they looked at the huge birthmark on Mo Shaoqi's face, they sighed in their hearts. If it wasn't for this birthmark, Mo Shaoqi would have been a stunning beauty. But now, even with this birthmark, it still couldn't cover up her beauty. It was just that the birthmark ruined her overall image. Soon after, the three chatted for a while before Duan Yuan Shan and the others got up and took their leave. "By the way, Brother Yang." Before Duan Yuan Shan left, he suddenly turned around and said, "This Duan has something to tell you." "What is it?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. "I don't know how that guy you had locked up disappeared from the city's prison." Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "That old swindler?" "Exactly." A strange look appeared on Duan Yuan Shan's face. Although all the cultivators in the city were defending the city at that time and no one was guarding it, since you had personally placed the seal on his strength, it would have been impossible for him to escape with his cultivation. However, a prison guard came to report that he had disappeared without a trace and didn't leave behind any clues. "It's really strange." Hee hee. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "I know." Duan Yuan Shan was stunned and said in amazement, "You already expected this?" Seeing that Yang Kai didn't seem surprised at all, how could Duan Yuan Shan not have thought of this? It was just a guess, but now it seems that old swindler isn't simple. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. That old swindler came from Forest City alone and wanted to ask for help from Maplewood City. With just his third-order Origin King strength, he was able to safely enter and exit the boundless demonic chi. Obviously, he had some tricks up his sleeve. After that, he was sealed by Yang Kai and disappeared from the prison without anyone noticing. How could an ordinary Origin King be able to do this? Yang Kai didn't know what secrets he had that allowed him to have such a mysterious ability. "Do you need to hunt him down?" Duan Yuan Shan asked. "If you need, this Duan can help." "There's no need." Yang Kai shook his head. "I just locked him up out of curiosity. I wanted to inquire about the secret of his ability to freely enter and exit the demonic chi and see if he could be used by the city's cultivator in the future. Now that the crisis has been resolved, there's no need to do anything superfluous. He didn't do anything outrageous, he just likes to swindle people's money, that's all. Since Brother Yang said so, I'll let him go." Duan Yuan Shan chuckled and cupped his fists. "Brother Yang, you should rest for the next few days. We'll take our leave." Yang Kai nodded and watched the three leave before returning to his room and sitting down. Half an hour later, he opened his eyes again and said calmly, "Since you're here, come in. Why are you sneaking around outside?" Chapter 21:10. Just as Yang Kai finished speaking, a person rushed in from the outside like a bolt of lightning. With a wave of his hand, the door was closed again. Looking at the person who had just arrived, Yang Kai cupped his hands and laughed. "Old Mr. Qin!" The person who had just arrived was none other than the old ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Chaoyang. Little brother Yang! Qin Chaoyang returned the greeting with a slightly embarrassed expression. Yang Kai asked, Old Mr. Qin, why are you here instead of recuperating in the family? Qin Chaoyang's complexion was not very good. It was obvious that he had not fully recovered from his previous injury. However, what made Yang Kai feel even more strange was that Qin Chaoyang had not come with Duan Yuanshan to visit him. Instead, he had secretly come alone. Yang Kai thought for a moment, and somewhat understood what Qin Chaoyang wanted to do. This old master's injury is not serious. Qin Chaoyang waved his hand and found a place to sit down. When I heard that little brother Yang had returned safely, this old master hurriedly rushed over. However, I did not expect that the city lord's master would be one step ahead of me. So you hid outside? Yang Kai chuckled. There are some things that are not convenient to say in front of the city lord's master, Qin Chaoyang said awkwardly. AI. Yang Kai sighed and looked sincerely at Qin Chaoyang. I roughly understand old Mr. Qin's intentions, but please forgive me for boldly refusing. Qin Chaoyang asked curiously. This old master hasn't said anything yet, and you already know? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Old Mr. Qin, didn't you come here to ask me to join your Qin family? Did I make it that obvious? Qin Chaoyang was startled. Yang Kai nodded. Old Sir Qin has already asked me several times before. If I still can't figure it out, then I'll leave. Wouldn't I be a fool if I didn't know? Furthermore, it was said that the Jiang family's businesses would be taken over by the Qin family. The Qin family swallowed up the Jiang family's enormous foundation in one go. If they don't have enough martial power to deter others, I'm afraid they won't be able to deter others from taking action. Brother, you know me! Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly. That's right, this old man came here specifically to invite you to be my Qin family's grand elder. Your status is the same as mine. When the time comes, you and I will join hands. I believe that the other old fogies won't dare to be presumptuous. Yang Kai sighed. I just rejected the vice-castellan position that Castellan Duan promised me. When Qin Chaoyang heard this, his face immediately darkened. He said disappointedly, I see. Both of them were smart people. Yang Kai didn't need to explain too much. Qin Chaoyang knew that he had no chance. Yang Kai had just rejected Duan Yuanshan's invitation. If he accepted Qin Chaoyang in the blink of an eye, Duan Yuanshan would definitely offend him in the future. Duan Yuanshan would think that Yang Kai was looking down on him and might even hold a grudge against him. At that time, the Qin family wouldn't be able to stay out of this matter. He had hired a grand elder, but ended up offending the city lord's mansion. This was not a good deal. Qin Zhaoyang was clear in his heart. He looked at Qin Chaoyang. Yang Kai said somewhat shamefully. Originally, old Mr. Qin taught me the formation method of the 7 points black tortoise formation. If the Qin family needs it, I will not refuse. But this matter, if I agree, it will only harm the Qin family. I can only disappoint old Mr. Qin. I understand. Qin Chaoyang nodded. But, Yang Kai changed the topic. If the Qin family needs help in the future, I can help as a friend. When the time comes, I hope old Mr. Qin will not be polite. Qin Chaoyang raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He chuckled and said, With Brother Yang's words, I will be relieved. Brother Yang, I am relieved. He looked overjoyed and very happy. Although he didn't achieve his goal, with Yang Kai's guarantee, this trip was not in vain. Qin Chaoyang said meaningfully. Perhaps, I will need Brother Yang's help soon. Yang Kai nodded and said, I will wait for your news. That day, Qin Chaoyang passed the formation method of the 7 points black tortoise formation to Yang Kai through a jade slip. Originally, he only wanted Yang Kai's promise to protect Qin Yu in a crisis. If the city was breached, he could take Qin Yu with him. However, the development of the matter was beyond everyone's expectations. The battle of the demon thought was over without any danger. Naturally, the promise was voided. Yang Kai had received benefits from Qin Chaoyang, but he refused the latter's invitation. He felt apologetic and wanted to find an opportunity to return the favor. Afterwards, the two of them chatted casually for a while before Qin Chaoyang got up and said goodbye. He was injured and urgently needed to recuperate. Moreover, the Qin family was currently taking over the Jiang family's large property. The family was extremely busy, so he couldn't spare any time. Time was precious, so he naturally couldn't delay. After Qin Chaoyang left, Yang Kai was completely free and hurriedly adjusted his breathing. The demonization had made him a little weak. The power that far exceeded his cultivation wasn't without a price. For several days, Yang Kai stayed in his room. Until one day, he opened his eyes again. They were overflowing with light, and he was in high spirits. The fatigue and weakness from before were no longer there. It was as if he had fully recovered. Feeling the condition of his body, Yang Kai confirmed that there weren't any side effects left. Only then did he feel relieved. He didn't go out immediately. Instead, he summoned the sealed world bead and entered the sealed world bead in a flash. The sealed world bead was still quiet. Yang Kai silently sensed for a moment, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He found that somewhere in the sealed world bead, there was an extremely powerful force surging endlessly. His figure flickered and he directly arrived at that location. In front of him, Lu Yan was sitting cross-legged, one hand supporting the air while the other two fingers were facing the sky. She was circulating her secret art. The power of thunder and fire around her was violent and restless. With her as the center, the ground within a dozen kilometers was filled with snakes of lightning and flames. Behind Lu Yan, however, there was a huge phantom that soared into the sky, as if it was about to spread its wings and take flight. Luan Feng! Yang Kai glanced at the phantom and was immediately shocked. This phantom was the figure of the ancient divine spirit Luan Feng that he had seen up close before, but it was not a living thing, just a projection. Even if it was just a projection, it still exuded the aura of a divine spirit. On the surface of the phantom, black flames tumbled. A monstrous momentum that was unstoppable. Lu Yan's expression was very difficult, as if she was at a critical juncture in performing some kind of secret technique. Yang Kai observed for a while and knew that she was refining the Luan Feng feather at the moment. Although the progress was not particularly smooth, it wasn't very difficult either. There was nothing he could do about this kind of thing, even if he was the master of the small sealed world. He couldn't help Lu Yan in the slightest. She could only rely on her own will and determination. If the refinement was successful, Lu Yan's strength would definitely improve, but if it failed, it was very likely that she would suffer a backlash. Fortunately, Lu Yan had been absorbing the sun's true fire from the sun's true essence to temper herself over the years, so she had long been accustomed to this kind of ultra-high-intensity energy entering her body. Otherwise, with her first-order Tao Source realm strength, it would have been impossible for her to refine the Luan Feng divine feather. But even so, success or failure would depend on her own fortune. The embodiment was sitting in the distance. He was paying close attention to Lu Yan's situation. Seeing the main body's gaze, the embodiment just nodded slightly. Everything was understood without words. With the embodiment looking after Lu Yan, he would know immediately if anything happened, so Yang Kai left with peace of mind. His figure flickered again. He had come to another place in the small sealed world. This place was empty. A trembling figure was sitting on the ground, hugging her knees, as if she was hiding in an unknown corner. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of fear and torture she had suffered. Her hair was disheveled and her face was slightly pale. Her beautiful eyes were looking around vigilantly, and her pretty face was full of fear. Yang Kai appeared in front of her, but she didn't know, as if she didn't see him. This? Yang Kai looked at her and whispered, "Is it enough?" At this point, he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. The sound wasn't loud, but when it reached Hua Qingxi's ears, it was as shocking as the morning bell and evening drum. She trembled violently, and when she looked up again, she found that the boundless darkness that had been shrouding her had finally been replaced by a dazzling light. And a figure that she had cursed countless times in her heart, and wanted to cut into 1,000 pieces appeared not far in front of her, looking at her lazily. Seeing this person's face, Hua Qingxi's grievances and fear over the past few days turned into the flames of revenge at this moment. She shouted, "This old lady will kill you!" As she spoke, she shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow released from a bow. With a twist of her delicate body, she turned into 100 butterflies, blotting out the sky and surrounding Yang Kai tightly. Yang Kai raised his hand and raised his palm like a knife, ignoring the 100 spirit plates, and directly chopped towards the void in front of him. With a bang, the knife hand chopped something. Ouch! Hua Qingxi's figure staggered out of the void, and the 100 spirit plates disappeared at this moment. She covered her head with both hands and kept retreating, tears almost flowing out of her eyes from the pain. "It seems..." Yang Kai looked at her calmly and said lightly, "You still don't understand your situation. Since that's the case, I'll give you some more time. When you think about it, we'll talk again." As he spoke, he was about to use the same trick again. Hua Qingxi suddenly screamed, "No! No! I was wrong. I won't dare to be presumptuous anymore. Please, please let me go." In the boundless darkness, being killed countless times by strange existences every day, feeling the realistic effects of death, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to endure it anymore. When Hua Qingxi was killed for the first time, she thought that she was really dead. But she didn't expect that in just a moment, she would come back to life again. But it was a life worse than death, because not long after, she was killed by strange existences again. After many times, she completely understood that she was in an extremely advanced illusion, unable to free herself from the reincarnation of life and death. Dying hundreds of times every day, Hua Qingxi was almost numb. If she wasn't strong enough, this kind of torture was enough to make her go crazy. At this moment, seeing Yang Kai, the culprit, for the first time, she was naturally angry, and evil grew in her heart. In the end, she was still subdued by him in one move. Hua Qingxi was in complete despair. "Very good, I'm very happy that you can be so sensible." Yang Kai looked at her, nodded, and stood in place calmly. Chapter 21:11. Hua Qingxi looked at him with both jealousy and hatred. Thinking about how she had been wrong, she pouted and sat down on the ground, making a scene. "You bastard, you're devoid of conscience. You're worse than a dog or a pig. I curse you to go to hell after you die and never be reincarnated." Yang Kai's face was full of black lines. After waiting for a while, seeing that she still had no intention of stopping, Yang Kai shouted angrily, "Enough!" Hua Qingxi's voice came to an abrupt halt, but she still couldn't stop sobbing, her shoulders shaking. "A dignified third-order Tao Source realm, how can you speak so crudely?" Yang Kai reprimanded. Hua Qingxi felt wronged. "Then what do you want me to do? I can't beat you in a fight, but you won't allow me to curse you? Be obedient and I won't torture you anymore." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Hua Qingxi nodded repeatedly and said, "I'll be obedient, I'll be obedient, I'll be obedient." Saying so, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying at Yang Kai. "You should have done this long ago." Yang Kai snorted. After pondering for a while, he slowly walked over to Hua Qingxi and stretched out his hand to her. Hua Qingxi instinctively shrank back, seemingly extremely afraid, but seeing that Yang Kai didn't have any malicious intentions, she pursed her red lips and bravely stretched out her hand, allowing Yang Kai to pull her up. "Come with me," Yang Kai said, pushing his strength and teleporting Hua Qingxi. Her vision blurred, and by the time Hua Qingxi came back to her senses, the two of them had already arrived at a bamboo building. The bamboo building was simple and crude, yet elegant and clean. "There's such a building here?" Hua Qingxi was surprised. "Does someone live here?" "There used to be," Yang Kai replied lightly. "Many years ago. When he brought his family and friends from Tongxian realm to Shadowed Star, there were more than 10,000 people living in the small sealed world. Naturally, there were many houses left here." "Sit." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gestured, then sat down immediately. Hua Qingxi hesitated for a while before sitting opposite Yang Kai. "I'll ask you a few questions, answer honestly." After she sat down, Yang Kai said. Hua Qingxi nodded. You came to Maplewood City to find out the cause of Han Ling's death, right? Yan Kai. Hua Qingxi hesitated for a moment. But in the end, she nodded and said, Yes. Why? Kai Yan looked at her. Hua Qingxi considered her words carefully before she said, Junior brother Han Ling is an abandoned disciple of my master. When junior brother Han escaped from the Star Soul Palace, he seemed to have stolen one of my master's treasures. My main purpose for coming out this time to find out the cause of junior brother Han's death is to find that thing. What thing? Master didn't say what it was specifically, only that it was a token. A token? Yang Kai raised his brow, but soon, he seemed to remember something. Taking out a strange token from his space ring, he handed it to Hua Qingxi and asked, Is this it? This token was about the size of a palm and was made of a special material, either gold nor wood, with the word dragon engraved on its front. On the back was a picture of a true dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. This token was naturally something that Yang Kai found in Han Ling's space ring. However, Yang Kai didn't know what this token was for at that time, so he put it in his space ring and ignored it. But now, Hua Qingxi said that she came here on the orders of her master for this token. Yang Kai immediately realized that this token was no small matter. Hua Qingxi was the cultivator of the Third Order Dao Source Realm, so her master was at least a Second Order Emperor Realm Master. Something that could make a Second Order Emperor Realm Master so obsessed with it must be valuable. Did you find this in junior brother Han Ling's space ring? Hua Qingxi asked. Yes. If junior brother Han Ling didn't have any other tokens in his space ring, then this should be the target of my mission. Hua Qingxi looked at the token with a strange expression. Do you recognize what this is? When Yang Kai asked this, he had been watching her expression change. Hua Qingxi shook her head at first. But then, she reached out and picked up the token, carefully examining it. The look in her eyes gradually changed, and after a long time, her tender body suddenly shook as she covered her mouth with her hand and cried out in surprise. Say something! Yang Kai urged impatiently. If I'm not wrong, this should be the famous Dragon Island token! Hua Qingxi exclaimed. Dragon Island token? Yang Kai frowned. What's that? You've never heard of it? Hua Qingxi looked at Yang Kai in surprise, as if she was surprised that he hadn't even heard of something like the Dragon Island token. He was really ignorant. But when she saw Yang Kai's expression, she quickly swallowed the mocking words that were about to come out of her mouth. She asked cautiously, I wonder if Master has heard of Dragon Island. Dragon Island? Is there a true dragon living there? Yang Kai didn't answer her question, but immediately chuckled. I'm just kidding. Hua Qingxi's face was tense and very serious. Dragon Island, is there really a true dragon living there? Yang Kai asked tentatively. Hua Qingxi nodded her head. Nonsense! Yang Kai rolled his eyes. True dragons were one of the most powerful existences among the ancient divine spirits. Existences like true dragons and heavenly phoenixes should only exist in legends and ancient books. They shouldn't exist in this world. Hua Qingxi's pretty face reddened. She rolled her eyes at Yang Kai and said, If Dragon Island really exists, then there really is a true dragon living there. Moreover, there's more than one. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He didn't know what to say. Hua Qingxi said, According to legend, Dragon Island is the most mysterious force in the entire astral boundary. It's also the most powerful force because there are many descendants of true dragons living on Dragon Island. There are even ancient dragons and archaic dragons. They are existences that even the 10 great emperors are afraid of. However, we don't know whether Dragon Island really exists or not. Only the most powerful cultivator can get in touch with this secret. Only they can find the way to Dragon Island. The Dragon Island medallion came from the Dragon Island. Hua Qingxi continued. The holder of this token can go to Dragon Island and ask the dragon race to do one thing for him unconditionally. It's something that the dragon race can do for him. For example, if I go to Dragon Island with this Dragon Island command token, I can let the dragon race use the true dragon's strength and advance to the Emperor realm. Moreover, I won't just be in the First Order realm. Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes were filled with yearning. She grabbed the Dragon Island command token even harder. Even her breathing became a little rapid. Yang Kai waved his hand and the Dragon Island command token flew back to his hand. He glanced at Hua Qingxi calmly and said, "Continue." Hua Qingxi smiled awkwardly. She put away the fanatical look on her face and said, "Since ancient times, only 5 Dragon Island commands have been passed down. According to the ancient legends, 3 of them were used. The use of these 3 Dragon Island commands shook the entire star boundary." As she spoke, she raised a finger and said, "First, 80,000 years ago, the second-ranked sect in the Northern Territory, Profound Frost Sect, was uprooted overnight. None of the tens of thousands of disciples in the sect survived, including all the masters in the Emperor realm. It's said that until now, there are still remnants of dragon breath in the ruins of Profound Frost Sect. Many cultivators like to go there in search of opportunities. Secondly, 50,000 years ago, I don't know which daring bastard angered the Holy Spirit, Shihua. As a result, Shihua turned the entire southern domain upside down in a fit of rage. Countless lives were lost, and sects and clans were destroyed. At that time, even the 10 great emperors couldn't stop Shihua's crazy massacre. In the end, the Dragon Island stepped in and scared Shihua away. Otherwise, the Southern Territory would have been plunged into an abyss of misery. Third, 30,000 years ago, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, one of the most powerful great emperors in the human race, was killed. It's said that the dragon race was involved. In that battle, the heavens and earth collapsed, the stars moved, and the laws were reversed. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was killed by the dragon race? Yang Kai suddenly interrupted Hua Qingxi and asked suspiciously. Hua Qingxi stuck out her tongue. "It's just a legend. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's possible. After all, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was the most powerful expert in the human race at that time. Even if others joined hands, they might not be able to kill him. It's reasonable for the dragon race to be involved." Speaking up to here, she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "You've also heard of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and Great Emperors. Do you really think I'm a bumpkin?" Yang Kai looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Hua Qingxi smiled embarrassedly and said, "Anyway, it's said that these 3 events are related to the use of the Dragon Island Medallion. If this thing in front of us is really the Dragon Island Medallion, then Master, you have to plan how to use it properly. It's a priceless treasure. Why are you so concerned?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. Hua Qingxi muttered unhappily, "Can't I be concerned? Are you sure this is the Dragon Island Medallion?" Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi shook her head. "I've never seen the real Dragon Island Medallion before. However, looking at its patterns and material, there's a high possibility that it's the real Dragon Island Medallion. If you're still worried, why don't you ask someone knowledgeable about it? Who knows, you might be able to get some clues. I don't know if the Dragon Island really exists. Even if it does, I don't know where it is. It's too early to think about the Dragon Island Medallion." Yang Kai said and put away the medallion. However, he did have a candidate in mind who he could ask. Who knew, he might be able to get some accurate information. "Master." Hua Qingxi hesitated and looked a little restless. She looked at Yang Kai and stammered, "I've said everything I should say. You see, don't even think about it." Yang Kai rejected her flatly. "Then, are you going to lock me up here for the rest of my life?" Hua Qingxi was depressed. "I'm from the Star Soul Palace. I've been ordered by my master to search for junior brother Han's relics. If I don't go back to report for a long time, my master will definitely come looking for me. He might even trace it back to you." After saying this, she nodded heavily and said with certainty, "They'll definitely trace it back to you. You don't want to be targeted by my master, right? He's a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Let me go quickly, and we'll part on good terms." Chapter 21:12. "We'll talk about it when the time comes." Yang Kai stood up and looked down at her condescendingly. The corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into a smile as he stroked his chin and said, Actually, if you want to regain your freedom, it's quite simple. What do you mean? Hua Qingxi shuddered and looked at Yang Kai warily. What do you want to do? Yang Kai snorted and said, Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. But if you really want to regain your freedom, you should obediently hand over your soul brand to me. Maybe I can consider it. The strength of the third order Dao source realm is not bad for me right now. Wishful thinking. Hua Qingxi gritted her teeth and said, not waiting for Yang Kai to finish his words. Then, goodbye. Yang Kai waved at her and directly left the small sealed world bead. Hua Qingxi was left alone in a daze. After a long while, she cried out in grief. Come back, come back, come back! In the side room, Yang Kai reappeared. After pondering for a moment, he turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the Zhang family's old mansion, heading in the direction of Maplewood City. A moment later, he arrived at Maplewood City. He did not look for Mo Shaoqi and Kang Si-ran, but went straight to the Qin family's residence. He had been to the Qin family once, so he was quite familiar with the place. With just a sweep of his divine sense, he found Qin Yu's location. He had no intention of hiding his aura and just swaggered over there. Not long after, he came to a side room and gently knocked on the window. Who is it? A low cry came from inside. Kai Yang nodded in agreement. The room was silent for a while, but soon. Then, he heard a series of light footsteps moving. He came to the window and opened it. Qin Yu looked at Yang Kai in surprise and confusion. Yang! Lord Yang? It's so late, why are you looking for me? And I have something to ask you. Yang Kai replied, looking inside and asking. Can I go in and talk? Qin Yu blushed and said, Master, please come in. As soon as her voice fell, Yang Kai directly flashed in through the window. Qin Yu's face turned even redder. It was night. Yang Kai did not enter through the front door, but took a different way through the window. If someone who did not know the truth saw this, it would cause a misunderstanding. However, Qin Yu wasn't worried about Yang Kai. After all, with Yang Kai's strength, if he really wanted to do something to her, he could do it without anyone noticing. There was no need for him to deliberately expose his identity. After sitting down, Qin Yu offered him tea and said, Master, what do you want to ask me? Yang Kai picked up his teacup and took a sip before saying, Sister Qin is beautiful on the outside and intelligent on the inside. Her intelligence is peerless, and her knowledge and experience is something I have never seen before in my life. I mainly want to ask you to solve my doubts. Qin Yu pursed her lips and said with a smile, Master, you flatter me. I'm just a little more educated. If there's anything I can do to help Master, please don't hesitate to tell me. Yang Kai grinned and said, Then I'll get straight to the point. But I hope today's talk, I swear on my divine soul that I won't reveal it to a third person. Qin Yu said seriously. Yang Kai looked up at her, thinking that it was easy to talk to smart people. He said, Outside the city, I was invaded by the demonic qi. I was almost turned into a demon. I'm sure you saw it. Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. She nodded and said, And Master, heaven helps the worthy. You're safe now. During the period when I was corroded by the demon qi and turned into a demon, many strange images appeared in my mind. Yang Kai casually made up a story. Qin Yu said in surprise, Many strange images? Yes. Yang Kai nodded his head. Back then, we used our secret technique to pry into Jiang Chu He's knowledge see and saw the silhouette of the ancient giant demon. Therefore, I'm guessing that there might be a sliver of the ancient giant demon's remnant will within the demon qi, retaining many of the knowledge and experience of the ancient giant demon. After being corroded by the demon qi, it had the opportunity to see these things. Master's words make sense. I think so too, Qin Yu said happily, as if she had found a confidant. However, what I saw was different from what Jiang Chu he saw. Although those images were fragmented, there was no trace of the ancient great demon. Oh? What kind of images were they? Qin Yu said with interest. Yang Kai showed a thoughtful look and said in a low voice, There are too many images, and I can only see two of them clearly. The first one is a seed that is half gold and half silver in color. After it was planted, the seed grew into a gold and silver colored tree. Gold and silver colored divine lights twined around it, overlapping and alternating, as if it possessed great power. A gold and silver strange tree? Qin said with a surprised look on her face. She covered her mouth and exclaimed, "In." Yang Kai nodded seriously and looked at her. "I wonder if young lady Qin knows what this gold and silver strange tree is? This young lady seems to remember reading about this strange tree somewhere." Qin frowned as she tried hard to recall. Yang Kai's expression shook as he looked at her expectantly. However, even after a long time, Qin was unable to give a correct answer. She shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, master. I have indeed read about it, but I can't remember it for the time being. How about this, master? Give me a few days and I'll look up the ancient books I've read before. I should be able to find the relevant records." "All right, there's no hurry anyway. I'm just very curious about what it is." Yang Kai chuckled. Although he was a little disappointed in his heart, he did not show it. "What about the second image that master saw?" Qin asked. "It's a token that's the size of a palm. It's made of a strange material. It's neither gold nor wood. There's the word dragon on the front, and it seems to be written with ancient characters. There's a picture of a real dragon soaring in the sky behind it. The Dragon Island token." This time, Qin gave the answer as soon as Yang Kai finished his description. "Is that really the Dragon Island token?" Yang Kai was delighted. Although Hua Qingxi had told him that it might be a Dragon Island token from the Dragon Island, he did not believe it completely. Moreover, Hua Qingxi was not sure if his judgment was correct. However, since Qin said so, it was highly likely that it was true. If Master's description is correct, then it's definitely the Dragon Island token. Qin was so excited that her face seemed to be flushed. It's said that only 5 Dragon Island tokens have been circulated since ancient times. 3 of them have been used, and only 2 of them are left in the outside world. What she said was basically the same as what Hua Qingxi told Yang Kai before, whether it was the number of Dragon Island tokens or the time and place where they were used. It was apparent that Hua Qingxi did not lie to Yang Kai about this. "But…" Qin was puzzled as she spoke. She asked in confusion, "Why would the Dragon Island token appear in the remnant wool of the ancient giant devil? Why can't it appear?" Yang Kai asked in return. "Because the timing is wrong. When the ancient giant devil was sealed, the Dragon Island token shouldn't have appeared yet. How did the giant devil know about it?" Qin had a puzzled look on her face. Yang Kai cursed in his heart when he heard that. He only wanted to ask Qin what he did not understand, but he did not expect her to be so quick-witted. She immediately found an obvious loophole. "I don't know. Maybe the giant devil felt that the Dragon Island token was a threat to him." Yang Kai laughed. "That's possible." Qin did not think too much about it. After all, it had happened too long ago, and she could not verify it. "All right, I'm here to find out about this. It's late now, and you should rest. I'll take my leave." Yang Kai stood up as he spoke. Qin stood up and sent him off. She said, "I'll try my best to find out about the gold and silver exotic tree. If I have any news, I'll inform the master immediately." "Okay." Yang Kai nodded. He walked out of the front door and disappeared in a flash. After a while, Qin Chaoyang suddenly appeared in front of Qin Yu's door. He stared at Yang Kai's disappearing figure and asked with a strange expression, Why did Brother Yang look for you?" "He wanted to ask me something," Qin Yu said. "What is it?" Qin Chaoyang was stunned. Qin Yu stuck out her tongue and said, "It's a secret." Qin Chaoyang was surprised. He shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "You little girl, you won't tell me the truth, right?" Qin Yu said helplessly, "It's not that I won't tell you, it's that I can't. However, I can tell you that what Lord Yang wants to know has nothing to do with Maplewood City or the Qin family." Qin Chaoyang understood and nodded. "That's good." After a moment of silence, He sighed and looked at Qin Yu. He said, "How's your body?" "I'm fine," Qin Yu replied. "Nonsense." Qin Chaoyang's expression became serious. "Don't think that I don't know that you spent a lot of effort to repair the seal. With your body's condition, you won't be able to hold on for long." Qin Yu didn't say anything. Qin Chaoyang sighed. "With your talent, if you didn't have that kind of constitution, you might have a chance to restore the glory of the Qin family. It's just that, it's regrettable that I'm too weak. I can only extend your life, but I can't cure you. I'm sorry." Qin Yu's eyes reddened. She said in a low voice, "Don't say that, ancestor. If it weren't for you, Yu would have died 3 years ago. Yu is already very happy to be able to live for 3 more years. Yu's only regret is that I can't serve you, ancestor. I've made you worry about me. Don't worry, ancestor will think of a way for you. I definitely won't let you die young," Qin Chaoyang said in a deep voice. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. Qin Yu opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Qin Chaoyang's figure was nowhere to be seen. However, after pondering for a moment, she seemed to understand Qin Chaoyang's plan. Her pretty face couldn't help but change. Chapter 21:13. When Yang Kai returned to the Zhang family, he pushed open the door of the guest room and saw Zhang Ruoxi sitting in a chair, looking like she was about to cry. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Ruoxi looked up and her beautiful eyes flashed with joy. Quickly getting up, she called out in a panic, "Sir?" Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled. "What's wrong? Did you think I left the Zhang family alone and now you're crying?" Zhang Ruoxi pursed her red lips and slowly shook her head. "Then why are you crying?" Yang Kai asked. Zhang Ruoxi whispered, "Since Ruoxi has followed Sir, I have nothing to do with the Zhang family anymore. Ruoxi thought Sir didn't want me anymore." Speaking of this, she suddenly summoned up her courage and looked up at Yang Kai, saying in a deep voice, "Sir, Ruoxi knows her strength is low and can't help you. On the contrary, Sir has been taking care of me. But Ruoxi can serve you tea, make your bed, and do some trivial things for you. I can be a servant." After that, she seems to be a little shocked at herself for saying such a thing. Quickly lowering her head, her pretty face blushed as she quickly bowed her head. "Ruoxi has been rude, please rest, mister." After saying this, she turned around and wanted to leave. "Don't be in such a hurry to leave," Yang Kai suddenly called her. Zhang Ruoxi's tender body trembled. She stood there uneasily and asked in a trembling voice, "Sir? Sir, do you have any orders?" She seemed to have thought of something and her face became nervous. Her 2 small hands were placed on her abdomen and unconsciously entangled together. Her face was as red as fire. The sound of his heart beating like a war drum came from his small chest. Yang Kai looked at her. "Don't underestimate yourself. Since I promised the old madam to take you with me, there is naturally something I need your help with." "Something I can help with?" Zhang Ruoxi heard this and her beautiful eyes lit up. She eagerly asked, "What does Sir want me to do? Can you tell me?" Yang Kai smiled. "I wanted to wait until your strength improved a little before telling you, but since you are so anxious, then there is no harm in telling you first." While talking, Yang Kai took out the space spirit jade he obtained from the Lu family's Lu Baichuan from his space ring. When this space spirit jade appeared, Zhang Ruoxi's tender body trembled. She stared at it and murmured, "This feeling." At this moment, the space spirit jade seemed to have been stimulated by something, and it was constantly emitting spatial energy fluctuations, causing the space around it to become chaotic, as if it was about to sink into the void. Lu Baichuan was right. Zhang Ruoxi was the key to the space spirit jade's reaction. As long as Zhang Ruoxi's space to a certain extent, it to do yang. It was for this reason that Lu Baichuan was able to gain a basic understanding of the Tao of space. To marry Yang's, Yang Kai's to marry to the Lu families to heaven is to the Lu families to have to study to spaces. Yang's yang spaces. To yang to raise to uses to. Yang Kai waved his hand and space principles surged, completely sealing off the room and isolating the transmission of energy fluctuations. What can you feel? Yang Kai looked at Zhang Ruoxi and asked. Ruoxi can't explain it clearly. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly. But this feeling is very familiar. When I visited the Lu family before, I often had this feeling. It was as if something was calling out to me from somewhere in the Lu family. It's just that it wasn't as strong as it is now. Yang Kai nodded, thinking that the connection between Zhang Ruoxi and the space spirit jade should be two-way. Do you recognize this thing? Yang Kai asked. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly. I got it from Lu Baichuan, Yang Kai said. Granduncle Lu's thing? Zhang Ruoxi was surprised. Even if Lu Baichuan was the Zhang family's blood enemy, Zhang Ruoxi still didn't address him casually. It could be seen that this little girl was still very pure and kind. But according to Lu Baichuan, this thing originally belonged to your Zhang family. Yang Kai continued. It seems that when a woman of the Zhang family married into the Lu family, she took this thing as a dowry and brought it to the Lu family. Since it's a dowry, it should belong to the Lu family. Zhang Ruoxi smiled slightly. Yang Kai said, no matter who it belongs to, it originated from your Zhang family. Your Zhang family's ancestor, was there a great master? Zhang Ruoxi shook her head and said, Ruoxi doesn't know, but when I was young I heard from my grandmother that my Zhang family was a top family a long time ago. But for some reason, it gradually declined. That's right. Yang Kai nodded. But why does this thing have a strange connection with me? What about the others in my Zhang family? Zhang Ruoxi asked blankly. The others shouldn't have it. As for you. Yang Kai paused for a moment and said, there are two possibilities. The first possibility is that there is some kind of bloodline power in your body, and this bloodline power is much stronger than the other members of the Zhang family. That's why there is a reaction between you and the space spirit jade. This bloodline power should have originated from the previous owner of the space spirit jade, an ancestor of your Zhang family. Then what about the other possibility? Do you have some kind of special constitution? Yang Kai looked at Zhang Ruoxi and slowly shook his head. Personally, I don't think it's possible because according to my observations, you don't have a special constitution. Then the first possibility is more likely? Zhang Ruoxi asked. Yes. Yang Kai smiled slightly. It's hard to say what kind of bloodline power you have. Perhaps your bloodline is very similar to that ancestor's, so you can react with the space spirit jade. Oh. Zhang Ruoxi didn't have much of a reaction after hearing this. Are you unhappy? Yang Kai looked at her with interest. Zhang Ruoxi frowned and asked. Sir, why do you ask? Yang Kai smiled and said, it seems that you don't know anything. Well, let me explain it this way. Your bloodline power is very similar to that ancestor's, and you have been acknowledged by the space spirit jade to a certain extent. In the future, your achievements are very likely to be on par with that ancestor of yours. Yang Kai's voice suddenly lowered and he continued. The space spirit jade isn't an ordinary object. Anyone who can become its owner must be at least a master in the Emperor realm. Hearing this, Zhang Ruoxi seemed to finally understand. She looked shocked and said, Sir, you mean Ruoxi may also become a master in the Emperor realm in the future? Yang Kai nodded. That's great. Zhang Ruoxi's face was full of joy. If that's the case, then Ruoxi will definitely be able to help, sir. Hearing this, Yang Kai was stunned. After learning that she might become a master in the Emperor realm in the future, the first thing she thought of was to help him. This made Yang Kai's heart feel warm. Sir, can I take a look at this thing? Zhang Ruoxi looked eagerly at Yang Kai and asked, then looked at the space spirit jade in his hand. This thing was related to her future, so she immediately paid attention to it. I wanted to show it to you. Yang Kai smiled and handed over the space spirit jade. To be honest, he had studied the space spirit jade several times since he got it, but he didn't discover anything. He only knew that this thing had been refined by someone using the great divine technique. It should be an artifact, but he didn't know how to use it. He was proficient in the Tao of space and had even mastered the space principles. But even he was helpless against the space spirit jade. If there was anyone in this world who could understand the mysteries of the space spirit jade, it would be Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi received it excitedly. Then, a scene that neither of them had expected happened. As soon as the space spirit jade came into contact with Zhang Ruoxi, it shook violently and burst out with a strong energy fluctuation. Zhang Ruoxi's tender body also trembled at this moment, as if an electric current was flowing through her body. Asterisk wang wang, asterisk a strange sound rang out, and the surface of the space spirit jade, which had been motionless until now, suddenly flashed with a brilliant light. Immediately afterward, strange images suddenly shot out from the space spirit jade like projections, filling the entire room and revolving around Zhang Ruoxi and the space spirit jade. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he frowned and looked at the images, only to find that they were flashing very quickly. But with his eyesight he was still able to see a lot of them clearly. Pavilions, mountains, clouds, mountains, rugged rocks, towering peaks, flying spirit cranes, flocks of birds, mountain springs, beautiful mountains. Those scenes seemed as if they'd been taken out from a paradise in the mortal world, and it caused one to be dazzled and forget to leave. Yang Kai was stunned. At this moment, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly let out a cry as the aura on her body rapidly weakened, revealing an expression of extreme pain. At the same time, a mysterious fluctuation of space principles began to fluctuate in the room. Yang Kai vaguely saw a pitch-black void corridor suddenly appear in the middle of the room. It was slowly taking shape, but it was still unstable. The void corridor was filled with chaotic nothingness, and Yang Kai didn't know where it led to. "Throw it away!" Yang Kai shouted as he pushed the source chi in his body and mobilized the space principles to suppress the formation of the void corridor. At the same time, he rushed in front of Zhang Ruoxi and snatched the space spirit jade. The images in the room suddenly disappeared, and the void corridor in the middle of the room also collapsed. Zhang Ruoxi let out a soft groan and fell to the ground. Yang Kai's face couldn't help but change drastically. He never expected that letting Zhang Ruoxi take the space spirit jade would cause such a thing to happen. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have taken such a risk. After putting away the space spirit jade, Yang Kai bent down and picked up Zhang Ruoxi. In that short moment, Zhang Ruoxi's whole body was drenched in sweat. After placing her on the bed, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed her wrist, circulating his source chi around her body. His face was extremely gloomy. He found that a lot of Zhang Ruoxi's vitality had been extracted from her body, causing her yuan chi to be greatly damaged. The situation of a teenage girl was no different than if she had lived for decades. This kind of fundamental damage couldn't be healed by ordinary spirit pills. If left alone, Zhang Ruoxi's body would rapidly age. Chapter 21:14. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. After checking that Zhang Ruoxi's vitality had been depleted, he immediately summoned the sealed world bead and took her into the sealed world bead to the medicine garden. After laying Zhang Ruoxi flat on the ground, Yang Kai stretched out his hand, causing the world to shake and setting off a visible wind. From the immortal tree planted in the distance, a green aura visible to the naked eye flew over along with the wind, lingering around Zhang Ruoxi's body, wrapping her up and entering through her pores. Since her vitality had been depleted, all he needed to do was to replenish it. The astonishing vitality emitted by the immortal tree was the best medicine for the illness. Sure enough, after receiving the vitality from the immortal tree, Zhang Ruoxi's furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. The pain disappeared and was replaced by incomparable joy. Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate, and found that the situation in her body was also rapidly improving. Her aging organs and meridians were glowing with a youthful luster. The reason why she had suffered this misfortune was entirely due to external forces, so the vitality emitted by the immortal tree was a good solution to this problem. If it had been an old man with one foot in the grave instead, it would have been hard to say whether he would have been able to regain his vitality. After a full hour, Yang Kai checked again and confirmed that Zhang Ruoxi was safe and sound. Not only that, she seemed to have gained some other benefits from the immortal tree's vitality. Only then did he take Zhang Ruoshi out of the sealed world bead and sent her to her own room. Zhang Ruoshi was still unconscious, but it shouldn't take long for her to wake up. However, after doing this, Yang Kai confirmed his previous guess that Zhang Ruoshi's cultivation was insufficient. She couldn't understand the mysteries contained in the space spirit jade. It was precisely because her cultivation was insufficient. That was why the vitality in her body was forcibly extracted. But where did those scenes come from? Where did the unformed void corridor lead to? While Yang Kai was puzzled, he was also looking forward to finding the answer. He instinctively felt that the space spirit jade hid a shocking secret. After returning to the room, Yang Kai set up a barrier and secretly sent a message to the Zhang family matriarch, informing her that he would be in retreat for a while and would not see anyone before he came out. After receiving a response, Yang Kai entered the small sealed world again. He first went to check on Lu Yan's situation and found that she was still struggling to refine the Wanfeng's feather. She was struggling against the Wanfeng's power contained in the divine feather. Although the situation was worrying, there was not much danger. He didn't pay attention to it for too long before he found a secluded spot and sat down cross-legged. He sat there for 2 days. Only when his essence, energy, and spirit had recovered to their peak state did Yang Kai wave his hand, and 2 items suddenly appeared in front of him. A jade bottle and an edgeless sword. Within the jade bottle, there was a drop of dark red liquid that was rolling about incessantly. The dark red liquid would also transform into a mini dragon. It dashed left and right, spitting out flames from its mouth to burn the jade bottle. It was as if it had a mind of its own and wanted to break free. The blood of the fire dragon. Yang Kai had obtained this treasure from the 5-colored treasure pagoda's first layer's soaring dragon altar, but since obtaining it, he had never used it. The other edgeless sword was naturally Yang Kai's verdant dragon bone sword. The verdant dragon bone sword was a piece of dragon bone he found in Lu Yan's desert on Shadowed Star. It was roughly refined from a dragon bead that did not damage the properties of the material. Yang Kai took out these 2 dragon artifacts from his true dragon body at this time. His purpose was self-evident, to refine them. He had already refined a dragon artifact, a dragon scale, which he had placed in a vital part of his chest. With the powerful defensive power of this dragon scale, Yang Kai had benefited from it many times in battle. Even today, he still remembered the pain he had to endure when refining the dragon scale into his body. Before this, he had not thought about continuing to refine dragon artifacts because his cultivation was not high enough. But now, he had broken through to the Dao Source realm and would not be able to improve his realm anytime soon. If he wanted to enhance his combat effectiveness, he could only find other ways. Refining the dragon blood and dragon bone sword into his body was the most direct and effective method. He had the monster transformation secret art and the golden divine dragon source, which was enough to make this impossible possible. Looking back and forth between the dragon bone sword and the dragon blood for a moment, he resolutely picked up the jade bottle. Seemingly aware of something, the mini dragon in the jade bottle turned its head and glared at Yang Kai. Opening its mouth, a pillar of fire rushed towards Yang Kai's face. However, that jade bottle was not an ordinary item. Since it could store the blood of a true dragon, it was obviously specially refined. Therefore, the mini dragon's actions could not cause any harm to Yang Kai at all. On the contrary, it made it look ridiculous. Yang Kai's lips curled up and he directly opened the bottle. At the same time, the mini dragon in the jade bottle rushed out of the bottle and with a wave of its tail, it turned into a streak of fire and tried to escape. But in the sealed world bead, everything was controlled by one's will, so how could it escape from Yang Kai's palm? Yang Kai simply stretched out his hand and grasped at the void, causing the streak of fire to freeze in midair. The mini dragon continued to struggle and even let out a roar, but it was still unable to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. With the power of world principles on its body, the mini dragon condensed back into a drop of dragon blood with extreme unwillingness. It was like scorching hot magma, exuding a scorching aura. Yang Kai waved his hand again, and the drop of dragon blood flew in front of him. After observing it for a moment, a slightly nervous look appeared on his face, but he did not hesitate. Opening his mouth, he wrapped the dragon blood with his source chi and swallowed it directly. Immediately after, he immediately used the monster transformation secret art, and began to refine the drop of pure fire dragon blood with the help of his Tao source realm cultivation. As the dragon blood entered his mouth and rolled down to his abdomen, his source chi seemed to be unable to withstand the scorching temperature, and was directly incinerated. His lower abdomen was burning hot, as if a volcano had been thrown into it, constantly erupting scorching hot magma. Yam Kai did not dare to neglect and continued to increase the transmission of source chi, continuously attacking the spirituality contained in the drop of dragon blood in an attempt to destroy it. Time passed slowly and the place where Yam Kai was seemed to have turned into scorched earth. The earth dried up and the nearby trees began to wither. Cracks appeared on the ground and even space was distorted by the intense heat. From Yam Kai's body, hazy dragon roars were constantly coming out. The spirituality contained in the dragon blood seemed to be making a final struggle and resistance. At a certain moment, this roar came to an abrupt end. At the same time, Yam Kai felt a surging and scorching power erupt from his abdomen and rush into his meridians and physique. He let out a muffled groan and his face turned pale. As his divine sense swept over, he could clearly see the damage to his meridians and physique. Wherever the terrifying scorching power passed, his body would suffer heavy damage in an instant. After all, it was the blood of a true dragon. Even with the strength of Yam Kai's body, it was somewhat unbearable. Fortunately, the golden blood in his body began to exert a powerful restorative ability, resisting the destruction of the scorching power in the dragon blood and gradually maintaining a balance. At this moment, Yam Kai felt as if he was sitting at the crater of an erupting volcano. The high temperature burned him until his consciousness was somewhat blurred. In the midst of the haze, Yam Kai even saw a trace of an illusion. It seemed that an ancient true dragon with a fiery red body and terrifying dragon eyes was floating in front of him and staring at him. Then, the ancient true dragon let out a deafening roar as it opened its bloody maw and bit towards Yam Kai, wanting to swallow him in one gulp. Humph! At that moment Yam Kai's eyes flashed, and he shouted, "I've been waiting for you for a long time!" As soon as he finished speaking, the golden divine dragon source strength in his body swayed leisurely. At the same time, it transformed into a giant golden dragon figure that appeared behind Yam Kai, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it rushed towards the fire dragon. The fire dragon didn't expect to encounter something like this at all. It was clearly stunned by the sudden appearance of this scene. At the same time, its majestic dragon eyes flickered with fear and panic as it retreated again and again. Although every member of the dragon race was born powerful, they relied too much on the power of their bloodline, so the bloodline suppression deeply rooted in their bodies was extremely obvious. The golden divine dragon's bloodline was undoubtedly much higher grade than the fire dragon's. The fire dragon retreated, but the golden dragon phantom did not stop and directly pounced forward, opening its mouth and tearing. The fire dragon's body, which looked majestic and insufferably arrogant, was torn apart by the golden dragon's bite as if it was made of paper. The golden dragon then sucked the fire dragon into its stomach. The golden dragon shook its head and wagged its tail majestically as it swept its gaze around. After confirming that there was no other opponent in this world, it lazily returned to Yam Kai's body. At this point, the spirituality contained in the drop of dragon blood was completely eliminated. When the spirituality of the fire dragon's blood disappeared, the pressure on Yam Kai was greatly reduced. While urging the restorative effect of his golden blood to repair his meridians and physique, he also began to unscrupulously integrate the fire dragon's blood into every inch of his muscles and meridians. This was a task that tested one's mind and patience. Yam Kai was not in a hurry and proceeded in an orderly manner. After an unknown amount of time, the drop of true dragon blood was finally completely refined by Yam Kai. He slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Feeling it slightly, Yam Kai could clearly feel that his cultivation realm had not increased, but he could clearly feel that he had become stronger. This strength was not reflected in his physical body, but dragon transformation! Yam Kai shouted in a low voice. The power of the dragon blood in his bloodline was stimulated, and the bones in his hands suddenly exploded, turning into two sharp dragon claws with a series of cracking sounds. On his arms, dragon scales condensed from source Chi slowly appeared. These dragon scales were a fiery red, and each one seemed to contain the power of fire. Even the real dragon scale on his chest began to change under the influence of the dragon blood. One turned into two turned into four turned into 8. Yang Kai's entire body seemed to be wearing a dragon scale armor. He waved his hands, feeling the endless power in his body, and laughed happily. Chapter 21:15. After refining the true dragon's blood, the dragonification secret technique he used was obviously different from before. The first difference was that he now had a two-handed dragon claw instead of a single-handed one. The power of the dragon claw was invincible and could break through anything. It was enough to confront Yang Kai's artifact head-on, so the two-handed dragon claw was naturally much more powerful than the single-handed one. The second significant difference was naturally the change in the dragon scales. Although the dragon scales on his arms were also manifested from his own strength, they weren't fiery red, but now they had a trace of the fire dragon's aura, so they were obviously more solid. There was also the dragon scale armor on his chest, which was enough to provide Yang Kai with an extremely strong defense. Just refining a drop of true dragon's blood had such a miraculous effect, so what would happen if he completely refined the verdant dragon bone sword into his body? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart burned with passion. With a thought, he dispersed the dragon transformation secret technique and sat down cross-legged again. Refining the true dragon's blood was relatively simple, as he could directly swallow it into his stomach, but the dragon bone sword was different. It was a piece of true dragon's spine, so he couldn't do the same. Fortunately, Yang Kai had roughly refined it before, so he could absorb it into his body. So, he only needed to spend some time to slowly fuse with it. Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly separated the two materials in the dragon bone sword, the true dragon's spine and the dragon bead, fusing them into his body and gradually refining them. The small sealed world was peaceful, and a month passed in a flash. During this month, people constantly came from Maplewood City to visit Yang Kai. Mo Xiaoqi came the most. Next was Kong Siran, and of course, the city lord's mansion and the Dao Source realm old ancestors of other families. However, the Zhang family's matriarch received a message from Yang Kai, telling her that he was in retreat and wouldn't see any guests, so she could only brace herself and block these guests outside. Mo Xiaoqi, Kong Siran, Duan Yuanshan, Qin Chaoyang and the others were easy to talk to, so when they heard that Yang Kai was in retreat, they didn't force them. Instead, they asked about Yang Kai's recent situation with concern. After a while, the Zhang family's matriarch became familiar with several Dao Source realm old ancestors and received a lot of help. On the other hand, the Dao Source realm old ancestors of the other great families didn't look so happy. All of them had come here enthusiastically, wanting to win over Yang Kai and hire him as an elder or foreign elder, but being blocked by an old woman at the First Order Origin King realm, they naturally felt left out. The old woman of the Zhang family, and the beautiful woman. Although he was scared out of his wits, he could only explain with a smile. After a few times, no one came to this place anymore. Fortunately, even though these Dao Source realm masters were unhappy with the Zhang family's hospitality, they still had the protection of the city lord's mansion, so they didn't dare to make things too difficult for this group of orphans and widows. How could they still exist peacefully? 1 month later, Yang Kai came out of seclusion safely. When the members of the Zhang family heard the news, they all came to meet him. After a series of greetings, the old woman said, "Master, many people came to visit Master while you were in seclusion." "I know." Yang Kai didn't ask who it was because he could guess. In addition, Spirit Pill Plaza's shopkeeper Kong and the girl named Mo Xiaoqi each left a jade slip for Master, the old woman said as she winked at Zhang Ruoxi. Zhang Ruoxi understood and handed over the 2 jade slips respectfully, then stood beside Yang Kai. She stood there with her head lowered. Yang Kai took the jade slips and picked up one of them. After scanning it with his divine sense, he smiled slightly and said, Brother Kong was transferred away. The old woman of the Zhang family nodded and said, Yes, master. Shopkeeper Kong seemed to have received a transfer order from the headquarters of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce and left Maplewood City half a month ago. Before he left, Shopkeeper Kong stayed in our Zhang family for a few days, wanting to see you one last time. Unfortunately, master has been in seclusion. We will meet again if it is fate. Yang Kai smiled slightly. He had already guessed that Kong Si Ran would be transferred away. After all, Maplewood City was too small. Kong Si Ran had broken through to the Dao Source realm, so it was no longer suitable for him to stay in such a small place and manage a small shop. Violet Source Chamber of Commerce would definitely send him to a place where he was needed more. Kong Si Ran had no choice. As a member of the Chamber of Commerce, he couldn't disobey the headquarters' orders unless he betrayed Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. However, if he did that, there would be no place for him in the entire Southern Territory. Before Shopkeeper Kong left, he said that he didn't know where he would be transferred to and that he would send someone to send a message to Master after confirming it. Shopkeeper Kong also said that if Master needs anything in the future, you can inform him at any time. Even if he has to travel thousands of mountains and rivers, he will rush to meet you and help you. It's just that he couldn't say goodbye to you in person, so he regrets it and hopes Master can forgive him. The old woman of the Zhang family replied. Yang Kai nodded. Kong Si Ran was very considerate. Kong Si Ran's Dao Source pill helped him reach his current cultivation, so he was naturally grateful. Without saying anything, Yang Kai sank his divine sense into another jade slip. After checking the message left in it, he couldn't help but be stunned. Shao Qi also left? The message in the jade slip was very simple, only one sentence. Damn big brother Yang, you're still in retreat. I can't even see you one last time. I have to go, Auntie Feng is here to catch me. If I don't leave now, it'll be too late. Mo Shao Qi's origin was mysterious, but Yang Kai could guess that she definitely had an extraordinary background. However, from the message she left in the jade slip, it seemed that someone from her family had come to catch her. Yang Kai couldn't help imagining a scene. A rebellious girl who ran away from home and wandered outside. In the end, she was found, and the masters of her family surrounded and intercepted her. In the end, she was forced to obediently surrender and be taken back. Poor Shao Qi! Yang Kai sighed. Although he sympathized with her, Yang Kai wasn't worried. Since it was someone from her family who came to catch her, it was impossible for them to hurt her. Moreover, Yang Kai had heard Mo Shao Qi mention this so-called Auntie Feng once. He felt that the two of them had a very close relationship because Mo Shao Qi had said that Auntie Feng had told her many stories. Yang Kai didn't expect that two of his friends would leave Maplewood City after just a month of retreat. Moreover, they were both forced to leave. This made Yang Kai sigh with emotion. After crushing the two jade slips, Yang Kai looked at the old woman and asked, Is there anything else? The old woman said, The Qin family sent a message. If Master has finished his retreat, please go to the Qin family. It is said that Master's question has been answered. Oh? Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he said happily, Good, I'll go to the Qin family to take a look. Saying so, he stood up. Zhang Rushi hurriedly asked, Sir, do you need me to go with you? Yang Kai said, No, you can stay in the family and cultivate. Then, take care, sir. A trace of sadness flashed in Zhang Rushi's eyes, but when she remembered what happened when she touched the space spirit jade last time, a fighting spirit welled up in her heart. If her cultivation wasn't high enough, she couldn't help Yang Kai at all. Only by increasing her cultivation could she help Yang Kai unlock the secret of the space spirit jade. In the hall, Yang Kai took a step forward. Before his feet touched the ground, his figure flashed. After a short while, he arrived at the Qin family in Maplewood City. This time, he didn't go in directly, but stood outside and released his divine sense. In the next moment, Qin Chaoyang's laughter came from inside the Qin family. Brother Yang, you finally came out of seclusion! As soon as his voice fell, Qin Chaoyang's figure appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. Like a flash of lightning, he quickly rushed in front of Yang Kai. After examining him from head to toe, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Yang, you seem to have gained a lot from your seclusion this time." For some reason, although Yang Kai's cultivation didn't improve at all, he seemed to be much stronger than before, and his aura was also much richer. Qin Chaoyang immediately understood that Yang Kai must have cultivated some kind of secret technique during his month of seclusion. He didn't ask any questions, and didn't even wait for Yang Kai to answer. Instead, he enthusiastically said, Come in." Yang Kai smiled and followed Qin Chaoyang into the Qin family. Along the way, all the members of the Qin family saluted respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. To Yang Kai's surprise, Qin Chaoyang didn't take him to the main hall, but instead led him directly to the secret room. When they arrived in front of the secret room, Qin Chaoyang smiled and said in a low voice, "Brother Yang, I know you asked you a question before, and you seems to have found the answer. She's now inside. You can go in and talk to you in detail. After everything is settled, this old master will come back to catch up with you. And I have to tell Brother Yang what question you asked you. You were very tight-lipped and didn't tell this old master anything. I trust Miss Qin." Yang Kai gently nodded and pushed the door open. It was still the same secret room as before. Qin Yu seemed to have been waiting for a long time. When she saw Yang Kai come in, she quickly stood up and saluted him. "Miss Qin, there's no need to be so polite. We're not outsiders." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Etiquette can't be ignored." Qin Yu smiled faintly. Yang Kai smiled and glanced at her, but his expression suddenly became a little strange. His eyes paused on her face for a few breaths, and his brows slightly furrowed, as if he had discovered something. However, Qin Yu didn't seem to notice this at all. Instead, she said, "Sir, you asked this little girl what the gold and silver exotic tree was before. These days, this little girl has been flipping through the ancient records left behind by my ancestors and finally found its origins. Let's hear it." Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked unhurriedly. "Before that, this little girl has a question to ask Master," Qin Yu said. "What is it?" "In the images Master saw, did the gold and silver exotic tree display any strange power? Why do you ask this?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. Qin Yu said, "At the beginning of heaven and earth, the primordial chaos and time and space were unstable. A strange tree called Song was born. With the chaotic power of yin and yang, it sealed the four extremes, suppressed the void, locked the heaven and earth, and trapped the four seas in a cage." Qin Yu's voice was low and indistinct. When she said these words, there was a faint silver light flickering in her eyes, which seemed extremely mysterious. It wasn't until the mighty people displayed the divine technique, broke the seal of the void, broke the cage, and cut the Tsung tree in the sky, that the tide of heaven and earth's power surged for the first time. In that ancient era, countless mighty people appeared one after another and displayed the divine technique to compete for supremacy. Chapter 21:16. The firmament strange tree seals the four poles and suppresses the void? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Qin Yu nodded. According to the ancient records, the firmament tree takes root in the void, and its yin and yang chaotic force permeates the heavens and earth, trapping the heavens and earth. It's that amazing? Yang Kai was shocked. Qin Yu smiled slightly. It's just a record, so there's no way to verify whether it's true or not. However, the thing Master described before is somewhat similar to the firmament tree. Maybe it has something to do with the firmament tree. The question you asked me before, the firmament tree is a tree that seals the heavens and earth, and its yin and yang chaotic force has great power. If the strange tree showed the sealing power in the picture Master saw, then the firmament tree probably really exists. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart shook violently. Wasn't the gold and silver exotic tree planted in the sealed world bead a perfect example of its sealing power? Even the demonic sense and demonic chi of the ancient great demon were sealed in his abdomen by the golden and silver strange force. It was obvious that it was closely related to the legendary firmament tree. The azure tree's yin-yang chaotic force has the power to seal everything. Qin Yu continued. It's no wonder that this item appeared in the remnant wool of the ancient giant demon. It's probably extremely afraid of the power of the seal, which is why it still remembers this item even after so many years. That should be the case. Yang Kai nodded in agreement, and was happy to let Qin Yu misunderstand. Master, I was fortunate enough to fulfill your request. I wonder if Master is satisfied with this little girl's explanation? Qin Yu asked with a smile. This Yang admires Miss Qin's knowledge. This is your explanation. I am very satisfied. Master, you flatter me. Qin Yu blushed slightly, paused, and said, An old ancestor seems to have something to discuss with Master, so you will take her leave for now. Saying so, she opened the barrier of the secret room, turned around, and walked out. Just as she reached the door, Qin Yu suddenly stopped, turned back, and said, Master, old ancestors matter. If you feel it is difficult, just refuse. Don't worry too much. After saying so, she pushed the door and left without waiting for Yang Kai's response. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what Qin Yu's last words meant, but from her words, it seemed that she wanted Yang Kai was Yang Kai's request. Regarding this point, Kai Yang was already mentally prepared. Last time, Qin Zhao Yang had already hinted to him in advance. Now, it seemed that this favor would not be easy to help. A moment after Qin Yu left, Qin Zhao Yang pushed open the door and entered. Old Sir Qin. Yang Kai smiled at him. Come. To Yang, S. Qin Chaoyang didn't speak again. Instead, he frowned, as if he was weighing his words in his heart. Seeing this, Yang Kai took the initiative to speak. Old Ancestor Qin, from Miss Qin's appearance and aura, is there something wrong with her body? Qin Chaoyang sighed. Yua's body hasn't been very good, Brother Yang. I'm sure you've already seen it. Previously, it was me who spent my energy every day to stabilize her body, but this time, what's wrong with Miss Qin's body? Yang Kai asked. He instinctively felt that the help Qin Chaoyang wanted from him this time should be related to Qin Yu. Since Brother Yang asked? Then I'll say it directly. Qin Chaoyang gritted his teeth and said, Yu is exceptionally talented. She was born with the Fated Fortune Heavenly Pupil, the divine technique. Fated Fortune Heavenly Pupil? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. It's a kind of eye technique. As for its specific power, Yu's cultivation is too low, and she's also young, so I haven't studied it thoroughly. Yu's performance now seems to be able to see one's fate, foresee one's future, and see through illusions. This is a very useful divine technique. Yang Kai was a little surprised. Yang Kai had long guessed that Qin Yu had the eye technique. This little girl had displayed her divine technique in front of him more than once. However, Yang Kai didn't know what the eye technique was called, and what its power was. After hearing Qin Chaoyang's explanation, he finally understood. If it's just the Fated Fortune Heavenly Pupil, it's fine. This divine technique doesn't do much harm to Yua herself. It's just that every time she uses it, it'll put some burden on her body. But Yua not only has the Fated Fortune Heavenly Pupil, but she also has the Heaven and Earth body. Heaven and Earth Tribulation body? Yang Kai frowned. Qin Chaoyang nodded. When Yua was 5 years old, an expert passed by Maplewood City. He saw that Yua's physique was different from ordinary people, so he did a little investigation. It was this expert who told me that Yua had the Heaven and Earth Tribulation body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known so clearly. This Heaven and Earth Tribulation body. What are the disadvantages? Qin Chaoyang sighed. The Heaven and Earth Tribulation body is also a special physique. That expert said that as long as a person with the Heaven and Earth Tribulation body is still in this world, their vitality will be cut off by the world, and they won't live past the age of 18. 18? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, and he asked in surprise, May I ask how old Miss Yu is this year? In 8 months, she'll be 18. Qin Chaoyang's expression dimmed. Doesn't that mean? Yang Kai said in a low voice. Miss Yu can only live for 8 months? That's right. Qin Chaoyang nodded solemnly. Yang Kai was stunned. Generally speaking, If a person was born with a special physique, they would be blessed by the world. Not only did Qin Yu have a special physique, but she also had the fated fortune heavenly pupil, a divine technique, which was a 1 in a million chance. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth tribulation body was not a good physique, and it cut off her vitality. No wonder when he saw Qin Yu just now, he felt that her breath was weak. It turned out that she was nearing the end of her life. She had the fated fortune heavenly pupil, which could see people's futures. She might not be able to see where her end was, but she didn't seem to panic at all in front of people. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt heartfelt admiration. Not everyone could be so calm in the face of death. Old Mr. Qin and I have a private conversation. It must be because of Miss Qin, right? Old Mr. Qin, if there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to tell me, Yang Kai said seriously. Little brother Yang, are you really willing to help? Seeing that Yang Kai took the initiative to mention it, Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed. Although I haven't had much contact with Miss Qin, I still need her to answer my questions. I don't want to see her die young. Many thanks, little brother Yang. Qin Chaoyang suddenly stood up and bowed to Yang Kai seriously. Old Mr. Qin, there's no need to be so polite, Yang Kai said with a wry smile. Qin Chaoyang said, Little brother Yang, you should know that this isn't so easy to help. Although there's no danger of death, it's definitely not an easy thing to do. If little brother Yang wants to refuse, this old man can understand. This old man won't force you. Yang Kai smiled and said, It seems, it's really dangerous. Old Mr. Qin, tell me about it. Qin Chaoyang nodded and said, Back then, that expert not only checked Yu's physique, but also told this old man the solution, which is to find a kind of heavenly treasure, the tribulation fruit. As long as Yu takes this tribulation fruit before she turns 18 years old, she will be able to survive this crisis safely. In the future, not only will she be able to grow up steadily, but the true power of the heaven and earth tribulation body will also erupt, allowing her to have a smooth future. The tribulation fruit. Yang Kai was shocked. Little brother Yang, have you heard of it? Qin Chaoyang looked at him in amazement. I have. If it was a year ago, Yang Kai might not have heard of this thing, but since he obtained Gong's son Mu's jade slip inheritance at the bottom of Yuan Furnace Mountain, he naturally became familiar with all the exotic flowers and fruits in the entire star boundary. The tribulation fruit was indeed recorded in the jade slip left by Gong's son Mu. It was the main material to refine a kind of spirit pill called the tribulation origin pill. The tribulation origin pill was not a good medicine, it could barely be considered a kind of poison. It was colorless, tasteless, and easily melted in water. Even if a master of the Emperor realm accidentally took it, the source chi in his body would be completely frozen, and he would become a helpless lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, which master of the Emperor realm would drink water? Therefore, although this kind of spirit pill was very powerful, it was basically useless and could be considered a chicken rib. The tribulation origin pill was a poison pill, and the raw materials used to refine it were obviously very poisonous. The heaven and earth tribulation body could only be dispelled by this kind of poison fruit. It was a bit like fighting poison with poison. In this regard, Yang Kai was not in a position to express his opinion, because he could not determine whether the tribulation fruit was really useful to Qin Yu. However, the tribulation fruit grew in extremely cold places, perhaps under 10,000 years of ice, and was extremely rare. I forgot that little brother Yang is also an alchemist. Qin Zhaoyang seemed to have recalled something as a faint smile appeared on his face. Back then, when the master asked him to search for the tribulation fruit, he spent a lot of effort to find out the shape and effect of this spirit fruit. He did not expect that when it came to Yang Kai, he would immediately know everything. Since the master said so, did he tell you where to find this spirit fruit? Yang Kai asked. Qin Chaoyang said in a low voice. The Four Seasons realm. What kind of place is that? Qin Chaoyang suddenly looked at Yang Kai strangely and said, The Four Seasons realm is the most famous secret territory in the entire Southern Territory. Every time the Four Seasons realm opens, countless elite disciples from various sects will enter to search for treasures and opportunities. Yang Kai's expression became awkward, knowing that he was being ignorant again, so he said, "Since it is a secret territory in the Southern Territory, doesn't that mean that anyone can enter?" Qin Chaoyang smiled bitterly. "If that is the case, then that is good. However, since ancient times, the Four Seasons realm has been controlled by the great sects in the Southern Territory, and each sect has a specific quota of disciples who can enter. It is impossible for people like our Maplewood City to have the opportunity to enter. Then what should we do?" Yang Kai frowned. "Use this," Qin Chaoyang said as he reached out and took out a token from his chest. When the token was taken out, Qin Chaoyang's old face turned slightly red. Yang Kai took it suspiciously, but after glancing at it, his body trembled and the corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "Brother Qin, where did you get this thing? Does your Yuan know that you are so disrespectful?" Chapter 21:17. Generally speaking, the token would be engraved with some patterns or words to show the origin and purpose of the token. The token that Qin Chaoyang gave to Yang Kai was no exception. There were no words on the token. On the front, there was a picture, a vivid and lifelike picture, a picture of a jade maiden emerging from the water. Although the pattern was stiff and rigid, at first glance, the jade maiden on the front of the token seemed to have her own life. She was slowly getting up from the clear pool of water. Her delicate body was beautiful, causing people's imagination to run wild. Her facial features were delicate and charming. The private parts of her upper body were faintly discernible under the splashing water droplets and her beautiful hair. The most important thing was that her lower body was naked. The mysterious place between her beautiful legs and her lower abdomen was submerged under the water. It made people itch unbearably. There was a kind of hateful feeling that couldn't be called out. People couldn't help but want to reach out and pull her out of the token to see what was going on. Hateful! Yang Kai looked for a while and cursed loudly. His mood was ruined to the extreme. The person who drew this picture was definitely a dark person, but he knew the heart of a man. He deliberately did this, making people gnash their teeth in hatred. Yang Kai turned to the back. It was also a picture. In the picture, there was a disheveled person with ragged clothes curled up on the ground. There was a broken bowl in front of him. There was nothing in the bowl. This was actually a picture of a beggar. Compared to the picture of a jade maiden emerging from the water on the front, it gave people a completely different feeling. Looking at this picture, Yang Kai seemed to be able to feel the cold wind blowing and see the beggar's shivering appearance. This beggar! Yang Kai frowned and muttered to himself. It looks like a person! When he said this sentence, Li Yundong was stunned. A wretched figure involuntarily popped up in his mind. This was given to me by that expert, Qin Chaoyang weakly explained. Brother Qin, are you sure that person is an expert? Not a liar? Yang Kai looked at him in amazement. The material of this token seems to be a piece of ordinary wood, right? Although the portrait must have been made by an expert, but what kind of expert would take it so lightly? This is not an ordinary piece of wood, Qin Chaoyang said seriously. I've examined it carefully. This is a piece of 100-year-old elm wood. Is there a difference? Yang Kai asked. The corner of Qin Chaoyang's mouth twitched. There doesn't seem to be any difference. As long as it was a command medallion. It was definitely a symbol of authority, a substitute for status, and a manifestation of power. Therefore, the material used to forge the token was definitely not the 100-year-old elm that could be found everywhere. For example, the Dragon Island token in Yang Kai's hand was made of a material that Yang Kai couldn't recognize at all. But the material of the Jade Lady Beggar command in his hand was actually an ordinary item. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel suspicious, as he felt that Qin Zhao Yang had been deceived in some way. Brother Yang, I know what you're thinking, Qin Chaoyang said solemnly. But try and see if you can break this token. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, Brother Qin, are you sure you want me to do this? What if I break it? Then it means that I've been deceived. It's not a pity even if it breaks. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay, I'll try." As soon as he finished speaking, he grasped the token in his hand tightly. He pushed it with brute force. A series of cracking sounds could be heard. Yang Kai's expression changed abruptly. However, a faint smile appeared on Qin Zhaoyang's face, as if he had already expected this. The sound that was heard was not the sound of the token being broken, but the sound of Yang Kai's finger joints. The token was safe and sound after being grasped by him. How could this be? Yang Kai opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The material of the token was very common wood at first glance. It wasn't some special treasure. How could it be safe and sound under his brute force? Yang Kai didn't believe it and increased his strength, but no matter how hard he tried, the token was not damaged at all, and it didn't even deform. "Brother Yang, can you confirm it now? He's really an expert." Qin Chaoyang laughed as he watched Yang Kai make a fool of himself. This old man has suspected it many times over the years, but no matter what method this old man used, he couldn't destroy this token. If not, why would this old man take it out? This is indeed an expert. Yang Kai was shocked. He didn't know what kind of power the mysterious expert had added to this token, but it made this ordinary wood hard and indestructible. It was impossible for ordinary people in the Emperor realm to do this. At this point, Yang Kai no longer had any doubts. He solemnly handed the token back to Qin Chaoyang and asked, "How can you enter the Four Seasons realm with this token?" Qin Chaoyang said, "The expert told me to go to Azure Sun Temple and ask for a place to enter. So that's how it is." Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. Azure Sun Temple was considered a first-class sect in the Southern Territory. Whether it was strength or prestige, it was only second to Star Soul Palace. Such a sect must have a lot of places to enter. Qin Chaoyang used this token to exchange for one of them, which was reasonable. What he didn't know was the relationship between the owner of this token and Azure Sun Temple. "Is the Four Seasons realm about to open?" Yang Kai asked. "It should be." Qin Chaoyang nodded and pondered for a while before saying, "This old man suspects that all of this was expected by the expert. When you was 5 years old, he gave me this token and told me to go to Azure Sun Temple in 12 years. Whether the Four Seasons realm is about to open or not, this old man doesn't know. After all, we can't get any information about this in Maplewood City. But now it seems that this should be the case. Brother Qin wants me to go to the Four Seasons realm for you to look for the tribulation fruit." Qin Chaoyang smiled bitterly. "If this old man had half of Brother Yang's strength, I wouldn't bother you, but this old man knows his own situation. Although I am also a Dao Source realm cultivator, I am still far behind the elites of those sections. If this old man really goes in, I'm afraid I won't be able to come out alive. It doesn't matter if I die, but you are. I can only ask you for this matter. When do we leave?" Yang Kai asked bluntly. Qin Chaoyang was stunned. "Brother Yang, you agree?" Yang Kai grinned. "Why wouldn't I agree? Since Brother Qin is willing to provide me with this rare opportunity, how can I not seize it? I also want to see the sealed world in the Southern Territory." Speaking of this, Yang Kai showed a look of yearning. This time, it was Qin Zhaoyang who had entrusted him to enter the Four Seasons realm to find the tribulation fruit, but if he thought about it from another perspective, it was actually an opportunity. The elite disciples of the major sects were all rushing to enter the sealed world, and there were obviously a lot of good things inside. Not to mention the precious treasures hidden in it, just the countless young talents alone were worth Yang Kai entering and taking a look. This was an excellent opportunity to test his strength. Great. Qin Chaoyang didn't expect Yang Kai to agree so readily. Originally, he was worried that Yang Kai would refuse, but he didn't expect that he didn't need to persuade him at all. Overjoyed, he said excitedly, "Because I don't know when the Four Seasons realm will open, but I'm afraid that things will change if we delay. If Brother Yang has nothing else to do, how about we set off tomorrow? It will take more than 10 days to get to Azure Sun Temple." "Okay." Yang Kai nodded and got up. "Then I'll go back and prepare first. I'll come to you tomorrow." Then it's settled. After a short while, Yang Kai left the Qin family and returned to the Zhang family. Not long after Yang Kai left, Qin Yu suddenly came to the secret room again. Looking at Qin Chaoyang's face, he understood and asked in a low voice, "Old ancestor Lord Yang, did he agree?" "He agreed very quickly," Qin Chaoyang said happily. "I didn't need to say anything at all. Brother Yang is really a straightforward person." "Then did old ancestor tell him about the risks of entering?" "In there, killing and stealing treasures is normal. The disciples of the major sects fight openly and secretly, and no one forbids them. Although Lord Yang is strong, he is only a first-order Dao source realm cultivator. What if?" Qin Chaoyang heard this and fell silent for a while before saying, "I don't think Brother Yang is a short-lived person. Since when did old ancestor learn to judge people's appearance?" Qin Yu gritted his teeth. Qin Chaoyang looked embarrassed and said helplessly, "There is no other way. In Maplewood City, there is no one in the Qin family that can be trusted. Besides Brother Yang, I can't think of anyone else. How about old ancestor go alone?" Qin Yu's face darkened and said, "If old ancestor goes personally, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back. The Qin family has just taken over the Jiang family's business. If you leave, who can maintain the current situation?" After a pause, she said, "Forget it. Old ancestor, give the Qin family's myriad sword and the method to use it to him." "Myriad sword?" Qin Chaoyang's face changed drastically when he heard this. That was passed down by the Qin family's ancestors. Yuer knows that the myriad sword is of great importance, but there is no one in my Qin family who can use this emperor artifact now. Senior Yang's cultivation is a little lacking, but I think that with his strength, he should be able to display a little of the myriad sword's power. Perhaps it will be able to help him in the Four Seasons realm and turn misfortune into fortune. Since Lord Yang is willing to risk his life for the Qin family can't just stand there and do nothing. If we do, I will feel uneasy. Since you said so, forget it. When he comes tomorrow, I will give him the myriad sword. I hope he can understand your painstaking efforts." Qin Chaoyang sighed and finally compromised. On the way back to the Zhang family, Yang Kai explained a few things to Zhang Ruoshi, telling her that he was going out for a while and that she should cultivate well in the family. Zhang Ruoshi looked reluctant, but she agreed without saying anything. However, Yang Kai could see that this little girl seemed to be holding back a strong desire to enter retreat and improve her cultivation. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai changed his mind and asked, "Do you want to come with me? Sir is willing to take me with you?" Zhang Ruoshi's beautiful eyes lit up as she asked in surprise. "There's no problem with taking you with me, but you can't follow me," Yang Kai said. "Sir, I'm confused." Zhang Ruoshi showed a puzzled look. Yang Kai smiled slightly and waved his hand, wrapping her in source chi and bringing her directly into the sealed world bead under Zhang Ruoshi's exclamation. Chapter 21:18. The next day, Yang Kai arrived at the Qin family's residence early in the morning. Qin Chaoyang was also prepared. Seeing that Yang Kai had come as promised, he was naturally overjoyed. After exchanging some pleasantries, he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, before you leave, this old master has something to give you." "What is it?" Yang Kai asked. Qin Chaoyang gestured to the side, and Qin Yu, who had been waiting respectfully, slowly walked over with a wooden box in his hands. He stood in front of Yang Kai and looked at him with a smile. Yang Kai glanced at the wooden box and found that it was long, about 4 feet long. The material of the wooden box was extraordinary, and there were some mysterious patterns engraved on it. Inside the wooden box, however, there was a unique energy fluctuation being emitted. Yang Kai frowned, instinctively feeling that the item inside the wooden box was extraordinary. He looked at Qin Chaoyang, and the latter nodded at him, indicating that he should open it. Yang Kai didn't hesitate, and directly reached out to open the wooden box. A sword light suddenly appeared, so bright that Yang Kai squinted his eyes. When he saw the item inside the box, he couldn't help but say in surprise, "This is..." Saying so, he reached out and took out a long sword from the wooden box, whispering, An emperor artifact? This long sword was more than 3 feet long and 4 fingers wide. The blade was thick and heavy, and both sides were smooth and clean. Only the hilt was engraved with 2 small characters. Million! One sword, one can block 1,000,000. This is the myriad sword left behind by my Qin family's ancestor, Qin Chaoyang explained with a solemn expression. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Myriad sword? What a domineering name! As he spoke, the sword soared into the sky. He circulated his source qi. The long sword buzzed and trembled. As if a heroic spirit that had been sleeping for countless years had been awakened, a halo of light flowed around the sword, and sword qi sizzled. Seeing this, Qin Chaoyang's eyes narrowed slightly as he said with some disappointment and shock, Little brother Yang's strength is really not something this old master can compare with. To be able to activate the sword's power without even refining it. This was an emperor artifact, and even if it had been dormant for countless years, it was still not something an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator could activate. Even if Qin Chaoyang poured all his source qi into the sword, he might not be able to trigger any reaction. What surprised Qin Chaoyang even more was that Yang Kai did not show the slightest surprise or excitement after learning that this was an emperor artifact, as if it was just an ordinary object in his eyes. Brother Qin. What does this mean? Yang Kai casually swung his sword a few times and turned to look at Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang smiled and said, If you want a horse to run, you have to let the horse eat grass. Before he could say anything, Qin Yu shot him a rebuking glare. It was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Qin Chaoyang looked embarrassed. He said seriously, Little brother Yang, take this sword for self-defense. The Four Seasons realm is not a peaceful place. Yang Kai said, Brother Qin, aren't you afraid that I will run away with it? Qin Yu said from the side, If Lord Yang really does so, it will be its honor. This sword has been passed down from our ancestors to our Qin family generation and has been buried for countless years. I think it also hopes to find a better master to start a new journey and show its brilliance. Yang Kai glanced at her, secretly thinking that this little girl was quite clever and knew how to chat. But after hearing Qin Yu's words, even if he had the heart to do so, he would be too embarrassed to take it away. What's more, he had no intention of taking it for himself. Although emperor artifacts were rare, it was not like he did not have any, and there was more than one. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, I will take the myriad sword for now. When we leave the Four Seasons realm, I will return it to your Qin family. Qin Yu smiled and handed over a jade slip, saying, This is the secret method left by our ancestors to refine the myriad sword. Maybe it can help Lord Yang. Yang Kai nodded and took it. Without looking at it carefully, he directly put the jade slip and the myriad sword into his space ring. Then, let's go. Qin Chaoyang waved his hand. Yang Kai nodded and rushed out with him. Lord Yang. Qin Yu shouted from behind. Your safety is the most important thing. Yang Kai did not turn his head and just waved his hand from afar. After leaving Maplewood City, Yang Kai directly summoned the ship artifact he obtained from Flying Saint Palace. After boarding it with Qin Chaoyang, he urged the artifact to fly forward. Maplewood City originally had a space array, but after the demonic Qi siege last time, it was completely destroyed by Drunkard and could not be rebuilt in a short time. This matter must be reported to Star Soul Palace or other great sects and ask them to send someone to arrange it. Of course, Yang Kai could help, but he was not willing to do so. His strength was still low, so the fewer people who knew about his mastery of the Tao of space, the better. The ship flew at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang took turns to control the direction, so it was not difficult for them. Along the way, Qin Chaoyang found time to tell Yang Kai the details of the Four Seasons realm, as well as some things to pay attention to, which Yang Kai secretly committed to memory. According to Qin Chaoyang, the entrance to the Four Seasons realm was in a valley in the Southern Territory. It would open on its own every once in a while, and each time it would only open for 33 days. Once the 33 days were up, all foreign cultivators would be repelled by the power of the sealed world and would be teleported out. The reason why the Four Seasons realm was called the Four Seasons realm was because the environment inside was extremely strange. It was divided into 4 large areas corresponding to the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The spring territory was perennially fragrant, the summer territory was scorching hot all year round, the autumn territory was cool and refreshing, and the winter territory was covered in snow. In the Four Seasons realm, there were many precious treasures and spirit grasses that were rarely seen in the star boundary, and there were even some other opportunities. When the disciples of the various sects entered, they could search and investigate a certain area of the territory according to their own cultivation methods and needs. Since Yan Kai wanted to look for the tribulation fruit, he naturally had to go to the winter territory, because only the cold environment of the winter territory was suitable for the growth of this spirit fruit. The opening of the sealed world, the Four Seasons realm, was not only an opportunity for the various sects in the southern territory to obtain rare resources, but it was also an opportunity for them to secretly compete with each other. Therefore, they would allow their disciples to fight and kill in order to test the results of their cultivation. For this reason, even if the disciples sent by the various sects were not the best, they were all elites. Every battle was unimaginably fierce, and the casualty rate often exceeded 40%. Qin Chaoyang did not come from a great sect, nor had he entered the Four Seasons realm. Everything he knew was recorded in various ancient books by Qin Yu, or information passed down by word of mouth. Therefore, if Yan Kai really entered, the specific situation would be determined by him. The journey was peaceful. In addition to chatting with Qin Chaoyang, Yan Kai was comprehending the jade slip for refining the myriad sword. He had gained something. Although he had a lot of emperor artifacts in his hands, the myriad sword was a sword after all, and it was an emperor artifact. Comprehending and refining it might give him some insights. 5 days later, above a wilderness, a ship was flying quickly. Yan Kai, who was sitting in one of the rooms refining the myriad sword, seemed to feel something, and his heart jumped. He opened his eyes and looked at a certain spot in the void. Immediately afterwards, Qin Chaoyang also seemed to have noticed something and controlled the ship to stop midair. Immediately, Qin Chaoyang's shout came from the front. "Dare I ask who your excellency is and why you are blocking our way?" While he was shouting, Yan Kai had already rushed over from behind and fixed his eyes on the ship, only to see a fiery red figure about 1,000 meters in front of him, its back facing the direction he had come from. This figure was like a burning flame, and although Yan Kai could not see her face clearly, judging from her beautiful figure and long hair, it was obviously a woman. "What's going on?" Yan Kai asked in a low voice. Qin Chaoyang shook his head. "This woman suddenly appeared in front of us. I don't know if she was already here or if, enigmatic." Yan Kai swept the area with his divine sense, and his expression changed slightly. Because when he swept the area with his divine sense, there was no one there. If not for his eyes being able to see the figure of the woman in red, he would not have noticed her at all. "This is the Emperor realm?" Qin Chaoyang exclaimed, a chill suddenly rising from the bottom of his heart. "And it's not the Emperor realm?" Yan Kai swallowed hard. When he was plagued by the demon spirit, he fought against the 3 first-order great emperors, so he had some understanding of their strength. But this woman in red gave him a feeling that even if the 3 of them worked together, they would not be able to match her. In other words, this woman in red was at least a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and most likely, a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Thinking of this, Yan Kai's heart sank. No matter what this woman was doing standing in front of them at this moment, if they made her unhappy, both he and Qin Chaoyang would have to die here. Brother Yang, do you know her?" "How could I know her?" Yan Kai curled his lips. After thinking about it, he raised his voice and asked, "May I ask the name of this master, and why are you standing in front of us?" As soon as he shouted, the woman slowly turned half of her body and looked in his direction. A jade-like nose, red lips, picturesque eyebrows, fine black hair fluttering in the wind, a graceful figure, a perky bosom, skin as white as snow, untainted by a speck of dust, especially those watery eyes, which seemed to be able to speak. Being stared at by her, even someone as old as Qin Zhaoyang could not help but be stunned, becoming slightly absent-minded by the beauty of this girl. "You're really slow," the woman muttered. Although Yang Kai and Qin Zhaoyang's cultivations were not low, and their hearing was good, they did not hear what she said, so they did not know if she was using some kind of mysterious power. After she finished speaking, the corners of the woman's mouth curled up as she looked towards the ship with a faint smile. Yang Kai's body suddenly stiffened. For no apparent reason, Yang Kai felt that the woman's gaze had penetrated the void and the ship's barrier and landed directly on his body. This caused him to become vigilant, and he secretly circulated his source chi in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. At the same time, he rapidly pondered in his heart. When had he met this woman, and where had he offended her? Chapter 21:19. No matter how he thought about it, Yang Kai couldn't come up with a plausible explanation. He hadn't been in the star boundary for a long time and had only come into contact with a few people from the Emperor realm. If he had really seen this woman before, he would definitely have an impression of her. Then, there were only two explanations for the current situation. First, the other party was handling some matters here and he and Qin Zhaoyang accidentally broke in. Second, the other party was waiting for him and Qin Zhaoyang here. The second situation was basically impossible, so it should be the first one, right? Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were racing, the woman in red suddenly opened her mouth and said in an ethereal and pleasant voice, "Speaking to this queen while hiding in this ship, you're quite bold." The corners of her mouth were full of smiles, but her eyes were bone-chilling cold. Speaking up to here, she raised her hand slightly and snapped her fingers. A scorching force suddenly appeared and a fist-sized fireball suddenly appeared in front of her. After a slight tremor, it shot directly towards the ship. Yang Kai and Qin Zhaoyang's expressions changed greatly at the same time and they flew out without thinking. Boom! With a burst of sound, the huge ship was directly engulfed in monstrous flames. Qin Zhaoyang was hit by this terrifying wave of power and directly fainted, falling from midair onto the grass. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Yang Kai also felt a burning pain on his back, as if several of his ribs were broken. He regained his footing and looked back, only to see the entire ship wrapped in raging flames and burning. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to ashes. "My artifact!" Yang Kai shouted. His heart ached to death. He finally had a flight artifact that could be used as a means of transportation, and its grade was also quite good, but he didn't expect that the first time he went on a long journey, it would be destroyed by this inexplicable woman from the Emperor realm. Hearing Yang Kai's words, the woman in red raised the corners of her mouth again, and an imperceptible smile flashed across her cold eyes as she said lightly, "Boy, instead of worrying about your artifact, shouldn't you be worrying about it? Shouldn't you be more worried about your own life? Senior, who are you? Why did you attack us?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and shouted. The anger in his heart had reached its peak. The other party was a master who was at least a second-order Emperor Realm master, yet she had destroyed his artifact just because of a disagreement. Moreover, from her tone, it didn't seem like she was willing to give up and even wanted to attack him. Naturally, Yang Kai couldn't bear it any longer. "Who am I?" "You don't need to know." The woman in red smiled. That smile was enough to turn all living things upside down. It was unknown what kind of divine technique she had used, but in just a few steps, she had arrived within 10 feet of Yang Kai. Then, she gently raised her jade-like hand and pointed it at Yang Kai's position. Then, she continued, "It's just that this queen doesn't like the sight of you." At this point, her jade-like hand slapped down. The laws of heaven and earth suddenly froze. Under the boundless pressure, Yang Kai's bones began to creak. It was as if he was about to be crushed into a meat patty by the terrifying pressure. "Are you crazy?" Yang Kai's face was extremely ugly. He never thought that he would one day encounter such an unexpected disaster. Just because the other party didn't like him, she wanted to kill him. As he spoke, the source chi in his body surged and a four-fingered sword appeared in his hand. He shouted in a low voice, Million swords, one man holds the pass. Sword light flashed. Sword chi hummed. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk at this moment, the myriad swords seemed to have turned into countless swords. They densely surrounded Yang Kai and shot into the sky like a swarm of locusts. Oh? An emperor artifact? A look of surprise flashed across the woman in red's beautiful eyes, but she didn't take it to heart. She just ridiculed. With such a weak cultivation, how much of the emperor artifact's power can you display? Asterisk hong 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 hong. Asterisk as she spoke, dazzling lights burst out in the sky. It was the collision between the countless sword chi and the invisible pressure. However, Yang Kai had only refined the myriad sword for a short time, and his cultivation wasn't very high. So, although the countless sword chi seemed fierce, it was actually weak inside. As soon as it came into contact with the boundless pressure, it dissipated. The terrifying pressure continued to press down, directly covering the place where Yang Kai was standing. It doesn't matter how much of its power I can display. What's important is, I didn't expect that sword to block your divine technique. Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded behind the woman in red. He held the sword with both hands, pushed his brute force, and slashed at the woman in red's slender neck. The woman in red seemed to be taken aback as she cried out. Teleportation? Space Force? This is really interesting. As she spoke, she actually turned around and stared at Yang Kai with a smile. She had no intention of dodging. That sword had directly cut through her neck and cut her body into two. Yang Kai didn't show the slightest joy after succeeding. Instead, he retreated as if he had been stung by a scorpion. At the same time, the woman in red appeared next to where he was originally standing and pointed at his afterimage. You can dodge that? The woman in red frowned and murmured. This queen has underestimated you. As soon as she finished speaking, her face changed slightly, and she frowned as she looked around. A dark black hole had appeared where she was standing, and a terrifying suction force was coming from it. On the other side, Yang Kai formed a seal with his hands and gritted his teeth as he shouted. Exile! With these tricks! The woman in red smiled indifferently. You want to deal with this queen? With a wave of her hand, the black hole disappeared. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and stood in place without moving, simply putting away the myriad sword. What? Giving up resistance? The woman in red looked at Yang Kai with interest and ridiculed. I can't beat you, so what's the point of fighting? Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. Then are you ready to die? The woman in red giggled. Yang Kai said, meaningless resistance will only increase the pain. Senior, please give me a quick death. But before that, I want to ask, why are you doing this to me? What did I do to offend you? Didn't I tell you? This queen just doesn't like you. The woman in red replied. Crazy woman, Yang Kai said bitterly. Pff. Somewhere in the void, a hidden figure was leisurely sipping tea. Hearing Yang Kai's words, he immediately spat out a mouthful of tea. And almost sprayed it onto the face of a young girl opposite him. The young girl didn't notice it and just looked nervously at Yang Kai and the woman in red, anxiously begging. Uncle Lee, can you let me go? I'll go back to the island with you obediently. Why are you looking for trouble with Big Brother Yang? He's only in the First Order Dao Source realm. How can he be your opponent? No. The man called Uncle Lee by the young girl shook his head slowly and corrected. It's not Uncle Lee looking for trouble with this little brat. It's your Auntie Fong looking for trouble with him. It has nothing to do with Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee is just here drinking tea. Why? Auntie Fong has never seen Big Brother Yang. Why is she looking for trouble with him? The young girl asked anxiously. Shao Qi. Uncle Lee showed a weathered look and said earnestly. The outside world is very complicated. The men outside are also very cunning. Your Auntie Fong is doing this for your own good. Mo Shao Qi heard this and pouted. I don't care. Uncle Lee, if you don't call Auntie Fong back, I will tell Auntie Fong that you peeked at her bathing. Hearing this, Uncle Lee's expression changed drastically. His face suddenly turned pale. Cold sweat dripped down from his forehead as he said, "Little Seven, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Your Uncle Lee is a righteous man. When have I ever done such a despicable thing? All right, it was only that one time. However, I didn't see anything and was dragged back by you. Little girl, you have a good memory. You were only 4 years old at that time. Don't change the subject. I'm asking you, do you agree or not?" "Emo shout," she snorted. "If you don't agree, I will have to tell Auntie Fong about that incident in dozens of sections and slowly tell her about it for a few days. Great aunt, please spare me." Uncle Lee's face turned bitter. "Please let me go. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? You agree?" Emo shout. She looked at Uncle Lee coldly. Uncle Lee sighed. "If it was just now, Uncle Lee might have been able to help you, but now what? That little brat dared to call your Auntie Fong a crazy woman. He's dead." Uncle Lee gloated. Don't. Emo shout. She was startled and turned her head to look. Sure enough, she saw Auntie Fang's angry appearance, her beautiful eyes blooming with a cold light. Emo shout. She was most afraid of seeing Auntie Fong like this. "Little brat, what did you just say?" The woman in red seemed to be smiling sweetly, but Yang Kai could feel the bone-chilling coldness in her words. Now that things had developed to this point, Yang Kai was ready to throw caution to the wind. If this woman really dared to kill him, he would just release the gold and silver seal on his abdomen and give her a big surprise. At that time, even if he was no match for her, he could still run. He didn't know if he could escape. It was just that at that time, he wouldn't have the power to seal the demonic sense and the boundless demonic chi again. The sealing power contained in the firmament tree also needed time to accumulate. "Crazy woman!" Yang Kai raised his head slightly and glared at the woman in red. "Ha ha!" The woman in red laughed instead of getting angry. In the next moment, her voice suddenly became sharp. "Do you believe I won't kill you right now?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Oh? That means you don't want to kill me?" Speaking of this, his expression relaxed and he smiled. "Then I find it strange. You are a third-order Emperor Realm Master, but instead of doing business, you came here to block my way. What do you want? I have never seen you before, so I don't have any deep hatred for you." The woman in red sneered. "You think you're so smart." However, Yang Kai's next words caused her expression to change drastically. "Hello, Auntie Fong." A look of surprise immediately appeared on the woman in red's face. She didn't expect Yang Kai to expose her identity. She hurriedly looked at a certain spot in the void, where Uncle Lee spread his hands, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. "Auntie Fong, right?" Although Yang Kai was asking, his tone was basically affirmative. At the same time, he glanced in the direction the woman in red was looking at and waved to the void, shouting with a smile. Chao Chi. Chapter 21:20. Up in the void, Uncle Lee, who had hidden himself, looked at Yang Kai down below with some surprise and whistled frivolously. "This little brat, he's quite thoughtful. Big brother Yang knows I'm here?" Emo shout. She was also stunned. Looking at Yang Kai, who was greeting her not far away, she hurriedly responded, but no matter how hard she tried, her voice could not reach Yang Kai's ears. The void was sealed by a powerful force, isolating them from the outside world. Emo shout. She suddenly became anxious. On the other side, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Shao Chi, it's good that you can see me. Go home obediently. If fate wills it, we will meet again." "Oh." Emo shout. She nodded. "Okay." She had originally felt a sense of loss because she had not been able to see Kai Yang one last time before she left, but after hearing this sentence, all of that disappeared. She smiled happily. Yang Kai turned his head again and looked at the woman in red. "Auntie Fong, who is Auntie Fong? Who are you calling Auntie Fong?" The woman in red looked at Yang Kai coldly. "Senior, try calling me that again." Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "Master, I probably know why you are blocking my way. Don't think you're so smart." The woman in red coldly snorted, interrupting Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai was stunned for a few breaths before frowning. You still don't want to admit it. In that case, then. At this point, he suddenly looked up into the void and declared softly with a tender look on his face. Xiao Qi, go home obediently and wait for Big Brother Yang to collect the betrothal gifts. Then he will come and marry you. The woman in red's face suddenly changed. She shouted, Boy, you dare! Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly seemed to realize something and ground her teeth. You're very treacherous. Only now did she realize that Yang Kai's words just now had not reached Mo Xiaoqi's ears at all, but had been deliberately said to her, and her reaction had obviously confirmed his previous guess. Yes. This consort is Little Seven's Aunt Feng. The woman in red saw that she had failed to play the fool, so she admitted it directly. She stared at Yang Kai and said, Boy, I don't care where you are from, and whether you have a bright future or not, but Xiao Qi is not someone you can covet. Remember this. Master, are you here to warn me not to be a toad that wants to eat swan meat? Yang Kai said calmly. If that's the case, you should have said it earlier. At least you have some self-awareness. The woman in red snorted. Since you're so sensible, this consort doesn't want to bully the weak. Remember this consort's words. If there comes a day when you have any improper thoughts towards Xiao Qi, this consort will definitely make you regret being born into this world. Master's threat, it's so soft and weak. Yang Kai smiled faintly. But Master, please don't worry. Little Seven and I are just friends. That would be for the best. The woman in red nodded in satisfaction. Yang Kai smiled again. He said, Compared to young and inexperienced girls, I prefer beautiful and mature women, such as... My lord, you really make me drool. Pfft. In the void, Uncle Lee spat out another mouthful of tea. His jaw seemed to be dislocated as he opened his mouth wide. After a while, he came back to his senses. With a face full of cold sweat, he said, She was molested. Ninth young lady was molested. Saying so, he couldn't help laughing out loud. A little brat actually dares to take liberties with ninth young lady. If this matter were to be known to the great emperors would definitely laugh to their heart's content. Big Brother Yang, how can you say that? Opposite him, Mo Xiaoqi also blushed and spat. You're too shameless. You like someone like me? The woman in red's expression was slightly strange as she looked at Yang Kai with interest and said, Based on your presumptuous remarks just now, this queen can pull out your hateful tongue. But... She suddenly changed the topic and smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes overflowing with charm as she said softly, This queen likes your straightforwardness very much. When your cultivation surpasses mine one day, this queen may give you a chance to pursue me. Ha ha, then it's a deal. Yang Kai laughed. The woman in red stared deeply at Yang Kai for a while before she sneered. You overestimate yourself. Saying so, her tender body flickered and she suddenly disappeared. Hey, master, you destroyed my flight artifact and just left like this, isn't that a bit unkind? Yang Kai shouted into the void. Just as he spoke, a blue light suddenly flew over from the distance, and stopped in front of him in a flash. Yang Kai looked over and found that the thing wrapped in the blue light was a miniature wooden boat about 3 inches in size, exuding the energy fluctuations of a Dao Source-grade artifact. You really compensated me? Yang Kai was a little surprised, but he didn't refuse and directly put the wooden boat into his space ring. Then, he stood in the void and waited quietly. After a while, he suddenly shuddered, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. In an instant, his clothes were drenched in sweat, and his whole body was like a fish out of water. He opened his mouth and gasped for breath. Although the confrontation with the woman in red wasn't thrilling, it was definitely not peaceful either. After all, she was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. She was many realms above Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai really released the gold and silver seal on his lower abdomen, he wasn't completely confident that he could escape from her hands. So, he could only take a risk. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he suddenly guessed the other party's true identity. It wasn't difficult to figure this out. He had no grievances with this woman in red, but she, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, deliberately came here to find trouble with him. Obviously, there was a reason. As for Yang Kai, he could only think of Mo Xiaoqi. Before Xiaoqi left Maplewood City, she left a jade slip to tell Yang Kai that Auntie Feng had come to catch her. With Mo Xiaoqi's third-order origin king cultivation, how could she escape from Auntie Feng's pursuit? She would definitely be caught and brought home. After catching Mo Xiaoqi, Auntie Feng might have learned of his existence from her. Auntie Feng deliberately stopped here to test him. Yang Kai could understand Auntie Feng's approach. A young girl who was ignorant of the world often mentioned a strange man. As an elder, Auntie Feng naturally had to come to see Yang Kai's character and see if Mo Xiaoqi was deceived by a shameless person. The next step was simple. Since he knew the other party's identity, Yang Kai naturally understood that Mo Xiaoqi must be hidden nearby. As for the woman in red, it was absolutely impossible for her to kill him. However, when she said those words before she left, she seemed to have used some kind of soul secret technique, and he was almost fooled by her seductive charm. Fortunately, Auntie Feng also underestimated the power of Yang Kai's soul, so he was able to use the power of the soul-warming lotus to resolve the situation. Otherwise, if Mo Xiaoqi really saw his embarrassing state, she would probably never have any contact with Yang Kai again. She should be gone, right? Yang Kai muttered to himself. He was a little exhausted, but he still hurried in the direction of Qin Chaoyang. After a brief investigation, he found that Qin Chaoyang had only fainted. There was not a single wound on his body. It seemed that Auntie Feng had deliberately knocked out Qin Chaoyang with the first blow to create an opportunity for her to talk to Yang Kai alone. In the distance, Uncle Li used the great divine technique to carry Mo Xiaoqi and Auntie Feng through the void. Mo Xiaoqi wore a sullen look. The two masters from the Emperor realm ignored her. From time to time, Uncle Li glanced sideways at Auntie Feng. It seemed that she had something to say. "What do you want to say? Just say it. What are you looking at?" Auntie Feng glared at Uncle Li angrily. The latter laughed awkwardly and said, "I'm just curious. How did that boy neutralize your soul summoning technique? How much of your strength did you use? 10% or 5%? Auntie Feng was silent for a moment before saying, 20%. Are you kidding me? Uncle Li's eyes widened. Auntie Feng said, "That boy's soul power is a little strange. He only has the cultivation of the first order Tao Source realm, but his soul power is comparable to the third order Tao Source realm. And what? He seems to have some powerful artifact to protect himself. Most of my soul summoning technique's power was offset by that thing. Even you didn't notice what kind of artifact it was? It exists in his knowledge sea, unless I break open his head and take a closer look. Can you stop talking about such a scary topic? I'm right here." Mo Xiaoqi interjected from the side. She was proving her existence. "And that boy?" Auntie Feng didn't pay attention to Mo Xiaoqi at all. Instead, she looked at Uncle Li with interest and said with a smile, "His attainments in the Tao of space are not low. He can actually use a secret technique similar to a black hole. I remember that even you couldn't do this back then. What are you trying to say?" Uncle Li glanced sideways at Auntie Feng. Auntie Feng smiled tenderly. "It's rare to find a suitable one. Haven't you thought about accepting him as your disciple? In all fairness, this boy is quite good. Even the top sect in the star boundary may not be able to cultivate such a talent." "Tisk," Uncle Li sneered. "What's so fun about having a disciple? After taking him in, I still have to spend a lot of effort teaching him. I still have to worry about him, afraid that he will die young and whatnot. If he was a beautiful girl, I might consider raising him. Unfortunately, TSK, that's because he doesn't have this blessing." Auntie Feng smiled. "That's right." Mo Xiaoqi suddenly clapped her hands and said, "Uncle Li is proficient in the Tao of space, so is big brother Yang. Uncle Li, why don't you accept him as your disciple? He can also inherit your mantle." "I refuse." Uncle Li didn't even think about it. Mo Xiaoqi glanced at him, then turned to look at Auntie Feng and said, Auntie Fong, when I was 4 years old, Uncle Lee, oh. Uncle Lee's face changed as he clapped his hands and shouted. This king suddenly feels that taking in a disciple is not a bad idea. If I'm in a good mood, I'll pull him over and teach him. If I'm in a bad mood, I'll pull him over and teach him. And if I'm in a bad mood, I'll pull him over and teach him. Uncle Lee, do you really think so? Mo shouted. She looked at him excitedly. And Uncle Lee nodded seriously. When Uncle Lee sees him next time, he will definitely accept him as a disciple. At the same time, he secretly thought, when this king returns, I'll enter retreat for 1,000 years. She will definitely forget about this matter by then. Chapter 21:21. It took 2 hours for Qin Chaoyang to wake up. After being stunned for a while, he suddenly remembered what happened before he fainted. His expression changed drastically as he looked around. After finding that Yang Kai was safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, he was very curious about what the woman in red wanted to do and what had happened while he was unconscious. Yang Kai didn't tell the truth. After all, this matter involved the origin and identity of Mo Xiaoqi, so he casually made up a story, saying that the woman in red mistook him for someone else. Qin Chaoyang was skeptical, but since both of them were unharmed, he didn't get to the bottom of it, and continued to fly in the direction of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai's ship artifact was destroyed. Yang Kai didn't have time to refine the small wooden boat artifact that the woman in red gave him before she left, so Qin Chaoyang could only summon his own flight artifact. It was a carriage-like artifact, a Dao Source grade low-rank artifact. Although it wasn't as big as Yang Kai's ship, its speed wasn't much slower. Yang Kai took the time to refine the wooden boat artifact. The woman in red was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so the artifact she gave Yang Kai was a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. Moreover, there were many barriers attached to it. Although it had no offensive power, its defense was impregnable, which made Yang Kai very satisfied. He was going to enter the Four Seasons realm, so he would definitely need to use a flight artifact, so he seized the time to refine it. Nothing unexpected happened along the way, and after more than 10 days, the two entered the sphere of influence of Azure Sun Temple. Azure Sun Temple was a famous sect in the Southern Territory. An Orthodoxy temple. Heavenly Martial Holy Land and the other two sects were equal in status and strength, second only to Star Soul Palace. Their headquarters was located in a continuous mountain range, and there were tens of thousands of disciples and countless masters. Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang didn't know why that master had appointed Qin Chaoyang to come to Azure Sun Temple in exchange for a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm, but since the other party had said so, it probably had some relationship with Azure Sun Temple. As soon as the two of them stepped into the Azure Sun mountain range, they were shocked by the spirit qi contained within the mountain range. The rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth rushed towards him. With the fragrance of flowers and plants, it made people feel refreshed. The effects of cultivating in such a good environment would definitely be extraordinary. Yang Kai estimated that there should be a lot of good earth veins under the Azure Sun mountain range. Even the best earth veins should exist. Otherwise, there would not be such a rich world energy. Moreover, this was merely the periphery. If one were to go deep into the center, what sort of scene would it be? He was looking around. He was secretly shocked by the heritage of Azure Sun Temple, but was surprised to find that Qin Chaoyang was a little nervous and reserved. After thinking about it for a moment, he understood. After all, this was the headquarters of the top sect in the Southern Territory. Qin Chaoyang, the patriarch of a small family in Maplewood City, may be regarded as a top figure in Maplewood City, but here, he may not even be as good as an ordinary disciple. Naturally, there was a lot of psychological pressure, fearing that he would make a mistake or lose his manners when he met someone. After all, he came here to ask for help, so naturally, he was very nervous. In contrast, Yang Kai seemed to have no pressure at all. It was as if he was on a scenic tour, taking in the beautiful scenery along the way. Suddenly, Yang Kai's figure paused and said, "Brother Qin, someone is coming." Qin Chaoyang seemed to be a little distracted and was shocked when he heard this. He also stopped and stood quietly in place. After a while, two streams of light suddenly shot from a distance and landed accurately not far in front of the two people, looking at them coldly. One of them had a fat head, big ears, and a simple and fat body. The fat on his face was piled together, and it was almost impossible to see where his eyes were. The other person was a man with a blue face. He didn't know if it was his original skin color or because he cultivated some kind of secret technique. In any case, he didn't look like a normal person. The cultivation of these two people was not high. One was a second-order origin king, and the other was a third-order origin king. But as a patrolling disciple, such cultivation was enough to show the powerful heritage of Azure Sun Temple. "Who are you, and why are you trespassing into my Azure Sun Temple?" The fat man didn't show any signs of fear because of the difference in cultivation. On the contrary, he had an arrogant look on his face as he ordered Yang Kai and Qin Zhaoyang around. Yang Kai's heart moved, thinking to himself that a great sect was a great sect. If it was elsewhere, an Origin King realm cultivator would be trembling in fear in front of a Dao Source realm cultivator. But here, these two guys didn't show any fear. Instead, it seemed that their cultivation was lower than theirs. Qin Chaoyang was also a little surprised, but thinking that this was Azure Sun Temple, he was relieved. He quickly lowered his posture and cupped his fists. "Greetings, two little brothers. This old master is the patriarch of the Qin family in Maplewood City. This is—" Before he could introduce Yang Kai, the fat man frowned and said, "Maplewood City? Never heard of it. Never heard of it." The blue-faced man also looked impatient and said contemptuously, "It's probably some remote village." "Senior brother, you're right." The fat man touched his double chin with a look of approval. In the blink of an eye, he shouted at Qin Chaoyang, "Bumpkin, why don't you stay in Maple Leaf City? What are you doing in my Azure Sun Temple?" "Bumpkin!" Qin Chaoyang was shocked at the time. This fat man actually called him that in front of him. No one had ever called him that before. He couldn't help but feel a little angry, but now that he was under the eaves, he had to bow his head. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and smile apologetically. "It's Maplewood City, not Maple Leaf City. Isn't it the same?" the fat man said. "And it's the same." The blue-faced man also nodded. "You haven't answered my question yet. What are you doing in Azure Sun Temple? If you don't answer quickly, you will be regarded as invaders. Don't blame my brother for being ruthless." As the fat man spoke, he opened up an attack posture with an agility that didn't match his body shape. "We brothers are very powerful. Hurry up and tell us why you've come." The blue-faced man also struck a pose at the right time, as if he was about to start a fight if there was a disagreement. "Wait!" Qin Chaoyang was shocked. The two Origin Kings dared to take the initiative to show their intention to attack them. Although they were a little overconfident, this was the headquarters of Azure Sun Temple. Once a fight broke out, there would be masters coming. At that time, he and Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape even if they had the means to reach the heavens. He chose his words carefully and said, "Two little brothers, don't be nervous. Brother Yang and I are not enemies of your temple. Whether we are enemies or not, brother and I have our own judgment." The fat man shouted in a low voice. "Yes, it's not up to you to decide." Although the blue-faced man was the brother, he didn't seem to be a person who had his own opinion. Whatever the fat junior brother said, he followed. Qin Chaoyang sighed and said helplessly, "This old master came here to ask for an audience with your temple's temple master Wen." Hearing this, the fat junior brother and the blue-faced brother were both taken aback and were silent for a while. After a while, the fat junior brother turned to look at his brother and said, "Brother, did I hear wrong? This bumpkin just said that he wanted to see the temple master?" Brother also heard it. The blue-faced brother nodded. "Presumptuous!" The fat junior brother suddenly became angry and shouted, "You bumpkin, I gave you 3 points and you want to open a dye house. How dare you use this uncle as an example? Take this." In the blink of an eye, the chubby junior brother's body trembled as he formed a seal with both hands. Activating the power in his body, he pushed it forward, causing a surge of power to surge out and strike towards Qin Zhaoyang. The blue-faced brother's reaction wasn't slow either. He directly took out a long sword artifact and with a flash of sword light, he went straight for Yang Kai's face. His moves were big and wide. To put it bluntly, they were full of flaws. "What are you two doing, little brothers?" Qin Chaoyang was shocked. Pushing his source chi, he directly dissolved the fat junior brother's attack. He didn't expect that the other party would immediately kill him after he said what he came for. Fortunately, the strength of these two people wasn't high. With his Dao Source realm cultivation, there was no need for him to be afraid. On the other side, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught the blue-faced man's fierce-looking long sword in his hand. Both of them just broke each other's killing moves and didn't fight back. "Ah!" Seeing this scene, the fat junior brother exclaimed. "Not good, brother, these two are Dao Source realm cultivators, retreat quickly!" It seemed that only now did he understand that Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang's cultivation was higher than his. "Oh!" The blue-faced brother also came back to his senses at this moment. Using some kind of movement skill, he ignored his long sword artifact and quickly retreated to the junior brother's side. "Great enemies! Brother, leave quickly, these two aren't easy to deal with." The fat junior brother looked a little flustered. After he finished speaking, he immediately ran away. The blue-faced man followed closely behind. In the distance, the fat junior brother's voice came from the other side. "If you have the guts, just wait for me. When the masters of my palace arrive, they will teach you a lesson." This? Qin Chaoyang was stunned, standing in place with a helpless expression on his face. Yang Kai's face was also full of black lines. After thinking for a while, he held the long sword between his fingers in the palm of his hand. "Little brother Yang, Qin Zhaoyang's expression was flustered, as if he wanted to retreat. "Let's go inside. If it's as expected, we should be able to see the real deal soon." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Is this okay?" Qin Chaoyang was hesitant. "If we really escape, it will be like yellow mud falling into our crotch. Once we are wanted by Azure Sun Temple, I'm afraid you and I won't be able to establish ourselves in the Southern Territory in the future. It's better to take the initiative to meet them and explain to them. Brother Yang's words are reasonable, but I'm afraid they won't believe us," Qin Chaoyang said worriedly. Yang Kai laughed and said, "The two we met before, their way of thinking, is a bit unique. I guess the others in Azure Sun Temple should also be aware of it. If we explain it well, they should be able to understand." "I hope so." Qin Chaoyang nodded. After thinking about it, the tension and fear in his heart disappeared a lot. He moved forward again with Yang Kai. Chapter 21-22. This time, Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang didn't go far before they noticed that there were Dao Source Realm Masters coming over. They should be the helpers invited by the two Azure Sun Temple disciples before. These people were extremely fast, and there was more than one. There were 4 or 5 of them, and the leader was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai waited quietly and didn't move forward. Qin Chaoyang also looked nervous. Not long after, a light flashed and a group of cultivators appeared in front of the two. "Deacon Tao, these are the 2 guys who trespassed into my Azure Sun Mountain range and talked nonsense. Brother and I were no match for them, so we retreated in shame. Look, that person is still holding brother's long sword in his hand." The fat junior brother and the blue-faced brother who appeared before were also among these people. As soon as they appeared, the fat junior brother explained to a semi-old man while pointing at Yang Kai. The semi-old man looked about 50 years old. Half of his hair was white. He wasn't tall, but his eyes were shining. He looked very capable. This person should be the Deacon Tao mentioned by the fat junior brother. A second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator only served as a deacon in Azure Sun Temple. The higher positions of protector and elder should be held by a more powerful cultivator. Yang Kai thought secretly in his heart. As soon as the fat junior brother's voice fell, the blue-faced brother also shouted, "Hey, country bumpkin, return this uncle's artifact to me, or I'll teach you a lesson." Yang Kai's mouth twitched when he heard this. He didn't have the intention of taking the other party's artifact for himself. This long sword was just an Origin King grade high-rank artifact. The reason why he held it in his hand. He wanted to return it to this blue-faced man when he saw him again. But when the other party said this, he was in a dilemma. He couldn't return it, but he couldn't not return it. If he returned it, it would seem too cowardly. If he didn't return it, it would be an obvious provocation. This made Yang Kai feel a headache coming on. He couldn't wait to tear that green-faced man's mouth open. Don't be rude! Fortunately, Deacon Tao seemed to be a reasonable person. He didn't blindly believe in his own sex disciples. He probably knew the fat junior brother and the green-faced brother very well and knew that their style of doing things was somewhat different from ordinary people. As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang. Suddenly, he had an idea. Although the cultivation of the two first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators wasn't high, it wasn't low either, compared to the cultivator outside. A Dao Source Realm cultivator was still considered a master. This deacon already has a rough understanding of what happened. I wonder if the two of you have anything to say? Deacon Tao asked. Qin Chaoyang hurriedly cupped his fist and said, The head of the Qin family in Maplewood City, Qin Chaoyang, greets Deacon Tao. Brother Yang and I took the liberty to come to Azure Sun Temple, not to cause trouble. It's just that the two disciples of your temple suddenly took the initiative to attack. Brother Yang and I were forced into a corner, and could only defend. Deacon Tao, please understand. Maplewood City. When Deacon Tao heard this, his brow suddenly frowned slightly, and he said lightly, Recently, this deacon seems to have heard the three words Maplewood City often. The other two Dao Source Realm cultivators standing next to him also gently nodded. First, the Divine Spirit Wand foam appeared in clear Jade Mountain near Maplewood City. Then the ancient Great Demon's seal was broken, the demonic chi besieged the city, and so on. These things were not secrets, and those who were interested could naturally find out. Did something happen in Maplewood City again? Deacon Tao asked with some surprise. He thought that Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang were messengers from Maplewood City who came to ask for help. Hearing him say so, Qin Chaoyang immediately understood that the other party did not know the purpose of his visit. It must be because the fat junior brother and the green-faced brother did not explain. Qin Chaoyang said, It's not about Maplewood City. This Qin is here for personal matters. Personal matters? Deacon Tao frowned slightly when he heard the words and asked, Who do you have a relationship with in my Azure Sun Temple? No. Qin Chaoyang shook his head. Then you want to join my Azure Sun Temple? Deacon Tao asked again. Not really. Deacon Tao suddenly became a little impatient. At this moment, the fat junior brother leaned over and whispered in Deacon Tao's ear. A cold light flashed in Deacon Tao's eyes. He stared at the two people opposite him and nodded. So that's how it is. Such shameless boasting, no wonder they would attack you. After a pause, he said, It's not easy for you to cultivate to the Dao Source Realm, and it's your first offense. Each of you leave an arm and leave. Qin Chaoyang's body trembled. His eyes widened as he looked in front of him in disbelief. Yang Kai also frowned, secretly feeling that things were a bit difficult. Although Deacon Tao's thinking was normal, his style of doing things was straightforward. He did not give them a chance to explain at all. Deacon Tao saw the look on their faces and chuckled. Why? Reluctant? If you can't bear to, this deacon doesn't mind helping you. Deacon Tao! Yang Kai shouted suddenly. What else do you have to say? Deacon Tao turned his gaze to Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled and said, Is Deacon Tao asking us to break our arms just because Brother Qin and I want to see Temple Master win? What kind of logic is this? Is this how Azure Sun Temple treats its guests? The top sect in the Southern Territory is really better than seeing it once. His sarcastic tone made several people on the opposite side glare at him angrily. Deacon Tao even sneered and said, You trespassed into my Azure Sun Mountain range, so this deacon took your lives. Now that you are not dead, you should be grateful and leave an arm behind. If you continue to be long-winded, you don't have to leave. He had a confident expression on his face. It was not surprising. He was a second-order Dao source realm cultivator. Yan Kai and Qin Chaoyang's cultivation in the first-order Dao source realm were obvious at a glance. Deacon Tao did not feel that they were his opponents. What's more, he had two first-order Dao source realm companions by his side. Yan Kai said, "Just because of our request?" "Yes. That's strange. Is there a rule in your temple that says outsiders are not allowed to see Temple Master Wen?" "Of course not, but what qualifications do you have to ask to see Master Temple Master?" The Azure Sun Temple Master, Wen Zishan, was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. He was a figure standing at the peak of the martial Dao. Not just anyone could see him. If you wanted to see him, you had to be at least in the Emperor Realm. Yan Kai, a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, made such a request. It was simply unbearable. It was like a sloppy beggar asking to see the noble empress of a country. Those guards would naturally rather kill the beggar. They could not let him tarnish the eyes of the empress. "Since Brother Qin and I have come here from afar, we naturally have a reason to see Temple Master Wen," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. "How about this, Deacon Tao, you report this matter to Temple Master Wen. As for whether he will see us or not, it is up to him." "Presumptuous! Temple Master Wen Zishan is busy every day. How can he see a nobody like you?" Deacon Tao snorted coldly. Yang Kai looked at him with great interest and said, "Deacon Tao, are you saying this because you can't see Temple Master Wen, right?" After saying that, he did not wait for him to deny it. Yang Kai looked like he was enlightened and said to himself, "Yes, with Deacon Tao's status, it is not so easy to see Temple Master Wen. How about this, Deacon Tao? You go and report to the elder or protector that you can speak to. How about letting them tell Temple Master Wen? I don't need you to teach me how to do things." Deacon Tao seemed to be a little angry. Obviously, Yang Kai was right. Yang Kai remained unmoved and said indifferently, "Deacon Tao, old Brother Qin and I came here not only to ask to see Temple Master Wen, but also because we have something to rely on. Are you sure you want to drive us out of the Azure Sun Mountain Range?" When Deacon Tao heard the words, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. Yang Kai gave him the feeling that he was too calm. It was definitely not what a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator could show. It seemed that the Temple Master would really meet them. If they really brought any important information to the Temple Master, he would be driven out and driven out. Yet Zhang Xian had stopped him here and chased him out. If the Hall Master were to find out about this matter in the future, he would not be able to get away with it either. Thinking of this, Deacon Tao suppressed the displeasure in his heart and said, "What do you two rely on that the Temple Master must see? Let me hear it. If this is the case, I will report it for you." Yang Kai heard the words and glanced at Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang knew that things had come to this point. He had to come up with something, otherwise he couldn't even enter the gate of the Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai reached out and took out the Jade Maiden Beggar token from his space ring. Using a little bit of his strength, he tossed it to Deacon Tao and said, "Sir Deacon only needs to pass this thing to Temple Master Wen, and he will naturally understand." When he said this, Qin Chaoyang was still calm, but he was secretly praying in his heart. He prayed that the master he met back then was not joking with him. If this Jade Girl Beggar token didn't work, then he and Yang Kai would really be doomed today. "What is this?" Deacon Tao reached out and took the token, put it on the palm of his hand and looked at it carefully. The other two Dao Source Realm Masters also leaned over to take a look. Soon, Deacon Tao's face changed from the initial bewilderment to puzzlement. Then, he was stunned and angry. He shouted, "How dare you! Do you think you can deceive me by randomly carving a nondescript token? I think you are not awake yet." Deacon Tao's reaction was completely within Yang Kai's expectations. Anyone who saw this token would have doubts in their heart. When he first saw this Jade Beggar token, he also didn't take it seriously. Only after he personally tested it, did he know that the one who made this token was indeed an expert. Moreover, it was an expert beyond his imagination. There was no reason for such a master to play with Qin Chaoyang, a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so Yang Kai felt that this token should be real, symbolizing identity and status. So he smiled confidently and said, Deacon Tao, although this token is a bit strange, it was not casually carved by me. It was made by a peerless master. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, I believe Master Temple Master will understand. Good, you two bastards, do you really think this deacon is so easy to talk to? I wonder if you will still think so after your limbs are cut off and your scalps are peeled off. Deacon Tao's face suddenly became ferocious, and as he spoke, he gripped the token fiercely. Then, a shocking scene occurred. Kacha, the token broke. Chapter 21-23. The Jade Girl Beggar Token, which was unscathed by Yang Kai's brute force, and Qin Chaoyang couldn't damage it at all, was easily crushed into 4 or 5 pieces by Deacon Tao. It was effortless. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He stared at the front in a daze, and his mind was in chaos. Qin Chaoyang also looked like his jaw was dislocated. His mouth was open, and his eyes were wide open. His mind was in a mess. Oh! Deacon Tao sneered and threw away the pieces of the token in his hand. He said, This kind of garbage, I can carve a few hundred pieces. How can garbage be used as a token? It's the biggest joke in the world. You two scums, what else do you have to say? Brother Qin. Yang Kai whispered, turned to look at him and said, What's the situation? He expected Qin Chaoyang to give him a reasonable explanation. Qin Chaoyang didn't respond. He stood there stupidly as if he had lost his soul. I've been played. Kai Yang's heart was filled with anguish, as he cursed this so-called expert to his heart's content. That token didn't have an accident earlier or later, but when it was in the hands of Deacon Tao, it was obvious that the power attached to the token had disappeared. Otherwise, with Deacon Tao's strength, it was impossible to destroy the Jade Maiden Beggar token. Now, the token was broken, and the token was gone. They couldn't explain it clearly. Yang Kai was already considering whether to leave the southern territory after escaping from the Qingyang mountain range. Otherwise, with his strength, he would be targeted by such a huge monster sooner or later. All disciples, listen to my order. Follow me to kill these 2 treacherous people on the spot. Let's show the power of the Divine Hall. Deacon Tao couldn't wait to give orders. The 2 First-Order Dao Source Realm disciples responded and rushed forward aggressively. The fat junior brother and the green-faced brother seemed to have found a good time for revenge. They ignored the gap in cultivation and followed closely behind. Brother Qin, let's go! Yang Kai shouted. Qin Chaoyang was still indifferent. He just stood there with his lips squirming. He muttered to himself as if he had lost consciousness. Broken. It seemed that the scene just now was quite a big blow to him. What was broken in front of him was not only a token, but also the only hope to save Qin Yu's life. At this critical moment, an inexplicable force suddenly appeared out of thin air. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. In the sky, the clouds rose, the wind, and the thunder. The ripples of energy slowly spread out from the clouds in the sky. At this moment, Yang Kai, Qin Zhaoyang, Deacon Tao, and the others all felt a terrifying pressure. Not only them, but all the martial artists in the entire Azure Sun Mountain range felt it. They trembled in fear because of this pressure. This is... On the main peak of the Qingyang mountain range, in a palace, a middle-aged man in a purple shirt who seemed to be in his 40s seemed to be cultivating some kind of secret technique. However, at the moment when the pressure fluctuated, he immediately opened his eyes. His eyes were overflowing with light. He suddenly looked in one direction. His eyesight seemed to be able to penetrate the void. He saw the scene that happened thousands of miles away. His face was dignified. After sensing for a moment, his face was a little shocked. How is it possible? At the same time, on another mountain peak, there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. The environment was serene, as if it did not belong to the human world. It was magnificent. In the mountain peak, a dignified, beautiful woman also stood up suddenly. Her beautiful eyes stared into the distance. Her pretty face changed slightly. Without thinking, her delicate body shook and disappeared from the place. On the other side, an old man was sitting cross-legged. In front of him were many elite disciples of the Divine Hall. They were listening to the old man explain the martial Tao and heavenly Tao. Suddenly, the old man's voice stopped abruptly. He raised his head and looked in one direction. After a while, he slowly got up and flashed away, leaving a group of disciples bewildered. Similar scenes happened everywhere in the Azure Sun Temple. Those powerhouses of the Emperor realm, whether they were in seclusion or not, all sensed this terrifying power gathering. They rushed to the place of the incident from their residences to find out what was going on. At the edge of the Qingyang mountain range, the 7 people present, regardless of their cultivation, were all trembling. This had nothing to do with courage and will, but a complete suppression of power. The fat junior brother and the green-faced brother had weak cultivation. Their bones creaked. After holding on for a while, they both fainted. As for the 4 first-order Tao Source Realm cultivators present, they were also pushing the power in their bodies to resist the inexplicable pressure. Deacon Tao was the same. His face was filled with difficulty, and his body, which was not tall to begin with, seemed to be pressed under a mountain, his waist completely bent. "What is this? What kind of power is this?" Deacon Tao shouted in horror. Qin Chouyang and the other 2 Tao Source Realm cultivators of the Azure Sun Temple were also full of awe and horror. Yang Kai's eyes rolled around, looking around. He wanted to release his divine sense to perceive the source of this power and pressure, but he found that his divine sense couldn't leave his body at all. This space seemed to be completely imprisoned. Hong, in the sky, a beam of light suddenly cast down, and a person appeared strangely. The light dissipated, and the person was imprinted in everyone's eyes. The person was wearing a wide bamboo hat on his head. The bamboo hat was slightly slanted, covering half of his face. His specific appearance couldn't be seen, but there was a jagged stubble on his chin. Coupled with the languid gaze that was faintly discernible through the edge of the bamboo hat, this person seemed to have a magical charm. The person was also dressed very ostentatiously. He was obviously a tall man with broad shoulders, but he was wearing a gaudy robe and a pair of deerskin boots on his feet. He looked a little out of place. As soon as this person appeared, Qin Chaoyang's eyes suddenly widened and he said in surprise, "Master!" Yang Kai heard him shout and immediately understood that this person should be the owner of the token. Sure enough, as he guessed, this person's strength had reached the peak. He was definitely a 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master. The feeling coming from him seemed to be stronger than that of Auntie Feng. The most important thing was, this person was not a real person, but just a projection. Who is it?" Deacon Tao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. If it weren't for the fact that he was in his own territory, he would have fled long ago. Even so, he was trembling all over. When he shouted, he didn't dare to look at the person for fear of angering him. "Azure Sun Temple." The mysterious person raised his head slightly and glanced, then muttered to himself. He didn't mean to pay attention to Deacon Tao at all. Instead, he turned to look at Qin Chaoyang and said, "I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, and you look so old. It seems that you have worked hard all these years." "Master." Qin Chaoyang's eyes were full of tears, and after saying a sentence, he choked up and couldn't say anything. "Since you are here, then feel free to make your request." The person smiled slightly, and his eyes suddenly fixed on Yang Kai. He said in surprise, "You are here too." Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. He swallowed his saliva and said, "Master, do you know me?" He. That person laughed but didn't say anything. He pretended to be profound, which made people angry. Moreover, this projection of his only lasted for a few breaths of time before it showed signs of dissipating. "Time's up, what a pity!" With that said, the projection really disappeared in front of everyone. No one knew what he was feeling pity about. As soon as the projection disappeared, the various heavenly phenomena disappeared as well. Naturally, that sensational pressure also vanished without a trace. In the jungle, there was immediately the sound of people gasping for breath. Pa pa pa! There was the sound of something falling on the ground. Everyone heard the sound and turned their heads to look. They found that the thing that fell on the ground was the token fragments that Deacon Tao had crushed before. There were as many as 4 or 5 pieces, and they fell in the place where the mysterious expert disappeared. Seeing this scene, Deacon Tao's face turned pale. How could he not know that he had made a big mistake? The token that was crushed by him obviously had a great background. Otherwise, it would not be used as a medium to project the figure of such an expert. Perhaps the expert had already poured power into the token when he made it. Once the token was destroyed, a projection would appear. I didn't mean it! I didn't mean it! Deacon Tao was panicking like a stray dog. He rolled and crawled, and he even fell on the way. He finally ran to the token fragments, and reached out to pick them up. But the moment the token fragments were in his hand, they turned into powder and flowed through his fingertips. The wind blew, and the powder scattered. It's over, it's over! Deacon Tao saw this and his whole body stiffened. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air came one after another, and figures suddenly appeared around the crowd. These figures were old and young, male and female, and they came from different directions. Each of them looked solemn, as if they were facing a great enemy. After arriving at the scene, they scanned with their divine thoughts, but their faces were full of doubts. Because the energy fluctuations and coercion they had sensed before were completely gone at this moment. Ah! The other 2 Tao Source realms of Azure Sun Temple hurriedly bowed when they saw these people. Subordinate greets Vice Temple Master, greets elders and protectors. These people were all masters of the Emperor Realm, the top fighting force of Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai's gaze swept through these people, and after seeing a dignified and beautiful woman, his neck couldn't help shrinking as he cursed in his heart. That person was none other than Gao Shueting, who he had fought with before. Although Yang Kai had predicted that he might have a chance to see this beautiful woman again when he came to Azure Sun Temple this time, he didn't expect it to be so soon. The two had fought before. Even though Yang Kai was wrapped in demonic chi at that time, and his face couldn't be seen, it would be over if Gao Shueting noticed something. Yang Kai didn't want to see this woman the most. Who has been here? An old man who looked about 70 or 80 years old suddenly asked after sweeping his majestic gaze across the crowd. This old man's aura was as deep as the sea, and he was obviously much stronger than Gao Shueting. He was similar to Xiao Yuyang, whom Yang Kai had met before. He should be a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Chapter 21-24. The old man asked, but the few disciples of Azure Sun Temple didn't know how to answer. The fat junior brother and the green-faced brother had already fainted, so they didn't see the scene projected by the master. Deacon Tao was still muttering to himself in a daze. The remaining 2 first-order Tao Source Realm disciples couldn't say anything at all. Are you all mute? Seeing this, the old man couldn't help but snort coldly, looking displeased. Tao Ming, what are you doing? On the side, a middle-aged man in the first-order Emperor Realm looked at Deacon Tao and frowned. When the shout reached Deacon Tao's ears, it was like a sledgehammer hitting his heart. With a sudden shock, a mysterious force came out, causing Tao Ming to spit out a mouthful of blood. But with this, Tao Ming's slackened eyes finally refocused, and his frightened emotions calmed down. He looked around blankly, and after seeing the old man and the others, his body trembled and he shouted. Subordinate greets Vice Temple Master, greets elders and protectors. Don't be long-winded. The middle-aged man who used the soul's secret technique to wake Tao Ming up shouted. Tell me, what happened here, and who came here? Who came? Tao Ming muttered as the terrifying and shocking scene from before abruptly appeared within his mind, and then he recalled the scene of the command token transforming into powder that flowed through his fingertips. He was shocked to the point his countenance couldn't help but go pale, and he directly knelt on the ground as he said in terror. Lord, spare my life. This subordinate didn't do it on purpose. Seeing this, the old man slowly shook his head. Let me do it! On the other side, a girl who looked only 17 or 18 years old suddenly spoke up. Of course. She just didn't look that old. But she was a genuine master from the Emperor realm. It was unknown what kind of mysterious power she used, but her body was strangely suspended in midair. As she spoke, she slowly floated in front of Tao Ming. Her expression was as gentle as water. She stretched out a jade hand, patted Tao Ming's head across the air, and said, "Don't be afraid. Just tell me what you've seen and heard." As soon as these words were spoken, Tao Ming's trembling body and frightened emotions seemed to have been comforted by something, and he immediately calmed down. He stared blankly at the sky and said, "Master, it's like this." He didn't add fuel to the fire, nor did he fan the flames. He spoke truthfully about everything that had happened before, and it was extremely detailed. Seeing this, Kai Yang was secretly startled. He knew that the young girl from the Emperor realm must have used some kind of soul secret technique. This kind of soul secret technique should be able to guide Tao Ming to tell the truth without damaging his soul. When he heard a strange figure descending from the sky, the old man shouted in a low voice, "What does that person look like? Tell me clearly." "I couldn't see clearly," Tao Ming said. "The person was wearing a wide bamboo hat." She covered her face. "However, his attire is extremely strange. He's clearly a man, but he's wearing a gaudy gown." When the old man heard this, his expression changed and he asked in surprise, "What about the token? What does it look like?" Tao Ming described the situation truthfully. The old man was silent for a long time. The middle-aged man looked at the old man with a strange expression and asked, "Vice Temple Master Chio, do you know who this person is?" The others also looked at the old man curiously, waiting for him to give an answer. The old man had no intention of answering. Instead, he looked at Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang. It was only at this moment that someone looked at Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang for the first time. The two didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly cupped their fists and bowed. The old man nodded lightly and asked, "Did you bring that token?" Qin Chaoyang said, "Master, it was this Qin who brought the token." "Good," the old man said, and then said lightly, "Come with me, this is not the place to talk." After speaking, the old man rolled up his sleeves. In the next moment, Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang felt a gentle force wrap around them, and then they flew forward involuntarily, following the old man closely. The others from the Emperor realm looked at each other and followed the old man closely. After everyone left for a while, Tao Ming seemed to come back to his senses. His body shook, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. His face turned pale all of a sudden. "Deacon Tao!" The other two Dao Source Realm Masters hurried forward and paid attention to him nervously. "I'm fine." Tao Ming waved his hand with lingering fear and said, "Fortunately, Master Qingqian showed mercy, otherwise I would have become an idiot." But when he remembered that the crucial token was destroyed in his hands, Tao Ming felt uneasy, fearing that the sect's higher-ups would blame him for the mistake he made. Azure Sun Temple Main Peak, Myriad Saints Peak. In front of the palace, Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang stood there, looking at each other. There was no guard at the entrance of this palace. After the old man brought the two here, he left them here without asking. As for the others, they all went into the palace. There were many barriers in the palace, and the door was closed. With the strength of Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang, they couldn't see anything at all. Although either of them was restrained, they didn't dare to act rashly at all, so they could only stand there obediently. "Brother Yang, do you think?" Qin Chaoyang said with some apprehension. "They won't." Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish, and knew what he was worried about. He smiled lightly and said, "If they really wanted to harm us, they would have done it long ago. How would we have a chance to resist? They brought us here and left us outside the door. It seems that they have to discuss it themselves before they make a decision. From what I heard from those people just now, it seems that many people don't know who the owner of that token is. This Qin still can't figure out who he is," Qin Chaoyang said with annoyance. "It's normal not to know." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "But an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master may not have the ability to make Azure Sun Temple so afraid." "That person, Brother Yang, you mean?" Qin Chaoyang heard him say this and suddenly thought of a possibility, whispering, "One of the 10 master? That's most likely the case." Yang Kai nodded. "See?" Qin Chaoyang gasped. He couldn't believe that he had come into contact with such a legendary figure. Inside the palace, a man in a purple robe sat at the head of the table. His expression was dignified, and his aura was as deep as the sea. This man was the temple master of Azure Sun Temple, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, Wen Zishan. The old man and the others from the Emperor Realm that Yang Kai had met before also came to the hall. They all held their breath and listened attentively to the old man's report to Wen Zishan. "The token, the man in the flowery robe." Wen Zishan smiled when he heard this. His smile wasn't very good-looking, but it seemed to have a strange charm. When his smile bloomed, the entire palace seemed to light up for a moment. "Temple Master, did you think of something?" the old man asked. "Old Xiao." Wen Zishan didn't act like a temple master at all. He addressed Vice Temple Master Qiu Ran very casually in front of everyone. This made the old man's veins bulge on his forehead, and the others couldn't help but laugh. Even Gao Shueting, whose temperament was as cold as ice, had a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. "Since you thought of it yourself, why ask me?" Wen Zishan said as he reached out and picked up a bunch of spirit fruits next to him. He raised it above his head and bit off one fruit, then another. His mouth was full of saliva. "Temple Master!" Qiu Ran couldn't help but shout. Okay, Wen Zishan mumbled. He put down the unfinished spirit fruit in his hand, clapped his hands, and stood up, saying, "In this world, who would carve a token that symbolizes their identity into a beggar on one side and a jade maiden on the other? What kind of person would wear such tasteless clothes and parade through the streets? There is only one answer." In the main hall, everyone held their breaths and focused their attention on Wen Zishan. At this moment, Wen Zishan's temperament suddenly changed. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, as if it could pierce through the void. He said in a deep voice, "Wandering the mortal world, playing in the world, the great emperors of the mortal world." Gao Shueting suddenly cried out, "Oh! Little Shueting is very smart, you guessed it right away." Wen Zishan glanced in Gao Shueting's direction, and the dignified face from before suddenly disappeared. He showed a bright smile and said softly, "What reward do you want? Uncle can satisfy you." The corner of Gao Shueting's mouth twitched slightly. "Temple Master, please conduct yourself with dignity. I am no longer the little girl from back then. I have long passed the age of needing rewards. And I am already more than 200 years old. 200 years old. That's still very young." Wen Zishan smiled and said with some disappointment, "I still prefer the way you were when you were young. Now that you have grown up, you are so cold, humph." Gao Shueting snorted coldly and turned her head to the side, showing a "I can't be bothered with you" expression. "Temple Master, let's get down to business." The veins on Qiu Ran's forehead throbbed even more violently. He looked like he couldn't bear it anymore, and his robes fluttered even though there was no wind. All right. When Zishan heard this, turned his face, and said as if nothing had happened, "The great emperors of the secular world is the most mysterious person among the 10 great emperors. That old thing has always been elusive and elusive." Old thing. Everyone in the Emperor realm was shocked, and their faces twitched. What kind of people were the 10 great emperors of the secular world? Yet, in the mouth of their own temple master, they had become an old thing. "Temple Master, is it okay to call him that? What if that master finds out?" One of the middle-aged men interrupted in horror. Wen Zishan smiled. "Don't be fooled by that old thing. He is actually a very good person. He won't get angry over such a small matter." He casually explained, then continued, "And very few people have seen his secular world token. Even in the Emperor realm, very few people know what the secular world token looks like, but I happen to know. On the front, there is a picture of a beautiful woman in water, and on the back, there is a picture of a beggar begging. Also, the material of the token can be found everywhere. It is definitely not something precious. Chapter 21-25. Judging from the information you brought back, the two Dao Source Realm brats brought the Bustling World Token without a doubt. Anyone can imitate the Bustling World Token, but the power attached to it is not something that anyone can imitate. Wen Zishan smiled and said, "But then again, who would want to imitate that kind of token? How could these two have the Bustling World Token of the great emperors of the Bustling World?" Qiu Ran frowned. Wen Zishan shrugged and said, "The master's style of doing things. Haha, no one can guess it. It's not surprising that those two have the Bustling World Token. Maybe one day, there will be many beggars and prostitutes coming to my Azure Sun Temple with the Bustling World Token." Everyone had a look of indifference on their faces. "You don't believe me," Wen Zishan said. "Back then, when this king founded Azure Sun Temple, a group of prostitutes came to this king with a Bustling World Token to ask for money. Well, at that time, none of you were here. Only little Xueting was by my side, so naturally, I didn't know. There's such a thing." Everyone was shocked. Qiu Ran looked speechless and murmured, "The Bustling World Token actually fell into the hands of that kind of woman. This master is really, how treacherous. So unpredictable. The great emperors of the Bustling World live up to their reputation." At this time, the girl Qinqian, who had been quietly floating in the air after using the soul secret technique on Deacon Tao, suddenly said lightly, "Speaking of which, why does this subordinate feel that the temple master's style of doing things is somewhat similar to that of the great emperors?" As soon as she said this, everyone fell into deep thought. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it made sense. Lord Temple Master is also acting strangely all the time. He's not serious at all. He also wears such tasteless clothes. He has no self-respect. This king is right here. You are talking about this king in front of me. Do you think I'm deaf?" Wen Zishan said with a straight face. Qiu Ran glanced at him and cupped his fists. "Master, this subordinate heard that when Temple Master was young, he was adopted by the great emperors of the Bustling World for a period of time? I don't know if this is true or not. Absolutely not. This subordinate has also heard that the great emperors of the secular world have imparted knowledge to the master. Win from an empty cave. Ah?" Many people were shocked when they heard this. "There's such a thing? Master of the temple has such a relationship with the great emperors of the secular world? I see. I understand." When Zishan looked at the group of people below and said helplessly, "What do you understand? Are you trying to say that my character was influenced by that old thing? Nonsense! I am not related to that old thing at all, so why would I be affected by him? Then why does the red dust token appear in my Azure Sun Temple so frequently?" Qiu Ran asked. Counting this time, the red dust token had appeared in Azure Sun Temple twice. However, he had never heard of any other faction receiving a Hongqian writ. "Well, this king is very curious about what those two want to do in my Azure Sun Temple with the red dust token. Let them in," Wen Zishan suddenly said seriously. Qiu Ran sighed deeply, feeling more and more that his master of the temple was somewhat similar to the great emperors of the secular world. However, he did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, he opened the door of the palace and sent a message to the outside. Outside the palace, Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang looked at each other and walked inside side by side with solemn expressions. After the two walked into the main hall, the palace door closed again. There was a group of people from the Emperor realm in the room. Even if these people did not deliberately release their power, the omnipresent pressure was still not something the two First-Order Dao Source realm could withstand. Yang Kai was better off. Although he felt a little difficult to walk, at least he did not make a fool of himself. Qin Chaoyang, on the other hand, was trembling with fear. Along the way, he left clear water marks on the ground and his clothes were soaked with sweat. When they got closer, the two cupped their fists and bowed to the surroundings. The rest of the people just looked at them quietly and did not speak. When Zishan waved his hand and an invisible force radiated out, making Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang feel a lot more relaxed. "Thank you, Temple Master Wen!" Yang Kai cupped his fists and thanked the person on the high platform. Although no one introduced him, since he could sit in the main seat here and wear a symbolic purple robe, there was no doubt that he was the temple master of the Azure Sun Temple. After this temple master's verification, the tokens you two brought are correct. Wen Zishan's expression was serious as he looked down and said, "This king asks you, why did you bring this token to my Azure Sun Temple?" Yang Kai glanced at Qin Chaoyang beside him, but found that he was cowering, as if he did not dare to speak. In desperation, he could only say, "Reporting to Temple Master Wen, the two of us are from Maplewood City. That token was given to Brother Qin by a mysterious master 12 years ago, and instructed him to come to Azure Sun Temple 12 years later to ask Temple Master Wen for a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm." "En? Four Seasons realm?" Wen Zishan was a little surprised, and the others also had strange expressions. They thought that the two of them came to Azure Sun Temple with the Hongqin token to make some special requests. But who would have thought that they only wanted a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm? Wen Zishan's divine sense swept over Qin Chaoyang and said lightly, "This old man doesn't look like a talented person, then why did the old master let him enter the Four Seasons realm?" Although the Four Seasons realm is not a great secret territory, because of the limited number of people who can enter, only the elites of the major sects and clans can enter to explore opportunities. "Is there any reason why you must go in?" Qin Chaoyang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Reporting to Master, it is for a grandchild of this little old man. She suffers from a chronic illness and is congenitally deficient, which can only be cured by a kind of spirit fruit in the Four Seasons realm. Back then, that lord saw this, so he gave this Qin a token and instructed me to come to Azure Sun Temple 12 years later. So that's how it is." Wen Zishan nodded and did not intend to ask in detail, but said, "Since the master said so, then this temple master can't refuse, it's just a matter of a spot." Hearing this, Qin Chaoyang could not help but show a look of joy. He thought that this trip would be difficult. Not to mention who the owner of the token was, whether or not Azure Sun Temple would give him face, and even if they did, whether or not they would give him a spot. Along the way, Qin Chaoyang was worried. But things went unexpectedly smoothly, and the spot seemed to be at his fingertips. He was pleasantly surprised. "But," Wen Zishan changed the topic, "this matter has always been handled by an elder of my temple." Speaking of this, he turned his head and looked to the side. "Little Shuiting." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Shuiting glared at him fiercely. "Ahem. Elder Gao." Wen Zishan quickly corrected himself. "Subordinate is here." Gao Shuiting stepped forward and replied solemnly. "You heard what I said just now, how about you arrange this matter?" Wen Zishan said. Gao Shuiting heard this and could not help but show a difficult expression. "What's so difficult about it?" Wen Zishan observed her expression and asked curiously. Qin Chaoyang could not help but feel nervous. Gao Shuiting glanced at Qin Chaoyang and said, "The Four Seasons realm will open in a month, and the spots have already been determined and the disciples have been informed. If one of the spots is taken away now, there will definitely be people who will not be willing." "That's true." Wen Zishan showed a thoughtful expression and muttered to himself, "Entering the Four Seasons realm is something they have been looking forward to for a long time. It is indeed unfair to suddenly revoke one of their qualifications. But after all, this is the master's intention." "Well, this is difficult for this king," Gao Shuiting said. "Actually, this subordinate has a suggestion." "Oh? Let's hear it." Wen Zishan's eyes lit up. Gao Shuiting said, "I just heard this elder say that he entered the Four Seasons realm to obtain a spirit fruit to cure his grandson's illness. This subordinate would like to ask this elder, what kind of spirit fruit do you want to obtain in the Four Seasons realm? If it's convenient, you can tell me. Maybe my Azure Sun Temple already has such a thing. If that's the case, you don't have to take the risk to enter. To be honest, with your strength." She paused for a moment as if she was thinking of the right words, but in the end, she said, "You may not be able to come out alive." Qin Chaoyang listened and felt that this was indeed the case, so he immediately replied, Elder Gao, this old man only wants a tribulation fruit. Tribulation fruit? Qiu Ran could not help but frown. Gao Shueting also showed a difficult expression. Wen Zishan turned his gaze to the girl named Qing Qian and asked, Elder Chen, you have been in charge of my temple storehouse. Is there a tribulation fruit in the treasury? Chen Qian said. This subordinate needs to check. How long? A quarter of an hour. Wen Zishan nodded and closed his eyes, no longer speaking. Qin Qian took out a communication artifact and sent her divine sense into it, apparently to convey some orders to the disciples below. For a moment, the main hall was silent. Only Qin Chaoyang waited anxiously, his heart thumping wildly, worrying about his gains and losses to the extreme. Yang Kai was originally standing in place with nothing to do, but suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look to the side. Over there, Gao Shueting was looking at him. When she saw him looking over, she did not have any intention of avoiding his gaze. Instead, she looked at him more attentively. This made Yang Kai's heart skip a beat. He secretly felt that something was wrong. Most of the people present were from the Emperor realm, so this scene quickly attracted the attention of others. Everyone could not help but curiously look at Yang Kai, wondering what he had that Gao Shueting was so interested in. Wen Zishan quietly squinted his eyes, watching all of this with great interest. Elder Gao, what can I do for you? Yang Kai felt that it was not a good thing to be stared at all the time, especially when the other party was from the Emperor realm. It made him feel uneasy, so he simply spoke up. Where have I seen you before? Gao Shueting asked. I keep thinking that you look familiar. Ha ha! Before Yang Kai could answer, Wen Zishan, who was above, laughed loudly. Gao Shueting frowned and glared at him unhappily. Chapter 21-26. Wen Zishan said, Elder Gao, these words have always been said by a man to a woman, and in a special atmosphere and environment, and with ulterior motives and intentions. If this little brother had said these words to you, this king could still understand, but if you took the initiative to say these words, there seems to be something wrong. Shut up! Gao Shueting shouted. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. Qin Chaoyang was also dumbfounded and looked at Gao Shueting with a strange expression. Although Gao Shueting was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, she was just an elder in Azure Sun Temple, while Wen Zishan was the Temple Master. As an elder, she dared to ask the Temple Master to shut up? Wasn't this disgraceful and heinous? What shocked Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang even more was that Wen Zishan really did shut up. Looking around, the others didn't seem to be surprised by this scene and didn't blame Gao Shueting at all. Instead, a few people cast disdainful looks at Wen Zishan. Yang Kai's mind was in a mess. The first thought that popped up in his mind was that the Wen Zishan sitting on top was an imposter. That was why Gao Shueting didn't give him any face, and even the others could stare at him. But thinking about it carefully, it wasn't very likely. When Wen Zishan waved his hand just now, he clearly felt the fluctuations of power in his body. This guy was definitely a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. In the entire Azure Sun Temple, he was the only Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. If he wasn't Wen Zishan, who else could he be? Yang Kai was confused. He felt that there was something wrong with the higher-ups of Azure Sun Temple. You haven't answered my question yet. Have I seen you somewhere before? Gao Shueting turned to look at Yang Kai again. She asked relentlessly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. I am from Maplewood City. Elder Gao went to Maplewood City last time to help Master Xiao Yuyang open the 5-colored treasure pagoda. At that time, I was also present and even entered the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Perhaps this is why Elder Gao finds me familiar. I see, Gao Shueting muttered. She felt that what he said made sense, so she nodded and said, Maybe. After saying that, he then ignored him. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. If Gao Shueting were to recognize him as the demon cultivator she had fought with before in this situation, Yang Kai reckoned that his end would be very miserable. Everyone waited quietly in the hall for a moment, and Qin Qian's communication compass suddenly fluctuated with divine thought. After checking for a while, she raised her head and shook her head at Wen Zishan. Temple Master, there is no such thing as a tribulation fruit in our treasury. How disappointing! Wen Zishan murmured. Qin Chaoyang also showed a disappointed expression. After all, it would be best if they could get a ready-made tribulation fruit, so Yang Kai wouldn't have to take the risk of entering the Four Seasons realm. But now, Azure Sun Temple didn't have such a thing, so they didn't know what the group of Emperor Realm Masters would do next. Since there is no such thing, Wen Zishan said, then you can go in and look for it yourself. As for whether you can find it or not, it will depend on your own luck. He said this to Qin Chaoyang. Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed when he heard this. Gao Shueting frowned slightly. She seemed to want to say something, but since Wen Zishan had already spoken, she did not want to interrupt. Many thanks, Temple Master Wen. Qin Chaoyang bowed to the ground. However, this Qin has another request. Wen Zishan smiled slightly. Let's hear it. If it is not too much, Qin Chaoyang said. This Qin requests that Temple Master give me the quota to enter the Four Seasons realm. Give it to Brother Yang. As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai with an embarrassed look on his face. I'm sure all of you can see that this Qin is already very old, and although his cultivation is only at the First Order Dao Source realm, I am well aware of my own strength. Just now, Elder Gao said that if I enter with my current strength, I may not be able to come out alive, so my death is a small matter. However, if I can't get the tribulation fruit... You mean to say that if he goes in, he can come out alive? Wen Zishan asked with interest. Qin Chaoyang said. Brother Yang is much more powerful than this Qin. At least you have some self-awareness. Wen Zishan smiled gently. Since you have made such a request, then this king will grant it. Anyway, the master only said that he would give you a quota. As for who the quota will be used on, you can decide for yourself. Thank you, Temple Master Wen. Qin Chaoyang was overjoyed and thanked him. Wen Zishan turned his head to look at Yang Kai and said, This king doesn't know what relationship you have with this old man, but this king has to remind you that the Four Seasons realm is not safe. Although you are considered an elite with the richness of the source chi in your body, which one of those who enter that place isn't an elite? Be careful that you don't fall in there. Yang Kai grinned. I was just about to meet the elite disciples of the great sects. Young man, you are so arrogant. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The First Order Dao Source realm is only at the bottom of the Four Seasons realm. The masters of the Emperor realm in the hall began to talk. Wen Zishan smiled and said, It's good to have such an imposing manner. And I hope you can maintain it when you enter. All right, you two can leave now. When the day of departure arrives, someone will come to greet you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and before Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang could react, they were already outside the hall. They stood outside and looked at each other. After a moment of silence, a stream of light shot over from a distance. When it came close, they saw that it was Deacon Tao Ming whom they had met before. However, at this moment, Tao Ming was no longer as aggressive as before. He was sweating profusely and rushed forward in a panic. He cupped his hands and said, Please follow me. Saying so, he led the way, and Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang followed closely behind. Inside the hall, after Wen Zishan sent off Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang, he turned his head and looked to the side, saying, Little Shueting, do you still have something to say? Gao Shueting frowned and said, Temple Master, if you do this, you will make it very difficult for me. Wen Zishan smiled and said, Isn't it just a quota? Just squeeze one out. Gao Shueting snorted coldly and said, Okay, I will pass the order later and say that the Temple Master will draw a quota. This matter has nothing to do with me. Okay. Wen Zishan nodded and said, If anyone disagrees, tell them to come to this king. He was so straightforward that Gao Shueting was taken aback. Chen Qian said, Actually, this subordinate thinks that we don't have to give them a quota. At worst, we can ask the disciples to help us look for the tribulation fruit when we enter. If it really doesn't work, let Sister Gao stay at the entrance of the secret territory and wait until the secret territory closes to find those who come out to buy it. Maybe we can get something. You should know that our Azure Sun Temple is not the only one who has entered the secret territory. Maybe someone has obtained that kind of spirit fruit. Wen Zishan said. Little Qian is right, but this is the master's request. This king really can't refuse. This matter ends here. Give them a quota. At this point, he smiled evilly. As for whether they can keep it or not, it will depend on their ability. If they can't even keep a quota, then it's fine if they don't go. They will just die anyway. At that time, this king won't be considered to have gone against the master's wishes. Hearing this, Gao Shuiting's eyes lit up and she nodded. This subordinate knows what to do. After Wen Zishan nodded slightly, his figure flickered and he disappeared. The others also gradually dispersed. In the end, only Qin Qian and Gao Shuiting were left. Sister Gao, who do you want to make a move? Qin Qian asked. Gao Shuiting thought for a while and said, What do you think of Shui? Shui? Qin Qian didn't seem to have much of an impression of this person. Hearing this, she thought for a while and said, He is a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Can that young guy deal with him? Among the 20 people, Shui Yi's strength is considered to be below average. If that young guy can't even deal with Shui Yi, what's the point of going in? The Four Seasons realm is not a place to play, and the tribulation fruit is not easy to find. I'm doing this for his own good. Sister Gao's words make sense. Qin Qian nodded, but she still felt that something was wrong. Tao Ming brought Yang Kai and Qin Zhaoyang to a solitary mountain peak that was 1,000 kilometers away from the main hall. He then left alone after settling Yang Kai and Qin Zhaoyang in a palace on the mountain peak. Yang Kai checked a little and found that there was no one on this lonely peak. In other words, only he and Qin Zhaoyang were here. It was quite leisurely. After the two chatted for a while, they each found a room. Along the way, Qin Zhaoyang had also consumed a lot of energy. Naturally, he wanted to quickly recover his strength and return to Maplewood City. Yang Kai, on the other hand, needed to take this opportunity to refine the flight-type artifact given to him by Auntie Foam and the Myriad Sword Emperor artifact. The grade of the Myriad Sword was too high, so there was no need to think about how thoroughly he could refine it. He could only slightly strengthen his connection with it. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the refining experience left behind by the Qin family's ancestors, so he could avoid some detours. There wasn't much time left. After all, according to Gao Shuiting's previous statement, the Four Seasons realm would open in a month, and considering the travel time, Yang Kai estimated that at most half a month later someone would call him to set off. So, he was racing against time. 5 days later, Qin Zhaoyang recovered. After telling Yang Kai some things, he said goodbye and set off. Given the current situation, it was useless for him to continue staying. Since it had been decided that Yang Kai would enter the Four Seasons realm, it would be a waste of time for him to continue staying here, so he might as well return home. After Yang Kai sent him away, he was the only one left in the palace. On this day, he was in seclusion in his room when he suddenly felt two tyrannical auras coming from afar. They were rapidly approaching him. The newcomers had no intention of hiding themselves. One of them exuded the aura of the third-order Dao Source Realm, while the other was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Setting off so soon? Yang Kai frowned and muttered to himself. He thought that they were sent by Azure Sun Temple to call him to gather. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and quickly got up, walked out of the room, and waited outside the hall. Chapter 21-27. After a short while, 2 rays of light flashed and landed not far in front of Yang Kai, revealing 2 figures. The person on the left was dressed in snow-white robes, with starry eyes and sword-like eyebrows. He had an extraordinary temperament, exuding a sharp aura from head to toe, like an unsheathed sword. This person had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source Realm, causing Yang Kai to involuntarily take a few more glances at him. The aura of the other party gave him a faint pressure, as if the sharp aura could cut through his skin, causing him to be slightly shocked. As expected of an elite disciple of a great sect. Just the aura he exudes, intentionally or unintentionally, is not something an ordinary third-order Tao Source realm cultivator can achieve. The man on the right had a wide mouth and a chipped nose. He was burly and wore a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Black hair covered his thick calves and arms. At first glance, this person looked like an upright gorilla, giving off a strong visual impact. This person had a second-order Tao Source realm cultivation. After the two landed, they both cast their gazes at Yang Kai. Yang Kai from Maplewood City greets the two of you. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "How should I address the two of you?" The white-clothed man's expression was cold and indifferent, as if he hadn't heard Kai Yang's words. Instead, it was the gorilla-like burly man who suddenly shouted, "Hey, you are that Kai Yang?" Yang Kai was stunned, but still nodded solemnly and said, "If there is no one else in the temple with this name, then it is me." "Very good." Seeing this, the burly man grinned. He looked at Yang Kai up and down a few times, as if he was examining a prey. He said in a booming voice, "Boy, you stole this uncle's spot to enter the sealed world. I think you're tired of living." Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately knew that these two were not companions who came to welcome him to the sealed world. They were probably here to cause trouble. He frowned and said, "Friend, you misunderstand. It's a bit complicated for me to explain it unilaterally. Why don't you ask Elder Gao? I think she will give you a satisfactory answer." "Humph, there's no need to ask." The burly man snorted coldly. "Elder Gao has already told me that he wants to cancel my spot and transfer it to you. I refuse to accept this. Sir System's spot was obtained through the Sect's martial arts exhibition, where he fought hard and fought for it. What right do you have to snatch it away?" "Sect martial arts exhibition?" Yang Kai frowned. At this time, the man in white who had not spoken until now suddenly said, 3 months ago, there was an internal competition among the disciples of my temple. Only the top 20 disciples in the competition were qualified to enter the Four Seasons realm. Shui was ranked 15th. So it's Brother Shui. Yang Kai finally knew the burly man's name. He curiously looked at the white-clothed man and asked, "How should I address you?" "This is Brother Xiao Bai." Shui coldly snorted. "I'm curious. Brother Zhao's ranking in the Sect's martial arts exhibition was?" Yang Kai asked tentatively. "Brother Xiao was ranked 2nd. Shui spoke with a complacent expression. After he finished speaking, he was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly shouted sternly, "Bastard kid, don't even think about changing the topic. I asked Senior Brother Xiao to accompany me here today to tell you that if you want to snatch the quota from me, then you have to ask me first. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with Elder Gao's support. Be careful, or I'll crush your head." As he spoke, he opened his big fan-like hand. He fiercely clenched it, and threatened Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then what will it take for Brother Shui to agree to give up this spot?" "It's very simple," Xiao Bai said lightly. "Our spots are all obtained through the Sect's martial arts exhibition. In other words, the strong will get it. If you can kill Junior Brother Shui, then your spot will naturally be deserved. I don't think the others will say anything." "Yes." Shui nodded fiercely. "Kill me, or be killed by me. The person who lives will have the spot." "That's not good." Yang Kai showed hesitation. These two guys spoke so crudely that it made him feel uneasy. If he was killed by Shui, nothing would happen, but if he killed Shui, he was afraid that he would make a big mess. "There's nothing wrong with it." Xiao Baiyi's expression was still indifferent. "Or are you afraid? Why is Brother Xiao trying to provoke me?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "Heh, if you are really afraid, it's not too late to leave Azure Sun Mountain Range now. With your weak first-order Tao Source realm cultivation, this sir is really worried that he will accidentally kill you." Shui laughed arrogantly. "AI." Yang Kai sighed and said, "I understand why you two are here." He didn't expect that just asking for a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm would cause such trouble. If possible, he naturally didn't want to fight with the cultivator of Azure Sun Temple. But seeing Shui so aggressive, he couldn't solve this matter even if he tolerated it. After all, he had promised Qin Chaoyang and used the Jade Beggar token left by that master, so he had to go to the Four Seasons realm. Since you two are so kind, then this Yang will accept. Brother Xiao, please be a witness to the outcome of this matter. Don't worry. Xiao Bai was a little surprised to see Yang Kai agree. He thought that if he and Shui came in person and threatened the other party, wouldn't they be scared witless and run away? But the result of this matter was not like that, he said lightly. I agreed with junior brother Shui to come here this time to witness this matter. No matter how you two win or lose, or if you are in danger, I will not intervene. Brother Xiao seems to be a trustworthy person. Yang Kai grinned. Then I'll have to trouble you. You'd better take care of yourself. Don't die too easily. Otherwise, if word gets out, it will not be good for the temple's reputation. Xiao Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. In the void, two beautiful figures were hiding, quietly watching the situation below. Chen Qian said, This young guy, he's got guts. Facing Shui, who is one realm higher than him, he didn't even flinch. Guts have nothing to do with strength, Gao Shuiting said lightly. While speaking, she suddenly looked up at the void, curled her lips, and snorted. You're not doing your job. Coming to watch the show for such a trivial matter, what a scandal! Qin Qian heard this and also looked in that direction, pursing her lips and smiling. Temple Master, I'm afraid you're bored. At this moment, Wen Zishan's voice sounded in the ears of the two women. Are the two beauties interested in drinking with this Temple Master? This Temple Master has specially prepared, not interested. We don't want to go. The two women didn't wait for him to finish his words and simply refused, leaving no room for discussion. Wen Zishan was stunned for a moment, looking heartbroken, and sighed deeply. Drinking without a companion, life is not going to go your way. Be serious, or I'll go over and flip your table. Gao Shuiting looked over there coldly. Wen Zishan slapped his face and said in despair, How did I raise you to have such a cold personality? You're not like me at all. Gao Shuiting snorted. Are you my father or something? Why should I be like you? Wen Zishan was speechless. The corner of Gao Shuiting's mouth raised, revealing a subtle smile. Brother Xiao, he agreed to fight me, right? Shui turned his head and asked. He agreed. Xiao Bai nodded. Then can I make my move? Shui asked again. He didn't wait for Xiao Bai to answer at all. As soon as he said this, he rushed directly in front of Yang Kai and threw a punch at Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai's reaction was fast, he didn't expect this simple-minded gorilla-like man to be so cunning. In a moment of carelessness, the other party's fist had already arrived in front of him. The fist was raging, and a strong destructive force lingered on it, condensing at one point and blooming with a cold light. Startled, Yang Kai could only step back a few steps and retreat. Shui Yi's huge body showed an unnatural agility, like a maggot attached to a bone. He maintained a very close distance with Yang Kai and sneered, Boy, if you can survive, you'll have to take care of yourself in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, his fist slammed into Yang Kai's face. Accompanied by an explosive sound, a violent force raged out, and Yang Kai's body flew back uncontrollably, crashing directly into the wall of the palace, creating a big hole in the solid wall. Hong long long, a series of noises came from inside the palace, as if Yang Kai had been smashed into several walls. After a while, the noise gradually disappeared. Boring. Shui swung his big fist and snorted coldly, not even looking in the direction of Yang Kai. Brother Xiao, let's go. Xiao Bai didn't move, narrowing his eyes as he looked forward, his gaze so sharp that it seemed to be able to penetrate the void. Suddenly, his expression changed and he shouted, It's not over yet, Shui heard this and turned his head sharply. From the hole in the wall, a person slowly walked out. As he walked, he swung his two arms, grimacing in pain as if he was complaining about his pain. You blocked it, in the nick of time. Wen Zishan squinted and looked down, praising. Good reaction. At that moment, Wen Zishan clearly saw Yang Kai suddenly cross his arms and block in front of him. Shui Yi's earth-shattering blow directly hit his arms and did not hit his head. Otherwise, with his brutal strength, Yang Kai would have fainted even if his head was not blown off. His physique is very strong, this young brat. Gao Shuiting's beautiful eyes also narrowed. Chen Qian said, I remember that Shui cultivated the Vajra Heavenly King body, right? Gao Shuiting nodded. He started cultivating it when he was in the Origin King realm. If I'm not wrong, he should have cultivated it to the 6th stage. In terms of physical strength, he is the best among all the Dao Source Realm disciples, except for that person. He took Shui Yi's blow head-on and didn't seem to be injured. This young brat should have also cultivated a body-tempering secret art. Qin Qian said thoughtfully. Chapter 21-28. Little Shuiting, how about we make a bet? At this moment, Wen Zishan suddenly transmitted his voice over. What bet? Gao Shuiting turned her head and looked over. Let's bet on who will win. Wen Zishan smiled slightly and pointed below. What's the bet? Gao Shuiting asked coldly. Let me think. Wen Zishan showed a thoughtful look. Oh right, little Shuiting, haven't you always wanted to enter the door of life and death? If you win, this king will allow you to enter. Are you serious? Gao Shuiting's beautiful eyes narrowed as she shouted. On the side, Qin Qian, who heard the words door of life and death, also had a change in expression. When has this king ever lied to you? Wen Zishan showed a harmless smile as he spoke. Gao Shuiting stared at Wen Zishan as if she wanted to see into his heart, but the other party still maintained that warm and dazzling smile. After a while, Gao Shuiting finally moved her gaze away and said, Indeed, although you are always sloppy and don't do proper work, you don't have the temperament and demeanor of a sect master. Wen Zishan's face darkened as the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. After hearing your evaluation, this king feels useless. Gao Shuiting changed the topic and said, But you really haven't lied to anyone. Is this the only good thing about this king? Wen Zishan looked dejected. Then what do you want if you win? Gao Shuiting asked coldly. Wen Zishan chuckled as his bright eyes swept over Gao Shuiting a few times. The latter felt uncomfortable under his gaze and her face was slightly red. She snorted. Quickly put away your dirty thoughts. Be careful or I'll gouge your eyes out. What are you thinking? Wen Zishan laughed. Well, how about this? If I win, you promise me a small request that is not against your principles and is not too excessive. A small request? What kind of request? Gao Shuiting asked warily. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I think about it, okay? Wen Zishan laughed. Sister Gao, don't be fooled. We don't know what the temple master is trying to do. Qin Qian kindly reminded her, afraid that Gao Shuiting would be rash and fall into Wen Zishan's trap. I know! Gao Shuiting nodded. As he spoke, he turned his head to look down and continued. But he has to win this bet first. Otherwise, there's no point in saying anything. While speaking, she nodded at Wen Zishan. Okay, I agree. It's a deal. Wen Zishan chuckled. Don't go back on your word. You'd better prepare the pass to enter the gate of life and death for me first. Qin Qian sighed with a helpless look. She didn't think that Yang Kai could defeat Shui, who was ranked 15th in the Dao Source realm in the entire Azure Sun Temple. However, she always had a bad feeling in her heart. Although the temple master was not serious in all kinds of ways, he was still very reliable at critical moments. Qin Qian did not think that Wen Zishan would really let Gao Shuiting enter the door of life and death, so he should have a lot of confidence in this bet. Thinking of this, she hurriedly looked down. Below, Shui looked at Yang Kai, who was walking over step by step, with a slight surprise, and grinned. Why can't you just lie there obediently? Why do you have to come out? You're courting death. Friend, you're quite insidious. I've learned my lesson. Yang Kai snorted. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Boy, do a good job and beat your opponent down. This king can promise you a request that is not too excessive. Hearing this voice, Yang Kai was stunned. Because this voice was clearly the voice of the Azure Sun Temple Master, Wen Zishan. He had just seen this man a few days ago, so he was naturally familiar with his voice. Moreover, in this Azure Sun Temple headquarters, no one would dare to impersonate Wen Zishan and send him a message. In other words, the one who sent him the message was Wen Zishan himself? What's going on? Yang Kai frowned and released his divine sense. He glanced around but did not find any trace of Wen Zishan. A sect master actually secretly sent a message to an outsider, asking him to work hard and beat the elite disciple of his own sect. If such a funny thing did not happen to Yang Kai himself, he would not believe it. Moreover, Wen Zishan actually said that he could promise him a request that was not too excessive. What did this mean? Even though Yang Kai was shrewd, he could not understand the whole story. And just at the moment when he was absent-minded, a fierce attack had already arrived in front of him. What are you thinking? You dare to be distracted in front of a great enemy. Don't look down on people! Shui Yi's words came along with the attack. It was still the same rough punch. The fist was wrapped in a strong wind vortex, as if it wanted to destroy everything in front of it. Great enemy? Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and stared at Shui Yi with cold eyes, revealing a kind of disdain. In the face of the earth-shattering blow, he did not dodge and met it with a punch of his own. Boom! A loud noise came out and the sky trembled. The ground where the two of them were standing suddenly caved in, forming a huge circular crater. The ground was torn apart, and spider web-like cracks crisscrossed the ground. Asterisk chi 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 chi, asterisk above the fists, the source chi of the two collided, making a harsh sound. The surrounding gravel and dirt were affected and slowly floated into the air as if weightless. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the space was distorted several times. You've got some skill! Shui Yi's thick eyebrows rose slightly as he stared at Kai Yang, who was so close to him. Just now, he sent Yang Kai flying with a punch, so he thought that his opponent was just SOSO. But now that they really fought, he found that his opponent was very strong. Although he was a minor realm lower than himself, it seemed that he would not be so easy to defeat. Not far away, Xiao Bai also showed a look of astonishment, his expression changing slightly. You also have some skills, Yang Kai replied, the corners of his mouth rising as he sneered. Mouth! As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his other fist. It swung in an arc. It blasted towards Shui Yi's cheek. Shui Yi was not afraid. He just snorted coldly, and raised his arm to block the attack. He did not stop at all. His arm flicked leisurely, taking advantage of the gap between Yang Kai's attack. He launched another attack. Yang Kai's reaction was naturally not slow. He retracted his fist into a palm and placed it in front of his neck. When Shui Yi's attack arrived, he clenched his fist fiercely, as if he wanted to crush his opponent's fist. Naive! Shui Yi sneered. His body leaned back slightly, and his foot shot out like a cannonball, kicking Yang Kai's abdomen. Yang Kai's elbow slammed down. Before his attack arrived, it was dissolved. The two of them fought like a flash of lightning, directly in close combat, quickly probing, attacking, and counterattacking. Their movements were smooth and without any pattern. It was dazzling. It was breathtaking. A trace of solemnity finally appeared in Xiao Baiyi's eyes. Although he was ranked second in the sect's martial arts exhibition, if he were to fight Shui Yi in close combat, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. But that Kai Yang was able to fight evenly with Shui Yi, evenly matched. In other words, in terms of close combat in the territory, his level was the same as Shui Yi's. What made it difficult for Xiao Baiyi to accept was that Yang Kai was only at the level of the first-order Dao Source realm. One minor realm lower than Shui Yi, two minor realms lower than him. Which corner did this guy pop out from? He and Shui Yi were the elites of Azure Sun Temple. Asterisk ping ping ping, asterisk in front of the palace, two figures crisscrossed, moving back and forth. They did not use any artifacts or secret techniques. only the collision of their flesh and source chi. The rough fighting style bloomed with a wild beauty, dazzling people who watched. Deep pits appeared on the ground one after another, and the void collapsed due to the violent power. The battlefield shifted several times, and the entire lonely peak was a mess. Sister Gao. Qin Qian was stunned. Although she was shocked that she had underestimated Yang Kai's ability, she was more worried about the bet between Gao Shueting and the unscrupulous temple master. If this guy surnamed Yang really won, who knew what kind of shameful things he would ask Gao Shueting to do with his bad taste? Damn it, I misjudged him. Gao Shueting also gritted her teeth and glared fiercely in the direction of Wen Zishan, only to see him leisurely drinking wine and eating spirit fruits with an expression of victory on his face. This made her sullen mood even worse. Do you think you've won? Gao Shueting said coldly. In that case, don't blame me for using my trump card. Having said that, she stared down again and moved her divine sense slightly. Down below, Shui, who was fighting fiercely with Yang Kai, suddenly showed a look of horror and shouted, "No!" At this moment, he seemed to have been greatly stimulated, and his whole person showed a frightened expression. Yang Kai did not care what happened to him and directly punched him in the face. Shui screamed and his body flew high like a kite with a broken string. Blood flowed out of his nostrils in midair, and he fell heavily to the ground. Ha! Xiao Bai looked at this scene in amazement. He really did not understand what had happened to Shui just now. How could he be hit by Yang Kai in a situation where they were evenly matched? It seems like he's more of a hindrance than a help. Wen Zishan smiled at Gao Shueting gloatingly in the void. Gao Shueting snorted coldly and said, "Don't talk nonsense, just wait and see." Wen Zishan was rebuffed, but he did not care. After all, he had always been shameless. On the other side, Shui, who had fallen to the ground, slowly got up. He stretched out his hand and wiped the bottom of his nose. He grinned and said, "I don't want to be locked up for half a year. Ancient Black Peak is not a place for people to stay. What nonsense are you talking about? Did you get beaten silly?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "I just want to say, you're finished." Shui Yi's eyes suddenly burst with an extremely dangerous light, and his whole body bloomed with a faint light. "I just wanted to teach you a lesson, but now I might accidentally kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the light on his body suddenly became brighter, accompanied by a shocking roar. His exposed skin and flesh suddenly became as hard as steel, glowing with a metallic luster. Chapter 21-29. At the same time, Shui Yi's aura was rising steadily. He was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, but he was exuding a tyrannical aura comparable to a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked at Shui, who had changed greatly, and smiled slightly. "Body tempering technique!" While speaking, he shot out 2 source chi bursts towards Shui. This was just a test. Shui obviously saw it, and did not dodge. Dong dong. 2 sounds rang out. When the attack landed on Shui, it was as if it had hit steel, making a crisp sound. Not only that, but sparks also sputtered. "It's useless. In front of my Vajra Heavenly King physique, all your attacks are futile." Shui raised his head slightly and said to Yang Kai in a condescending manner, "Whether it's futile or not, you will know soon." Yang Kai did not want to waste time with him. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Shui Yi's eyes narrowed and his brow furrowed. At that moment, he lost track of Yang Kai. The other party's speed was beyond his imagination. But as an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he did not panic. He instinctively stretched out a big fan-like hand and grabbed behind him. Over there, Yang Kai's figure appeared as expected. It was as if he had walked into a trap and slammed into his big hand. A smirk appeared at the corner of Shui Yi's mouth as he stomped his foot on the ground. In an instant the earth trembled. Accompanied by a muffled roar, an earth dragon suddenly shot out from the ground and shot towards Yang Kai, intending to kill him. Above the earth dragon, the power of principle lingered. Obviously, it was a secret technique that Shui cultivated. The Earth Dragon was extremely fast. In a breath, it had rushed in front of Yang Kai. At this time, Yang Kai was standing in the air and was about to launch a sneak attack on Shui, so there was no time or space to dodge. The Earth Dragon opened its mouth and bit Yang Kai, then exerted force. Yang Kai's body was directly broken in two. Shui didn't feel happy or relaxed after he succeeded. Instead, he looked startled. In that instant, he didn't feel like he had been attacked. As he looked over, sure enough, the body that had been bitten in half had turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. It was just an afterimage. Not good! Shui shouted in a low voice as he hurriedly looked ahead. He didn't know when Kai Yang had appeared in front of him, lowering his body. His gaze was sharp and firm as he aimed at his lower abdomen. With a slight shake of his fists, he turned into countless afterimages. Bang, bang, bang. Shui Yi's tall body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow as he kept retreating. Halos of power kept bursting out from his lower abdomen. A violent sound rang out. Vajra! Barrier! Shui Yi suddenly roared. A layer of earthy yellow light suddenly appeared around him, wrapping around him like a cylinder. After using this defensive secret technique, Yang Kai clasped his fists together and smashed downwards. Boom! Dust splashed and a huge crater appeared on the ground, but Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. More than 100 feet away, Yang Kai stood quietly with a thoughtful look on his face. After refining the true dragon's blood, dragon bone, and dragon pearl, my strength and reflexes seem to have increased a lot. Perhaps it is also the effect of the 10,000 medicinal treasure soup. After all, although I drank it at that time, it was not completely refined and was only stored in my flesh and blood, he secretly thought. In the past, he would never be able to cause harm to an enemy like Shui in such a way, but now, on the opposite side, Shui seemed to be unscathed, but his aura seemed to be a little chaotic. There was even a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. How could this be? Xiao Baiyi's heart was in turmoil. In the sex martial arts exhibition 3 months ago, he had faced Shui head-on, so he naturally knew the power of the Vajra Heavenly King body. Even if he wanted to break through that impregnable defense, it would not be easy. That battle was still fresh in his memory. He had spent a full 2 hours and used all his means to defeat Shui. But now, Yang Kai was able to injure Shui just by relying on brute force. So, did he still have some strength left in the previous battle? When this thought came to his mind, Xiao Baiyi was almost confused. This person was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. He either hid his true cultivation or had an extraordinary background. Xiao Baiyi secretly guessed in his heart. Brother Shui, not bad. You've cultivated a good ability to take a beating. Yang Kai stood not far away and smiled at Shui. Shui had long lost his previous arrogance and carelessness. Since he was injured, he realized that the situation was not right. He had cultivated the Vajra Heavenly King body to the 6th level, and even those in the Emperor realm and the sect praised his physical strength. Now, he was injured by an unknown First-Order Dao Source realm. If someone had told him that this would happen before, he would probably have just laughed it off. But the truth was right in front of him. However, Yang Kai said, his eyes sharpening again, you can only take a beating, but you can't win against me. Don't boast so shamelessly. Shui became angry, the corners of his eyes twitching fiercely, and his expression suddenly became ferocious as he shouted, if you really die later, don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with both hands. A mysterious force burst out from his body, and his already burly figure suddenly grew taller. The muscles on his body bulged, and the metallic luster became more dazzling, blooming a dazzling white light. He stomped his feet and a light flashed on his fists. He summoned a knuckle-like artifact, exuding an extremely dangerous aura, and rushed towards Yang Kai. At this moment, the white light on his body spread out layer by layer, lingering around the peak, turning the whole world into a white world. Not good, he's really going all out. When Zishan narrowed his eyes and looked down, secretly preparing to intervene if the situation went wrong. After all, Shui was an elite disciple of the sect, and Yang Kai was a guest. No matter who died in this battle, it was not something he wanted to see. It's a bit surprising that this kid surnamed Yang could force Shui to this extent. Qin Qian was slightly surprised. He's also a talent. I wonder if Temple Master has any plans to accept him into the sect. It's not impossible to accept him into the sect. It's just that. Just what? It's just that I have a feeling that I've seen this kid surnamed Yang somewhere before, and he's very dangerous. Qin Qian looked at Gao Shueting in amazement, not understanding what she was talking about. At this moment, in the white world, a five-colored light suddenly bloomed. The five-colored light was dazzling. It was like a sharp blade that cut a hole in the white world. The power of the five elements? Gao Shueting raised her eyebrows, a look of surprise on her face. She felt the power of the five elements from the five-colored light, which countered and reinforced each other, circulating endlessly. The whole world seemed to be left with only the battle between the five-colored light and the white world. The hole that was cut expanded for a while, and from it came Shui Yi's unwilling roar and Yang Kai's continuous groan. The battle between the two had obviously entered a white-hot stage. Xiao Bai, who was watching the battle from below, he had to use his secret technique to resist the impact of the terrifying power. He grew to this extent in 3 months? Xiao Bai was shocked. It seems that Shui is working very hard. He was sure that the current Shui was much stronger than he was 3 months ago. If he had such strength 3 months ago, it was possible for him to rush into the top 10. But even so, that kid named Yang Kai could still compete with him. Leisurely, a low voice sounded. Million sword waves. Moon swallowing wolf chasing moon. As soon as these words fell, countless dazzling sword waves suddenly shot out from the sky. They were all five-colored and full of the power of the five elements, sharp and unstoppable. At the same time, an extraordinary energy fluctuation spread out leisurely. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the white world was suddenly destroyed, leaving behind only a ball of five-colored light, standing quietly in midair. Shui Yi's body was full of wounds. He fell from the sky with a look of unwillingness and helplessness. His face was extremely pale, and his originally metallic body had lost its previous luster. The brass knuckles artifact on his hands were also dim. Seeing that Shui was about to fall heavily to the ground, Xiao Bai hurriedly swayed and came under him to catch him. He checked Shui Yi's injuries and found that he was fine. He had just consumed too much energy, so he was relieved. Raising his head again, Xiao Bai stared coldly at Yang Kai in the air, his eyes fixed on the broad long sword in his hand as he coldly snorted. An Emperor artifact? Yang Kai grinned. Relying on the suppression of an Emperor artifact, what kind of skill is that? Xiao Bai said with a look of contempt. Yang Kai asked curiously. He can use an artifact, but I can't? If you have the ability, then fight junior brother Shui on equal footing. Xiao Bai's disdain deepened. In his opinion, the reason why Yang Kai could suddenly win was entirely because of the power of an Emperor artifact. If he really relied on his own ability, he might not be able to defeat Shui. If you have the ability, then ask him to find an Emperor artifact to fight me, Yang Kai said with a proud look on his face. Very good. Xiao Bai seemed to be quite angry as he stared coldly at Yang Kai and said, You win this battle. I hope you can come back from the Four Seasons realm alive. After saying so, he no longer bothered to pay attention to Yang Kai, carried Shui on his back, and flew off. After he left, Yang Kai looked up at the void and said, Is this enough? In the void, a figure flashed and Wen Zishan appeared, staring curiously at the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand and asked, Boy, where did you get that Emperor artifact? It's not something you can find on the streets. None of your business. Wen Zishan choked on his words and couldn't help rolling his eyes, but soon, his expression changed and he said solemnly, You've put a lot of thought into this. You actually saw that the longer Shui was in this state, the more dangerous it would be. Perhaps he would lose his mind and directly use an Emperor artifact to end the battle quickly. Unfortunately, you were misunderstood. I just enjoyed the pleasure of being suppressed by an Emperor artifact. Yang Kai coldly snorted. He, Xiao Bai is not as easy to deal with as Shui. The words he said before he left are very concerning. Perhaps he will attack you in the Four Seasons realm. Do you want this king to explain to him? Chapter 2130. Don't worry about it. Yang Kai curled his lips. Wen Zishan smiled and did not get angry. After thinking for a while, he said, Then, do you want this king to help you refine this Emperor artifact? I see that your compatibility with this Emperor artifact is very low. You can't even unleash its power. You don't have much time left. If this king helps, I guarantee that you will be able to unleash 1/10 of its power after entering the Four Seasons realm. You will be invincible in the sealed world. What do you think? He had an earnest expression on his face, as if he was going to give Yang Kai a huge benefit. Yang Kai shook his head and looked at him mockingly. Temple Master Wen, are you so eager for me to make a request? When Zishan heard this and the corner of his mouth twitched, he muttered under his breath, Damn it, you saw through me! Yang Kai laughed. This junior will consider your request carefully. When the time comes, I will come to Temple Master Wen to fulfill it. He understood that when Zishan was a third-order Emperor Realm Master and the Temple Master of Azure Sun Temple. Although this person gave him a somewhat unreliable feeling, such a master always kept his promises. He promised that he could make a request that was not too excessive after defeating Shui, so he would definitely fulfill it. Yang Kai did not have anything to ask for at the moment, so it was better not to mention it and save it for later use. Who knows, it might be of great help at a critical moment. This brat is too insidious and cunning, Wen Zishan said hatefully, but soon, he showed an indifferent expression and waved his hand. Forget it. You deserve it. Come to Fallen Flower Peak in 7 days. When the time comes, someone will take you along. Yes. Yang Kai nodded, cupped his fists, and bowed. See you off, Temple Master Wen. Wen Zishan smiled slightly, and his body gradually faded. After a few breaths, he completely disappeared. After he left, Yang Kai frowned and glanced at the void on the other side. He had a blank look on his face. He had a feeling that there was someone hiding there, but he couldn't find out who it was. However, if the other party was from the Emperor Realm, then everything made sense. Since the other party didn't take the initiative to show up, he was probably just here to watch the show. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't ask for trouble. He turned around and walked towards the ruined palace. This kid surnamed Yang seems to have discovered us? Qin Qian stared at Yang Kai's back with some surprise and said softly. It's probably just a suspicion, Gao Shueting said. His senses are also unusually sharp. This person is very interesting. Sister Gao, do you think he came from that place? Gao Shueting turned to look at her. Chen Qian said, If he didn't come from that place, how could he have such strength? He even has an Emperor artifact. He's only in the First Order Dao Source realm. Gao Shueting shook her head. If it really came from there, there's no way we wouldn't know. However, they were the rising stars of this generation. There are really many capable people. Qin Qian heard this and nodded. Yes. Princess Lan Sun perfectly inherited the bright moon phantom of the great emperors. I heard that she also advanced to the Dao Source realm more than a year ago. This time, she will definitely go to the Four Seasons realm. In Heavenly Martial Holy Land, there seems to be a yin-yang dual body. Although Zhuang Bufan of Orthodoxy Temple doesn't have a special physique, he is talented and intelligent. Since the beginning of his cultivation, he has seen fighting above his realm as a common occurrence. He has made a name for himself at a young age and is now in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Although the two chambers of commerce are mainly businessmen, they have also recruited many outstanding talents in recent years. I suddenly feel that the Southern Territory is already their Southern Territory. I'm already old. Gao Shueting was silent. Obviously, she felt the same way. Yang Kai returned to his room and naturally sped up the refining of the Emperor artifact. Wen Zishan had already made it clear that they would gather at Luoying Peak in 7 days, so there wasn't much time left for him. While comprehending the insights left behind by the Qin family's ancestors, he strengthened the connection between himself and the Myriad Sword. Wen Zishan was right about one thing. Right now, he couldn't even display the slightest power of the Myriad Sword. Being able to severely injure Shui in one move was mostly due to his own strength, and only a small part of it was due to the power of the Emperor artifact. Time passed slowly, and a few days passed by. On this day, Yang Kai was in secluded cultivation. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he opened his eyes. At the same time, an unusual tidal force surged between heaven and earth. This force was so powerful and mysterious that it was unpredictable. Listening carefully, he could vaguely hear some strange sounds. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he arrived outside the hall in a flash. The sky was dim, and the earth was hazy. A huge shadow covered the sky, as if a behemoth was flying above. Yang Kai looked up and was immediately stunned. In the sky, a huge white bird was flying slowly. The white bird's appearance was ordinary. At first glance, it looked like a pigeon that had been magnified countless times, but the pressure coming from its body was as heavy as a mountain. What is this? A divine spirit? Yang Kai was surprised and doubtful. Looking at the direction the giant pigeon was flying, it seemed to be flying towards the main peak of Azure Sun Mountain Range. Shio Shio Shio. One figure after another appeared from all directions. Clearly, they were all alarmed by this power. On the main peak, Wen Zishan's figure flashed and appeared strangely. He stared at the giant pigeon flying towards him, and a rare solemn expression appeared on his usually frivolous face. After a short while, the giant pigeon flew above Wen Zishan. With a flash of brilliance, the giant pigeon suddenly became the size of an ordinary pigeon, and the astonishing pressure and power fluctuations disappeared in an instant. The white pigeon did not stop and flew straight towards Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan had no intention of stopping or moving, and just stood in place. When it was only about 10 feet away from Wen Zishan, the white pigeon suddenly burst into pieces, turning into spots of fluorescent light that wrapped around Wen Zishan's body. The fluorescent light slowly seeped into Wen Zishan's skin and gradually disappeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The people who followed the white pigeon appeared one after another beside Wen Zishan. They were the masters of the Emperor realm of Azure Sun Temple. Qiu Ran frowned as he stared at the changes in Wen Zishan's expression without saying a word. Qin Qian and Gao Shueting stood side by side, waiting quietly as if they knew something. One of the middle-aged men frowned and whispered to Gao Shueting. "Elder Gao, that thing just now, was it a message from the master?" Gao Shueting nodded. "It should be, but I've only heard about it. I've never seen it with my own eyes." The middle-aged man looked shocked. "The master actually sent a message, it seems. There's a great change in this world?" Everyone was indifferent and uneasy. Everyone present was from the Emperor realm, and if it were an ordinary matter, it would not be worth their worry. But the current situation was different. A message from the master had appeared in Azure Sun Temple. If there was no major event, the master would not have mobilized so many people. And now, the only one who could know the accurate news was Wen Zishan himself. So they all looked at Wen Zishan, wanting to know what had happened. But from the changes in Wen Zishan's expression, they could not see any clues at all. They were anxious but helpless. After a while, Wen Zishan let out a sigh and whispered, "There's such a thing! Temple Master!" Qiu Ran was the first to speak up, but when he was about to ask, Wen Zishan interrupted him and explained. "The Master of Heaven's Revelation sent a message. This time, the situation in the Four Seasons realm has changed. Heaven's revelations. Great Emperors!" The middle-aged man who spoke before could not help but exclaim in excitement. "It's really Heaven's revelations, Great Emperors!" Among the 10 Great Emperors, except for a few who had founded sects and were in charge of their sects, most of them were elusive. For example, the great emperors of the secular world could transform into thousands of incarnations and play around in the world. Maybe a sloppy beggar on the side of the road in the cold wind was the incarnation of the great emperors of the secular world. If someone could gain their favor, they would have a great fortune. Heaven's revelations, great emperors of the secular world, were also unpredictable. Since he was called Heaven's revelations, he naturally had skills that other great emperors did not have. Heaven's revelations, great emperors, could see the past and see the future. Among all the great emperors, he was the most mysterious in terms of divine technique. Although many people in the world knew that he lived in the Heaven's secret valley, very few people knew where it was located. Even the territory of Heaven's secret valley and the star boundary was unknown. The Four Seasons realm. Why would the Master of Heaven's revelations come out? Chiu Ran looked confused. Although the Four Seasons realm's secret territory was relatively famous in the Southern Territory, it did not involve the entire star territory. According to the nature of Heaven's revelations, great emperors should not care about the opening of such a mid-level secret territory. So, the situation has changed. Wen Zishan frowned. This time, the Four Seasons realm has a connection with the Shattered Star Sea. What? Chiu Ran exclaimed. Shattered Star Sea? Gao Shuiting's pretty face also changed slightly. The Shattered Star Sea was also a top-secret place. Few people knew its specific location. Only the masters of the Emperor realm knew that the Shattered Star Sea flowed in the space crevice of the star boundary, and had no fixed location. The Shattered Star Sea was the burial place of the famous great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. It could even be said that it was because of the death of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor that the Shattered Star Sea was born. It was rumored that the Shattered Star Sea contained the mysteries of becoming great emperors, as well as many secrets and divine technique of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Such a place was very attractive to the people of the Emperor realm. Unfortunately, the Emperor realm cultivator could not enter the Shattered Star Sea at all. It seemed that the masters of the Emperor realm were repelled by the world principles there, so only Dao Source realm cultivators could enter. Every time the Shattered Star Sea opened, the entire star boundary would become active. The great sects would send their disciples to enter in an attempt to find the mysteries and opportunities left behind by the great emperors, eager to achieve unprecedented achievements. The Shattered Star Sea was a secret territory that was much more important than the Four Seasons realm. Chapter 2131. With Wen Zishan's explanation, everyone immediately understood why the mere opening of the Four Seasons realm could alarm the great emperors of Heaven's revelations. When the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was annihilated, the great emperors of Heaven's revelations were also involved. It was thanks to his divine technique that he was able to calculate the whereabouts of the great emperors of heaven-devouring Great Emperor and see through his end. Otherwise, who would dare to act rashly in the face of the number one master of the star boundary? Wasn't that courting death? What did the Master of Heaven's revelations say? Gao Shuiting asked nervously. Wen Zishan said, It's actually not that serious. It's just that the appearance of a star seal in the Four Seasons realm is a bit unpredictable. Star seal? Chiu Ran raised his eyebrows. The voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea? But I know what you want to say. Wen Zishan waved his hand. Over the years, the star seal has appeared randomly before the opening of the Shattered Star Sea, so we didn't expect that the star seal would appear in a certain sealed world. But this time, it's probably a coincidence that the opening of the Four Seasons realm happened. Anyway, it's something that appears randomly. Since we received the message from the Master of Heaven's revelations, let the disciples work hard to find it. The number of star seals is related to the number of disciples who can enter the Shattered Star Sea in the future, so we can't be careless. Now that you mention it, Lord Temple Master, it does make sense. Chiu Ran thought for a moment and nodded. In that case, pass down the order and let the disciples work harder. By the way, Master, since our Azure Sun Temple received the message from the Master of Heaven's revelations, other forces, those with a little strength will definitely get it, Wen Zishan said. In that case, in order to compete for the Star Seal, the Four Seasons realm will be in danger. This time, it's an experience for the Four Seasons realm. I'm afraid it will be several times more dangerous than in previous years. Qiu Ran couldn't help but show a worried look. Wen Zishan smiled and said, Young sprouts will always have to go through trials and tribulations. They won't be able to grow if we give them too much care. Temple Master is right, Qiu Ran said respectfully. All right, since things have changed, let's set off earlier. Pass down the order, everyone will gather and depart tomorrow morning. Wen Zishan turned to look at Gao Shueting. He said, Yes, Gao Shueting replied. Wen Zishan grinned again and said, Elder Gao, don't forget what you promised me. Gao Shueting's pretty face changed slightly as she gritted her teeth and said, Do you really have to do this? Wen Zishan chuckled. What? Do you want to go back on your word? That's not good, a man can't live without his word. Gao Shueting said bitterly. I understand. I definitely won't call you master of the palace hall. I'm just disappointed. At the end of her speech, she looked like she was gnashing her teeth, and her beautiful eyes were filled with accusations of blood and tears. I'll wait and see. Wen Zishan laughed, seeming to be in a good mood, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone cast puzzled glances at Gao Shueting, not knowing what happened between her and the temple master. Sister Gao, Qin Qian said worriedly. You don't have to say anything. We'll know tomorrow. Gao Shueting's mood was extremely bad, and her emotions were somewhat abnormal. Her chest was heaving violently, and she had no desire to explain herself. All right, then. At night, Yang Kai received the news that they were to gather at Luoying Peak the next day. To his surprise, the person who brought him the news was actually Xiao Bai. After the other party left a cold sentence, he left immediately. He didn't even have the intention to talk to him. Yang Kai naturally didn't care about this, but he vaguely guessed that the early gathering had something to do with what happened during the day. The next day, he woke up early and went straight in the direction of Luoying Peak. After a while, he arrived at the square on the peak. Many people had already gathered here, including Dao Source Realm and the Emperor Realm. Qiu Ran and Qin Qian, whom Yang Kai met last time, were among them. Seeing him arrive, they just glanced at him, and didn't pay any more attention to him. Those Dao Source Realm disciples, on the other hand, were looking at Yang Kai curiously. It seemed that the news of the battle between Yang Kai and Shui Yi had already spread, so everyone was very interested in him. After realizing that he was really only from the First Order Dao Source Realm, a few people couldn't help but change their expressions slightly. Xiao Bai also stood in the crowd, not even looking at Yang Kai. Having never met these people before, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't ask for a snub, so he casually found a corner where no one was around and stood there quietly, waiting. Speaking of which, since coming to the Star Boundary, it was the first time he had seen a gathering of disciples from a large sect, but he boasted that he was not weaker than others, so he didn't feel inferior. Just as he was waiting quietly, he suddenly noticed that someone was walking towards him. He turned his head and saw an ordinary-looking young man in his 20s, looking at him with a smile. Not only was this young man ordinary in appearance, but he was also dressed very casually, without any temperament. If such a person was thrown into a crowd, no one would pay much attention to him. But when he walked towards them, the disciples who were originally gathered in groups of 3 to 5, whispering to each other, suddenly became completely silent, and all of them turned their gazes towards this direction. Even several masters from the Emperor realm paid attention to this scene, and the girl named Qin Qian even showed a worried expression. The young man came to a stop not far from Yang Kai, looked him up and down, and showed a bright and gentle smile. Are you the outsider who defeated Shui? Yang Kai! Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him, and as he introduced himself, his divine sense swept over this person without leaving a trace. But what made Yang Kai's expression change slightly was that he couldn't detect the strength of this person's cultivation. After his divine sense swept over him, it was as if this guy didn't exist. If it weren't for the fact that he could see him with the naked eye, Yang Kai was afraid that he would think that there was no one in front of him. This guy was definitely not as ordinary as he looked on the surface. Combining the reactions of those disciples and the people from the Emperor realm, Yang Kai secretly deduced. The young man smiled slightly. So it's Brother Yang. And my name is Xia Xing. Brother Xia, are you looking for me? Yang Kai skipped the greetings and went straight to the point, secretly vigilant in his heart. Nothing, just casually chatting. Xia Xing still maintained his bright smile. I heard that Shui was in your hands, so I'm a little interested in you. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Brother Xia, are you planning to avenge your fellow disciple? Haha. Xia Xing laughed loudly, as if there was no one around, and waved his hand. Brother Yang, it's not good for you to think that way. I don't have such intentions, but although Shui is a bit of trash, to be able to defeat him with a cultivation level lower than his, Brother Yang should have some real ability. At this point, Xia Xing's expression suddenly froze, and his entire temperament and demeanor underwent a great change, becoming arrogant and confident. People like you and me are destined to dominate this world in the future and become the overlords of this world. Let those old fellows eat shit. Yang Kai's face darkened, and the corner of his mouth kept twitching, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Sure enough, an explosive shout came from the side. Bastard! Qiu Ran looked like he was bristling with anger as he yelled at Xia Xing. If you dare to talk nonsense again, see if this seat doesn't tear your mouth. Vice Temple Master. Xia Xing once again returned to his ordinary appearance and panicked. Disciple didn't mean you, and that's not what I meant. Please calm down. Qiu Ran seemed to know this guy's nature, so he didn't really mean to teach him a lesson. He just cried and sighed. The upper beam is not upright. The lower beam is crooked. Who was this upper beam he was talking about? Xia Xing looked at Yang Kai again and smiled. Let me introduce myself again. Hello, Brother Yang, my name is Xia Xing, first place in this sex martial arts exhibition. I guessed it. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Xiao Bai, whom he met last time, was second place in the sex martial arts exhibition, and Yang Kai felt that Xia Xing was stronger than Xiao Bai, so naturally he was first. You and I should have many opportunities to meet in the future, so let's work hard together. Xia Xing said. Good. I hope Brother Xia won't fall too far behind. Yang Kai smiled evilly. The smile on Xia Xing's face faded slightly, but soon, it returned to its original appearance and grinned. Interesting. Brother Yang is really a wonderful person, much more interesting than Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, who was not far away, suddenly said angrily. Who are you calling Xiao Bai? Do you believe that I won't duel with you right now? Xia Xing shrugged with a helpless expression. At this moment, a purple light flashed. When Zishan appeared in front of everyone, he raised his eyes and glanced around, then asked curiously. The leader, Elder Gao, hasn't arrived yet? Qin Qian stepped forward and replied. Sister Gao should be here soon. Women are so troublesome. When Zishan muttered to himself. After that, he suddenly looked up at the sky and smiled. She's here. He didn't know why, but at this moment, he revealed a look of great anticipation, and his eyes shone brightly. Everyone followed his gaze and looked in that direction. Sure enough, they saw a white light shooting from there at an extremely fast speed. After a short while, the white light landed in front of everyone, and when the brilliance dissipated, Gao Shueting's beautiful figure was revealed. Elder Gao, all the disciples have gathered, you see. Qiu Ran stepped forward and said to Gao Shueting. After all, Gao Shueting was fully in charge of this trip to the Four Seasons Realm Sealed World, and she would also be the one to lead the disciples to the entrance. However, due to some accidents, there were still some things to inform everyone before they left, especially about the Star Seal. But before Qiu Ran could finish speaking, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He stared at Gao Shueting in a daze, and wailed in his heart. This woman is definitely not Elder Gao. The visual impact was so great that he almost blurted out. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be an elder of our temple? Quickly show your true form. Fortunately, he swallowed his words at the critical moment, but the expression on his face was very interesting. Chapter 2132. Not only Chiu ran, but Qingqian's beautiful eyes also widened. She covered her red lips with her small hands and looked at Gao Shueting in surprise. The disciples of the Emperor Realm were the same. They were all dumbfounded. Even the disciples of the Emperor Realm, who could remain calm in the face of a landslide, were shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Everyone's gaze was focused on Gao Shueting. Everyone, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Gao Shueting asked lightly. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a charming smile, but her beautiful eyes were full of coldness. An inexplicable chill descended, making everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Gudong. The sound of saliva swallowing could be heard one after another. Am I seeing things? Elder Gao, she's actually smiling? A voice suddenly sounded. She's really smiling. Heavens, this disciple has been in the temple for dozens of years, but I've never seen Elder Gao smile. Now that I've finally seen it, I can die without regrets. This isn't real, this isn't real, this isn't real. This is an illusion, an illusion, an illusion. The group of Dao Source Realm disciples was in a mess. None of them could believe what they were seeing. The reason was actually Gao Shueting's smile. You all seem to have a lot of opinions about this queen. Gao Shueting's smile remained on her face, but for some reason, it seemed very stiff. Hearing the disciples' discussion, she suddenly turned her head to look at them. None of the disciples dared to look at her, and they all looked away. They were afraid of being stared at by her. Sister Gao. Qingqian took a step forward. She asked worriedly, Are you okay? What's wrong with me? Gao Shueting smiled sweetly and gritted her teeth. When she replied, her eyes were fixed on Wen Zishan. She said, I'm very good. Oh. Qingqian didn't know what to say. Her heart was in a mess. Not to mention the Dao Source Realm disciples, even she, an elder of the sect who was often with Gao Shueting, saw Gao Shueting smile for the first time today. And that smile didn't seem to disappear, which made her feel strange and terrifying. She couldn't help but shudder. Elder Gao. Chiu Ran couldn't bear to watch any longer. Although Gao Shueting's rare smile made him feel gratified, this frightening expression wasn't as cold as her usual expression. As the Vice Hall Master, he felt that it was necessary for him to step forward and advise her. After some consideration, he said, Don't force yourself too much. Gao Shueting turned to look at him. His face was still full of smiles as he said, Forcing myself? I didn't. What, does Master Chiu think that this consort's smile is ugly? That's not true. Chiu Ran jumped in fright and hurriedly denied it. He quickly changed the topic and said, The disciples have all gathered. Elder Gao asked to see if there was anything that needed to be said. Tell them about it. What else do you want to say? Gao Shueting swept her gaze over the 20 Dao Source Realm cultivator and said straightforwardly, We'll talk to them on the way. Now, let's go. As she spoke, she opened her mouth and spat out a mini ship. Her hands formed a seal, and the ship suddenly expanded until it was over 100 feet long before it slowly came to a stop. The ship's design was smooth and exquisite. There were dragons and phoenixes carved on the ship, and it was obviously much better than the ship that Yang Kai had obtained before. After all, it was an artifact from the Emperor Realm, so this ship should be a Dao Source grade high-rank flight-type artifact. Everyone, get on! Gao Shueting said. The Dao Source Realm cultivator did not dare to hesitate. They all used their movement skills and leaped onto the ship. Yang Kai also mixed in with the crowd and casually found a place to sit cross-legged on the ship. Gao Shueting waited until everyone was in position before her delicate body swayed and came to the deck. Then she slowly turned around with a gloomy and terrifying grin on her face. She stared at Wen Zishan, who had been hiding in the crowd, and said through gritted teeth, Wait for me to come back. I'll deal with you properly. She looked like she had suffered a great humiliation. She was just short of saying that she would not be human if she did not take revenge. Bon voyage! When Zishan waved his hand, and his body inexplicably trembled slightly. Humph! Gao Shueting coldly snorted and pushed her source-chi. The ship immediately accelerated and flew out of the Azure Sun Mountain range. When the ship gradually disappeared from everyone's sight, a continuous burst of laughter suddenly rang out. Wen Zishan laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He clutched his stomach with both hands and wanted to roll on the ground to relieve his discomfort. He laughed and said, You saw little Shueting, right? Ha ha ha, it was so interesting. AI, what a scandal! Chiu Ran looked speechless and shook his head sadly. He flicked his sleeve and flew away. Temple Master, please have some self-respect. Another cultivator from the Emperor realm could not stand it anymore, and felt ashamed to be associated with this person. You're dead meat! Qin Qian looked at Wen Zishan contemptuously and said, Wait for Sister Gao to come back from the Four Seasons realm. Let's see how she will deal with you. After that, everyone left one after another, leaving Wen Zishan alone to hang on by himself. As he laughed, he also felt quite bored. His expression became solemn as he straightened his body and said to himself sadly, It seems that I haven't seen little Shueting's smile for many years. I really miss it. She was such a playful and clingy child when she was young. How did she suddenly become so independent and cold when she grew up? A girl really changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. On the ship, everyone was silent. The 20 Dao Source Realm cultivators all had to silently push their source chi to resist the coldness coming from the front. Gao Shueting had been standing at the front of the deck the entire time. However, she had been exuding a bone-chilling coldness since they set off. It was a coldness that seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. From time to time, Gao Shueting would let out a nervous chuckle, which made everyone's hair stand on end. At this moment, who would dare to provoke Gao Shueting? Therefore, no one dared to speak, not even whisper. All of them were holding their breaths and looking down. Azure Sun Temple had 20 slots to enter the Four Seasons realm. Originally, the top 20 Dao Source Realm disciples in the Sex Martial Arts exhibition were the only ones who could enter the Four Seasons realm, but after Shui was defeated by Yang Kai, there was an outsider like Yang Kai. Among these 20 people, 7 were women, and the rest were men. Yang Kai only knew Xiao Bai and Xiaxing, but he didn't know the names of the others. However, he was too lazy to inquire. His main purpose for this trip to the Four Seasons realm was to find the Tribulation Fruit. As long as he could find this spirit fruit, it wouldn't be Qin Chaoyang's request. The ship was indeed a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact, and it flew very quickly. Along the way, they did not encounter any obstacles. After all, there was a master from the Emperor realm overseeing the Emperor realm, who was in an extremely bad mood. The fierce murderous intent she exuded made any cultivator who sensed it retreat, lest a disaster befall them. This situation lasted for 3 whole days. 3 days later, Gao Shueting, who had been standing at the front of the deck with her back to the crowd, suddenly turned around. Noticing this, everyone's expression froze, and they quickly opened their eyes to look at her, feeling uneasy in the depths of their hearts. But after seeing Gao Shueting's state, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Because at this moment, Gao Shueting seemed to have returned to her usual indifferent and cold appearance, and the strange smile on her face had disappeared. Yang Kai heard many people secretly exhaling. Sure enough, this elder Gao is the most reassuring. Xiaxing patted his chest and said with lingering fear, The previous elder Gao was like a completely different person, it really scared me to death. As soon as he said this, Xiao Bai secretly cursed and slapped him in the face. Xiaxing was stunned and glared at Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, you sneak attacked me? Despicable and shameless, do you believe that? Before he finished speaking, Xiaxing couldn't help but shudder. He raised his head stiffly and looked at Gao Shueting, who had strangely appeared in front of him and was looking down at him condescendingly. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said weakly, Elder Gao, did this disciple say something wrong? Of course not, Gao Shueting replied indifferently. Immediately she pursed her lips and smiled. This queen who scared you to death. Is this what this queen looks like? Xiaxing's face turned green. Gao Shueting stretched out her hand and caught Xiaxing off guard, then threw him out as if he was trash. Her movements were natural and unrestrained, like moving clouds and flowing water. Elder Gao! Xiaxing's shout came from afar, but his whole body had turned into a small black dot. All right, the annoying guy is no longer here. Gao Shueting clapped her hands casually, glanced at everyone, and said indifferently. But all the disciples she saw lowered their heads and avoided eye contact with her. That idiot! Xiao Bai secretly cursed in his heart. At the same time, he glanced back and saw Xiaxing chasing after them. As the champion of the sex martial exhibition, his strength was naturally not to be underestimated, and he quickly caught up with the ship. However, there was a light curtain around the ship, so if Gao Shueting didn't open it, Xiaxing wouldn't be able to enter no matter what, so he could only stick to the light curtain and keep begging for mercy. Gao Shueting turned a deaf ear to his pleas. Irritated by his pleas, she waved her hand and cut off the sound. Many people looked at Xiaxing sympathetically, their hearts filled with sorrow. There is something I need to tell you, Gao Shueting suddenly said. Everyone held their breaths and looked at her intently. This time, the Four Seasons realm is a little different from previous years, Gao Shueting continued. You should have obtained the information about the Four Seasons realm before you set off, so I don't need to say much about it. However, this time, a star seal will appear in the Four Seasons realm. Star seal? Xiao Baiyi's expression changed, as if he had thought of something, and said in surprise, A star seal related to the Shattered Star Sea? Gao Shueting glanced at him approvingly and said, Yes, it is a star seal related to the Shattered Star Sea. A star seal is a voucher to enter the Shattered Star Sea. Those who have a star seal can enter the Shattered Star Sea when it opens. So, this queen needs you to work hard to find a star seal in the Four Seasons realm. This is your primary and only task. Chapter 2133. However, because of the appearance of the star seal, the Four Seasons realm will be much more dangerous than in previous years, so in addition to looking for the star seal, the most important thing for all of you to remember is to ensure your own safety. You are all the future of the sect, and the death of any one of you is a loss to the sect, so this queen wants all of you to retreat safely. Yes, many thanks for Elder Gao's concern. All the disciples responded in unison. Elder Gao, what does the star seal look like? Xiao Bai asked. The star seal, its shape is not fixed, but if you obtain it, it will brand a certain part of your body and turn into a pattern. If you really have the opportunity to obtain it, you will naturally know. Disciple understands. Xiao Bai nodded. In addition, the star seal can be transferred. After you bring it out, you can hand it over to the sect. Of course, in return, if any of you obtain a star seal, you will be eligible to enter the Shattered Star Sea in the future. Everyone heard this and could not help but hold their breath, looking very excited. Then, what if this disciple is lucky enough to obtain 2 or more? Xiao Bai asked again. Gao Shueting said, Keep one for yourself and hand the rest to the sect. The sect will give you a corresponding reward. Speaking of this, she suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai and said, You too? Me? Yang Kai looked surprised. Yes. Gao Shueting gently nodded. Although you are not a disciple of my Azure Sun Temple, since you have occupied a spot in my temple, you naturally have to abide by the rules. All right. Yang Kai nodded helplessly. He could not win against Gao Shueting. It was estimated that when he came out of the Four Seasons realm, Azure Sun Temple would examine his body in detail to see if he had obtained a star seal. That's all I want to say. As for the rest, there is nothing to say. You can do as you please. Gao Shueting did not say anything. After she finished speaking, she returned to the bow of the ship and stood there quietly. She was like a statue, motionless. Outside the ship, Xiaoxing still maintained the same speed as the ship, showing a pitiful look as he opened his mouth and shouted. It looked like he was begging for mercy. But Gao Shuiting did not even look at him. Xiaoxing was helpless and could only turn his eyes to Xiao Baiyi, seemingly hoping that Xiao Baiyi would put in a good word for him. Xiao Baiyi decisively turned his head in another direction, on the ship. Yang Kai frowned slightly and pondered. He was considering whether to ask Gao Shuiting for information on the Four Seasons realm. However, this woman seemed to be a bit temperamental, and because of the previous encounter, Yang Kai didn't want to have any contact with her. He didn't want her to see through him. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly felt someone quietly poke him. He looked back. He noticed a woman sitting not far from him. She was looking at him with pursed red lips. This woman looked to be around 20 years old, but her real age was definitely higher than that. Her figure should be very tall, her skin was white, her appearance was delicate, and her hair was elegant and moving. "Miss, what's the matter?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "You don't have this, right? This is for you." As the woman spoke, she handed a jade slip to Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and reached out to take it. He scanned it with his divine sense and checked the contents of the jade slip. He couldn't help but be overjoyed and said, "This is..." What was recorded in this jade slip was information on the Four Seasons realm. Every time the Four Seasons realm opened, Azure Sun Temple would send disciples to enter it, so they were quite familiar with the situation inside. The information recorded in this jade slip not only included the dangerous barriers of the Four Seasons realm, but also the names of various monster beast species, the general division of strength, and even an outline map. He was just considering whether to ask Gao Shuiting for such information, but he was a little hesitant. He didn't expect someone to take the initiative to give it to him. Icing on the cake was always better than timely help, so Yang Kai had a good impression of this woman. She probably guessed that he didn't have such a thing, so she quietly gave him a copy. From this point, it was not difficult to see that this woman had a good heart. "Many thanks, young lady. May I ask young lady's name?" Yang Kai thanked her sincerely. The other party had done him a favor, so he had to know her name. "Murong Xiao Xiao." Yang Kai nodded and was about to say something more when Xiao Baiyi suddenly said, "Xiao Xiao, why are you talking nonsense with an outsider?" Murong Xiao Xiao heard this and stuck out her tongue at Yang Kai, but she couldn't disobey Xiao Baiyi, so she could only keep quiet. Yang Kai said, "This Yang will remember young lady's kindness." "Small matter." Murong Xiao Xiao smiled slightly and didn't care. "Brother Xiao Bai." Yang Kai turned to look at Xiao Baiyi again. "Who are you calling?" Xiao Baiyi's face suddenly turned cold. "Brother Xiao." Yang Kai changed his words. "Although I am not a disciple of Azure Sun Temple, since we are going to enter the Four Seasons realm together, we can be considered companions. Who is your companion?" Xiao Baiyi looked disdainful. "You stole Shuiyi's slot. I will settle this with you sooner or later." "Brother Xiao, why are you doing this?" Yang Kai shook his head and sighed. "Maybe you will need my help in the Four Seasons realm." "You!" Xiao Baiyi coldly snorted. "If there is something this Xiao can't handle, it's useless to ask for your help. If you think so, then I have nothing to say." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seemed that Xiao Baiyi now bore a grudge against Yang Kai, but this was not surprising as his relationship with Shui was quite good. Yang Kai had snatched Shuiyi's spot, so as his senior brother, it was natural that Xiao Baiyi would not give him any face. If he were to talk and laugh with him now, there would be a real problem. It was only human nature. Gao Shuiting didn't intend to pay attention to the confrontation between these Dao Source realms, and just stood quietly in place, controlling the ship to fly. Time flew by and 5 days passed. On this day, a huge valley appeared in front of them. In the valley, there were many figures gathered in groups, as if they were waiting for something. From the crowd, there were even the auras of several masters from the Emperor realm. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's expression shook as he realized that he had arrived at his destination. The information provided by Qin Zhao Yang was similar to what was recorded in the jade slip given by Murong Xiao Xiao. The entrance to the Four Seasons realm was in a nameless valley. This valley was usually unremarkable, and there was nothing special that could attract people's attention. However, before the opening of the Four Seasons realm, there would be a rich concentration of world energy gathering here. When it reached a certain level, the entrance to the sealed world would open, and it would last for 33 days. After 33 days, the entrance would close, and at that time, the cultivator who was still in the Four Seasons realm would not be able to come out. The cultivator who stayed in the valley should be the cultivator who arrived here in advance. From this point of view, Azure Sun Temple was relatively late, because in the valley, the location was better and the place with rich world energy had already been occupied. The ship came slowly, and the cultivator in the valley obviously noticed it and looked up. After seeing the symbol of Azure Sun Temple on the ship, many people's expressions became serious. After all, Azure Sun Temple was considered a top sect in the entire Southern Territory, and this ship alone represented a kind of authority and identity. From the information recorded in the Jade Slip, Yang Kai learned that top sects like Azure Sun Temple had 20 spots to enter the Four Seasons realm. The same was true for Heavenly Marshal Holy Land, Orthodoxy Temple, Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. As for the Overlord of the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace, they had 40 spots, which was twice as many as Azure Sun Temple. The lower-ranked sects had about 10 spots. There were even some sects that only had 3 to 5 slots. Yang Kai wasn't too clear about how these spots were divided, but presumably it had been carefully calculated and coordinated. However, judging from the 400 to 500 people gathered below, there were also a lot of sects in the Southern Territory. Gao Shueting stood at the bow of the ship and just watched for a while before finding a place to let the ship land. After the disciples got off the ship, she put away the artifact again. "You all rest here and don't cause trouble. This queen is going to find the other master to discuss some things." After leaving this sentence, she turned and left. Everyone seemed to have expected this, so they were not surprised. They took out the things they had prepared in advance from their space rings and set up tents. Huff! A person suddenly fell from the sky like a meteorite falling from the sky, smashing a big hole in the ground. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and found that this guy was Xiaxing, who had been deliberately ignored by Gao Shueting. He had been chasing the ship for a full 5 days, relying only on his own source chi and not falling behind too much, arriving here at the same time as everyone else. At this moment, even though he was a little out of breath, he showed no signs of exhaustion. "Finally! I made it!" Xiaxing looked weak as he looked at Xiao Bai plaintively and said, "Xiao Bai, you're too mean!" The veins on Xiao Bai's forehead throbbed, but he cleverly ignored him. "Brother Yang, you didn't say a good word for me. You made me fly all the way here." Xiaxing put his hands on his knees and rolled his eyes at Yang Kai. "You're so cold to me, how can we laugh together in the future?" Yang Kai said helplessly. "I'm just an outsider, it's none of my business." "Ha, forget it, you guys are really unreliable." Xiaxing waved his hand and sat down on the ground, like a dying fish that had finally returned to the water, a satisfied expression on his face. Kai Yang glanced at him, but didn't pay any more attention to him. He found an empty spot and sat down cross-legged. Obviously, there was still some time before the opening of the Four Seasons realm, and there were many masters here. He didn't want to run around and cause trouble, so he simply sat down and rested where everyone from Azure Sun Temple gathered. Chapter 2134. Time passed slowly, and gradually, more and more cultivators arrived from all over the place. However, there weren't many of them, so they were all cultivators from small sects or families that were relatively far away. After they arrived, they were smart enough to find a place where no one was around to settle down. Those who were familiar with each other would naturally gather in one place, preparing to join forces in the Four Seasons realm and go all out. Those who could enter the Four Seasons realm were all Dao Source realm cultivators. Origin King realm cultivators were not qualified at all, so they would only be courting death if they entered. However, this did not mean that the Four Seasons realm masters could not enter from the Emperor realm. In fact, the Emperor realm could also enter, but every entry of the Emperor realm would cause some instability in the entrance. Once more than 3 cultivators from the Emperor realm entered, the entrance would close directly. As a result, the few spots for the Emperor realm could not be allocated at all, so under the proposal of Star Soul Palace, the Emperor realm cultivator would not be allowed to enter the Four Seasons realm, lest the entrance closed prematurely. Yan Kai learned this information from the jade slip given to him by Murong Xiao Xiao. He recalled the information recorded in the jade slip in his mind, trying to memorize it all while strengthening the connection between himself and Myriad's sword. Although this Emperor artifact would eventually be returned to the Qing family, it should be able to help him a lot in the Four Seasons realm. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a woman's angry shout rang in his ears, and at the same time, a strong force burst out from somewhere. The woman who had shouted before immediately exclaimed and groaned as if she had been hit hard. Yan Kai opened his eyes. He frowned and looked in the direction of the source of the sound, because he recognized the owner of this voice. It was Murong Xiao Xiao who had given him the information about the Four Seasons realm. He felt very strange. Murong Xiao Xiao was an elite disciple of Azure Sun Temple, and her cultivation was not low. Who dared to cause trouble for her in this place? Looking around, Murong Xiao Xiao was biting her red lips at the moment, looking in a certain direction with fear and anger. Beside her, another Azure Sun Temple female disciple was supporting her and asked nervously, "Xiao Xiao, are you all right?" Murong Xiao Xiao shook her head, indicating that she was fine. However, judging from her slightly disordered aura, it was clear that she had just experienced something dangerous. She was looking at a place where a group of Dao Source Realm cultivators were gathered, and among this group of cultivator, there was one person who was extremely strange. This person was a man, but there seemed to be an invisible dividing line in the middle of his body. The skin on the left side of his body, and even his hair were fiery red. On the other hand, the right side was snow white. 2 completely different colors appeared on the same person at the same time, forming an extremely strong visual impact. The left side was masculine, while the right side was feminine. Murong Xiao Xiao glared at him. It was this person, and he raised one hand high. This also meant that he was the culprit from before, and there was still a trace of power at the tip of his finger that had not dissipated. A figure flashed and stood in front of Murong Xiao Xiao, quietly staring at the monster cultivator. It was Xia Xing. It was strange to say that Xia Xing's figure was not tall at the moment, but it was like a thick mountain, giving people a very reliable feeling. Yan Kai frowned, stood up, and slowly walked over there. "Xiao Xiao, what happened?" Xia Xing asked calmly. Murong Xiao Xiao said, "I don't know, this person suddenly attacked me." "Oh?" Xia Xing narrowed his eyes. He said faintly, "Interesting, someone actually dares to bully my Azure Sun Temple. It's impossible for me to let it go." As he spoke, his eyes bloomed with a very dangerous cold light. The strange-looking cultivator on the opposite side also cast his gaze on Xia Xing. The two's gazes collided in the void, and there seemed to be sparks sputtering. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. On the side of Azure Sun Temple, the cultivator gathered on the other side also looked solemn, secretly urging their source chi. It seemed that a great battle was about to break out. The movement here quickly alarmed the other cultivator waiting here. Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, the ripples set off were quickly noticed by everyone, and they all looked over curiously. "Xia Xing?" The strange-looking cultivator suddenly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a wicked smile, and said, It seemed that he knew Xia Xing, but this was the first time he saw him. "Wu Chang!" Xia Xing raised his eyebrows. Yang Kai frowned. He had never heard of the name Wu Chang before, but judging from Xia Xing's expression at the moment, this guy was obviously not easy to deal with. This person is very likely to have some special physique. That's why he has such a strange body. He is Xia Xing of Azure Sun Temple? It is said that he is the champion of this Azure Sun Temple sect martial arts exhibition? Among the onlooking cultivator, someone immediately exclaimed. From the looks of it, Xiaxing's popularity was quite high. Wu Chang. Isn't he the rising star of heavenly martial Holy Land? Yes, looking at him, it must be right. It is rumored that Wu Chang has a yin and yang dual body. So this is what he looks like. It's really an eye-opener. Shh. Keep your voice down. I heard that Wu Chang is temperamental, cruel and violent. If he hears, what are you afraid of? There are so many people here, he can still. Before this person finished speaking, he suddenly shut up, because he found that Wu Chang, who was confronting Xiaxing over there, suddenly turned his head and stared at him coldly. A mysterious power suddenly exuded from the other party's red and white pupils, manifesting in front of him, turning into a huge red and white vortex. From the vortex came a sensational strangling force, covering him. The man screamed in horror and hurriedly tried to retreat. But what caused him to be extremely horrified was that his body actually became extremely stiff all of a sudden, and he was completely unable to move. He could only stand on the spot with a pale face, and his eyes trembled as he watched the vortex ceaselessly revolve and envelop him. Pun. With a loud bang, the man's head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white matter sputtered in all directions. The cultivator next to him hurriedly retreated. The headless corpse slowly fell to the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust and bright red. It was a horrible sight to behold. The other cultivator who had been talking to this person saw that his companion had been so tragically killed, and instead of having the thought to seek revenge on Wu Chang, he was scared silly and fell to the ground, as if he had lost his soul. His upper and lower rows of teeth kept clattering together, making cracking sounds, and he couldn't say a word. These two people were disciples of some small sect or family, and it wasn't easy to get a spot to enter the Four Seasons realm, but one of them was met with disaster because of a slip of the tongue. At the place where Orthodoxy Temple was stationed, a handsome blue-robed man stood there and watched this tragic scene. He couldn't help but snort coldly and said to his junior brother and junior sister, "Remember, after entering the Four Seasons realm, if you encounter Wu Chang, run as far as you can, and never confront him head-on." "Yes, senior brother Zhuang." Everyone felt the same way and quickly responded. After seeing Wu Chang's cruel killing methods, how could they have the heart to compete with him? In their minds, the only one who could compete with Wu Chang was their eldest brother, Zhuang Bufan. "Is that Wu Chang of Heavenly Martial Holy Land?" At the Star Soul Palace's camp, Lan Sun, dressed in blue, floated in the air like a fairy, with a handsome white-faced young man guarding her on her left. Lan Sun frowned slightly at this moment and asked with some displeasure. After all, she was a woman, and seeing the scene just now made her somewhat uncomfortable and unhappy. "Yes." The white-faced man nodded. As he spoke, his eyes never left Lan Sun's delicate cheeks, a fanatical look of adoration flashing across his eyes as he said, "I've fought with this guy several times before, and he's very difficult to deal with." "Even Big Brother Xiao can't deal with him?" Lan Sun asked with some surprise. Xiao Chen said, "If I use the Emperor artifact given to me by my father, Master, I can definitely defeat him, but the price is too high." "Is that so?" Lan Sun didn't take it seriously. Although Xiao Chen was Xiao Yuyang's son and had an Emperor artifact given to him by Xiao Yuyang, how could Wu Chang not have an Emperor artifact? The heavenly martial Holy Land he came from was not an ordinary force, and as the number one rising star of heavenly martial Holy Land, it was natural for him to have an Emperor artifact to defend himself. "Does Princess not believe me?" Xiao Chen vaguely noticed something and raised his brow. "If Princess wants to see it, I can go now, no need." Lan Sun waved her hand and frowned. "I'm just saying it casually," Xiao Chen said. "But Wu Chang dared to kill people in public. He really doesn't put my Star Soul Palace in his eyes. No matter what, the Southern Territory is not a place where heavenly martial Holy Land can do whatever they want." Lan Sun was noncommittal, her beautiful eyes flashing for a moment before she suddenly exclaimed in surprise, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise as she stared at a figure in the distance. "It's that guy!" Lan Sun thought to herself. She still remembered that when she broke through to the Tao Source realm in the third layer of the five-colored treasure pagoda last time, this guy had used some unknown method to sneak into the third layer and steal many of her principal fragments. However, it was fortunate that he appeared, otherwise, even if she could have successfully broken through at that time, she would not have been able to avoid suffering, and her yuan qi would have been seriously injured. Lan Sun was very interested in this person and wanted to know what method he had used to sneak into the third layer without anyone noticing. She also wanted to know what kind of divine ability he had used to snatch so much principal strength. However, after she came out of the five-colored treasure pagoda, she was in a hurry to consolidate her cultivation, so she didn't think much about this person. Unexpectedly, she saw him again in this mountain valley, and he had also broken through to the Tao Source realm. Chapter 2135. So he is a disciple of Azure Sun Temple? Lan Sun saw Yang Kai standing with a group of people from Azure Sun Temple and thought naturally. Princess, what did you say? Xiao Chen asked. Nothing. Lan Sun shook her head. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Although he was unhappy that Lan Sun didn't want to tell him anything, she was the daughter of the great emperors after all. Her status was respected, so he couldn't ask. He could only follow her gaze. After seeing Yang Kai over there, he couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart. What does this little guy have that the princess cares about? On the other side, after Wu Chang killed the disciple of the small family, his face was calm, as if he had just killed a cockroach, and continued to look at Xiaxing. Xiaxing said, Brother Wu Chang is so powerful. Wu Chang smiled coldly and said nothing. I don't care about the life or death of others, but shouldn't Brother Wu Chang give me a reasonable explanation for attacking my junior sister? Xiaxing narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Wu Chang said, Brother Xia wants an explanation? Okay. My explanation is that no one can fly over my head, except for the dead. Xiaxing was startled. He never thought that such a ridiculous reason would cause him to attack Murong Xiao Xiao. Murong Xiao Xiao also came back to her senses at this moment, pursed her lips and said, I just wanted to go to Star Soul Palace. She had an acquaintance in Star Soul Palace who she hadn't seen for a long time. At this moment, she naturally wanted to come here to catch up. How could she have known that she would be attacked by Wu Chang as soon as she flew up? Wu Chang said, Brother Xia should be glad. She is from Azure Sun Temple. Otherwise what? Otherwise she would have been a dead person. So that's how it is. Xiaxing grinned. Suddenly, he did something that no one expected. With a leap, he flew over Wu Chang's head like a bolt of lightning, then turned around and quickly flew back to Wu Chang's side, waiting until he reached a certain distance. After a certain distance, he turned around again and flew over Wu Chang's head. As he flew, he shouted, I flew over, I flew back, I flew back, I flew back, if you have the guts, come and hit me. After flying back and forth several times, he simply stood directly above Wu Chang's head with his hands on his waist. Looking down, he said arrogantly, Believe it or not, I will piss on your head. As he spoke, he actually pulled up his pants, looking as if he was ready to go all out. Murong Xiao Xiao and the other female disciples of Azure Sun Temple blushed. Xiao Baiyi and the others wore black lines on their faces as they turned their heads away, obviously not recognizing this person. Mainly because of this behavior is Xiaxing. Therefore, the moment Xiaxing pulled up his pants, he let out a low roar and shook his arms. A tornado-like vigorous energy soared into the sky, wanting to engulf Xiaxing. Petty tricks! Xiaxing coldly snorted and flipped his palm. He slapped downwards. Source Qi surged, and the world principles became chaotic. A huge palm print suddenly formed, like a giant mountain falling from the sky. Before it really fell, it gave off a sense of oppression that could destroy everything. Kong, the giant palm and the tornado collided, and the world energy suddenly raged and burst out in all directions. At this moment, Wu Chang had already jumped up and put his palms together. One hand was fiery red, and the other was snow white. Two completely different auras fluctuated, and as he changed his hand seals, mysterious runes appeared around him. He rushed towards Xiaxing with the force of thunder. A solemn expression appeared on Xiaxing's face. He changed his hand seal, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard in the air. Immediately, weapons of different shapes appeared beside him. Each weapon was formed from the energy of the world. There were many of them, and there was a variety of them. He stretched out his hand, and the countless weapons slashed downwards as if they had received an order. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk more violent sounds rang out, and the dazzling light engulfed the figures of Xiaxing and Wu Chang. For a moment, no one could see the two figures clearly. They could only hear the explosions of energy, and the sounds of fists and feet clashing in the chaotic void. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the battle above. He was also dazzled. This was a contest between the top rising stars of the two top sects in the Southern Territory. In other words, it represented the highest level of strength in the entire Southern Territory. It was rare for him to witness such a battle. Not only could he compare his own shortcomings from the battle between the two, but he could also gather some information. Brother Xia, will he be okay? Murong Xiao Xiao had a look of self-blame at this moment. If she had not accidentally flown over Wu Chang's head, this kind of trouble would not have arisen. How could anything happen to him? Xiao Bai coldly snorted, as if he was not worried about Xiaxing's life or death at all. He said lightly, even if an ordinary person from the Emperor realm attacked him, he would still have a chance to escape. What can a trivial Wu Chan do to him? Yang Kai's heart moved when he heard this. Xiao Bai obviously knew some details about Xiaxing, but he did not say anything, so Yang Kai naturally did not ask more. However, judging from his tone, Xiaxing's true strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Of course, Wu Chang probably did not use his full strength. Naive! In a remote place in the valley, in the encampment of a sect called the Octagonal Door, a young man sitting cross-legged and meditating watched the battle in the sky for a while and commented disdainfully. Although the Octagonal Door was not a top sect in the Southern Territory, it was still not bad. It could be considered to be on the same level as Flying Saint Palace, and there was a master from the Emperor realm in the sect. Therefore, when the Four Seasons realm opened this time, the Octagonal Door was lucky enough to get 7 spots to enter. Among these 7 people, their cultivations varied. Some were third-order Dao Source realm while others were second-order and first-order Dao Source realms. The young man who spoke was only a second-order, but the attitude of the others seemed to be following his lead. The only third-order Dao Source realm cultivator was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Hearing this, he smiled and said, Junior brother Luo Yuan, do you think this kind of battle is not worth your attention? Luo Yuan said, They're just testing each other, what's there to see? They're still testing each other? Another woman in the second-order Dao Source realm exclaimed, Why do I feel like they can't wait to kill each other? That's because your cultivation is not enough, Luo Yuan said bluntly, not caring about the face of his fellow sect members. The woman choked for a moment, and could only laugh awkwardly. The middle-aged man said, Junior brother Luo Yuan really has sharp eyes. This time in the Four Seasons realm, we will have to rely on you, junior brother. Luo Yuan heard this and frowned. Don't worry, this time in the Four Seasons realm, I will definitely make the Octagonal Door famous in the Southern Territory, but I have no interest in bringing along trash like you. When you enter, don't come looking for me, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Everyone saw how arrogant he was, but they didn't dare to say anything. They even seemed to be a little afraid of him. The middle-aged man said, Naturally, we won't drag junior brother down. When the time comes, you can do whatever you want. Humph! Luo Yuan snorted coldly and closed his eyes. The others looked at each other, feeling depressed. Everyone was a Dao Source realm cultivator, and their strength wasn't too bad, but being called trash in front of them was naturally unacceptable. But knowing Luo Yuan's temper and character, they didn't dare to refute. The battle in the void was still going on. Xiaxing and Wu Chang were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. The void was collapsing, and the world principles were in chaos. Enough! Suddenly, a furious roar filled with majesty rang out. As soon as this voice rang out, Xiaxing and Wu Chang, who were in the middle of their battle, froze in midair as if they had been struck by lightning. Their faces paled as cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Two rays of brilliance flashed and appeared under the feet of the two. Immediately, the brilliance suddenly radiated out like a spider's web, turning into two cage-like existences in the blink of an eye, imprisoning Xiaxing and Wu Chang in midair. The voice sounded again. Azure Sun Temple Xiaxing, Heavenly Marshal Holy Lands Wu Chang, acted without permission and started a fight. This king will punish you by confinement until the opening of the sealed world. I hope you will learn from this. Xiaxing heard this and his face turned green. He hurriedly said, Master Xiao, disciple is innocent. He immediately recognized the owner of the voice as Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yuyang from Star Soul Palace, so he quickly begged for mercy. Xiao Yuyang had no intention of paying attention to him. On the other side, Wu Chang, who was also imprisoned in midair, glanced at him and coldly snorted. No backbone! It's none of your business! Xiaxing rolled his eyes at him and continued to shout. Master Xiao, please understand. Disciple has always abided by the rules. If it wasn't for someone provoking him, he would never do such a thing. Master Xiao, please let me go. After shouting for a while, he probably felt that it was hopeless, so he changed his tune and said, Fine, Master Xiao, it's fine if you put me in confinement, but can you put me down? Being imprisoned in midair like this, it's so embarrassing. Can you shut up? Wu Chang didn't think much of it at first. After all, it was a second-order Emperor Realm Master who punished him, so it was natural that he couldn't resist. But after Xiaxing said this, he suddenly felt that it was really embarrassing to be looked at by so many people, and he immediately became angry out of shame. Xiaxing glanced at him and said, What's wrong? Did I disturb you? Noisy! Wu Chang coldly snorted. You still dare to blabber? Xiaxing was angry. He pulled up his pants and said, Believe it or not, I'll still hit you in the face even if I'm like this. Wu Chang heard this and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. He took a deep breath and tactfully closed his eyes. Others might be shameless, but he couldn't. He just left a harsh sentence. Wait until we enter the sealed world, then we'll fight again. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.